第2758号决议，决定恢复中华人民共和国一切权利，承认政府的代表为中国在联合国组织的唯一合法代表，并立即把蒋介石的代表从他在联合国组织及其所属一切机构中所非法占据的席位上驱逐出去。包括美国在内，世界上已经有181个国家基于这样一个中国原则，同中方建立了外交关系。历史上，台湾问题曾经是影响中美关系正常化的大的障碍，因为中方坚定地坚持一个中国原则，绝不在这个问题上做任何的妥协和让步。1971年，美方向中方声明，愿在台湾问题上奉行新的原则，也就是美方承认世界上只有一个中国，台湾是中国的一部分，美方今后不会有任何台湾地位未定的言论，美方过去没有，今后也不会支持任何台独运动。尼克松总统在1972年访华期间向周恩来总理确认了上述原则，这才诞生了《上海公报》。美方在1972年发表的《上海公报》中明确地表示，美国认识到在台湾海峡两边的所有中国人都认为只有一个中国，台湾是中国的一部分，美国政府对这一立场不提出异议。美方的上述承诺开启了中美关系正常化进程。美方在1978年建交公报中明确表示，美国承认中华人民共和国政府是中国的唯一合法政府，承认中国的立场即只有一个中国，台湾是中国的一部分。美方在1982年发表的817公报中明确表示，美利坚合众国承认中华人民共和国政府是中国的唯一合法政府，并承认中国的立场即只有一个中国，台湾是中国的一部分。美国政府无意侵犯中国的主权和领土完整，无意干涉中国的内政，也无意执行两个中国或者一中一台政策。正是基于上述3个联合公报，中美关系在过去40多年里总体实现了稳定的发展。然而近年来，美方说一套做一套，不断的歪曲、篡改、虚化、掏空一个中国原则，企图越红线、搞突破，不择手段打台湾牌，偷梁换柱，炮制与台湾关系法对台6项保证，并且将其作为美方一个中国政策的前提后缀，删除美国务院网站台湾是中国的一部分等关键表述，明目张胆地提升美台关系，变本加厉地推进对台军售，为台独分裂活动撑腰打气。对于美国政府3号人物串台企图，美国政府本应该严加约束，但却放任纵容，这才是当前台海局势紧张的根本原因和事实真相。台湾问题的历史经纬明明白白，两岸同属一个中国的事实和现状清清楚楚，国际社会对此也是看得非常的清楚。连日来，很多国家的领导人、各界人士都纷纷发声，反对佩洛西窜访台湾。联合国秘书长发言人刚刚表示，联合国将继续坚持2758号决议及一个中国政策，这说明公道自在人心。中国政府和中国人民在台湾问题上的立场一以贯之，坚决维护国家领土主权，是14亿多中国人民的坚定意志。实现祖国完全统一是全体中华儿女的共同心愿和神圣职责，民意不可违，大势不可逆，任何国家、任何势力、任何人都不要错过中国政府和人民捍卫国家主权和领土完整，实现国家统一和民族复兴的坚强决心、坚定意志和强大能力。
Just to follow up, a question from Bloomberg on the possible countermeasures that you mentioned. You said call for patience on details regarding that, but can you elaborate a little bit on whether there will be sanctions directly on Taiwan? Will there be sanctions on Nancy Pelosi as an individual? And
all right, viewers, we just heard the Chinese Foreign Ministry there on Taiwan.
我发现咱们的媒体朋友其实很多人都非常关心，如何反制的问题，我们能够充分的理解，因为我相信从大家的问题当中呢，也能感受得到，大家都认为他的这一行动是极其错误的，应该遭到惩罚。佩洛西众议长不顾中方的强烈反对和严正的交涉，执意窜访中国台湾地区，严重违反一个中国原则和中美3个联合公报规定，严重的冲击中美关系的政治基础，严重侵犯中国的主权和领土完整，严重破坏台海和平稳定，向台独分裂势力发出严重的错误信号。中国外交部、全国人大、全国政协、中央台办、国防部昨天晚上呢，第一时间发表了声明或者谈话予以谴责。外交部副部长谢锋第一时间召见了美国驻华大使伯恩斯。中国驻美大使秦刚第一时间向美国白宫国安会以及国务院都提出了严正的交涉。今天上午呢，王毅国委员呢也就此发表谈话，中方呢将采取一切必要措施，坚决地捍卫国家的主权和领土完整，由此产生的一切后果都由美方和台独分裂势力负责。我们说到做到。至于你关心的具体的反制措施，我可以告诉你的是，该有的都会有，有关措施将是坚决、有力和有效的。美方和台独势力他们会持续感受到的。我还想强调的是，回望每一次美方主动对中方挑起的挑衅，结果无一不是自取其辱、自食其果。最新的一个例子就是佩洛西等煽动香港黑暴势力鼓吹所谓美丽风景线，但恰恰加速了香港由乱及治、由治及兴，使东方明珠重新焕发出光彩。这次也毫不例外，佩洛西之流企图同台独分裂势力勾连，以台制华，侵犯中国的主权和领土完整，使螳臂当道，不可能阻挡，只会加速中国统一的历史进程。正如王毅国委员指出。
All right, viewers, we're hearing that press conference there by China. China is warning the US right now. The dragon continues to breathe fire. The Beijing has maintained that Pelosi's visit is a serious violation of the One China principle and the provisions of the China-US joint communique. And right now they're warning the US, especially after that statement made by Nancy Pelosi, where she said very categorically that US will continue standing behind Taiwan. That is a big news that we're getting at this point of time. China continues to warn the US. Well, much more coming up on the other side, viewers. Rattle, China is in a flux right now after Nancy Pelosi said that US will continue standing behind Taiwan no matter what.
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे, अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे।
The only thing which is still in his mind is Naam, Namak and Nishan. Naam of his battalion.
Yes.
Namak, of course, is thinking of the banner and the Nishan of the banner he's carrying.
After Rajasthan reported 2 suspected cases of monkeypox. The state health minister said that 2 persons with symptoms have already been referred to Jaipur from Bharatpur and Kishangarh, and that their samples have also been sent to the National Institute of Virology in Pune. However, no monkeypox cases have been confirmed from Rajasthan as of now.
पूरी तैयारी है, दवाइयों का सारा इंतजाम है, पूरा उनको जैसे कोविड से लड़े ना उस तरह पूरी तैयारी है मंकी पास के, और लगता है मंकी पास केस राजस्थान में अभी नहीं है। अगर ये जांच आने के बाद ही खुलासा होगा मंकी पास है या नहीं।
Even as the national capital reported its 3rd case of monkeypox, a total of 70 isolation rooms have been set up across 6 hospitals in the national capital to tackle the monkeypox situation. The Uttarakhand Health Department on Tuesday issued an advisory to all the district magistrates and chief medical officers of the state regarding monkeypox. The director of the National Health Mission issued orders instructing officials to strictly monitor the situation, strengthen the surveillance, and also keep the health system on alert mode. Amid cases of monkeypox being reported in different parts of the country, Karnataka's Health Minister Sudhakar said that
has been blocked by the Congress workers, the high voltage drama.
Nancy Pelosi lands in Taiwan.
Top headlines at 1 p.m. Mega show of patriotism on display in the national capital, but face-off erupts as opposition boycotts rally. It's a Republic super exclusive as Shravan Sen uncovers joint Partha Arpita link. The undeniable proof of the link is now out. Opulence, pomp and show, and it's all for a birthday. 5 lakh descent for Siddaramaya's birthday as chaos ensues over CM face.
Friendship, we thank you for your leadership. We want the world to recognize that.
Pelosi meets Taiwanese president, says want world to recognize Taiwan's leadership. China on war footing escalates mega military drills near Taiwan. Taiwan fires big charge, accuses China of breathing the territory as Pelosi visits Taiwan. As world watches the unfolding of mega face-off with bated breath, Russia backs China, calls Pelosi's visit a clear provocation. Thanks for staying tuned. You be live and breaking, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Starting with Republic super exclusive in the Bengal cash scam probe. Republic has uncovered joint Partha Arpita link, undeniable proof of the link that is now out. For the first time, 18 properties, we are told, have been listed, detailed and located by Republic. In fact, Republic has accessed the exclusive documents which have now established the Partha Arpita link. Take a look at this report.
It's the ultimate clincher accessed by Republic Media Network. Many were asking this question, what's the equation between Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee? We finally have the documents that tells you what exactly is the equation between both. 18 properties, most of them in the name of Arpita Mukherjee, but one property that stands out, a property that was bought by Arpita Mukherjee and Partho Chatterjee back in 2012. It is a joint property. This is the time when Partho Chatterjee was a cabinet minister. And not just that, the enforcement directorate essentially suspects that this property was bought from the proceeds of crime. The proceeds of crime from the teachers' recruitment scam.
As the SSC scam gets bigger, the ultimate clincher now unraveled the stunning Partha-Arpita link. They have joint properties in their names. From uber-expensive apartments to land plots, Republic has accessed all the details of the properties jointly owned by sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee and his close aide, Arpita Mukherjee. Republic has accessed the deed of conveyance as well. Signed and stamped documents have now spilled the beans. In the documents accessed, sacked TMC Minister has been named as a purchaser. Not only that, sign, stamp, fingerprint and pictures on the documents revealed that these properties were jointly owned by Partha Chatterjee and her aide Arpita Mukherjee. Arpita Mukherjee continues to deny her involvement in the SSC recruitment scam, but the joint property details prove otherwise. As per the documents, Partha and Arpita jointly own an uber-expensive property in Birbhum. Not only that, Republic has listed, detailed and located 18 key properties which were purchased by Arpita from 2011 to 2022.
There have been multiple recoveries that have also been made by the enforcement directorate after searches were carried out in some of these very properties. These properties, 18 of them, all details with Republic TV, only goes on to indicate that the focus of the investigation has now moved towards the properties that were created by Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee.
Well, a mega face-off, a political face-off that has now erupted over the Tiranga Yatra. The opposition has chosen to boycott the Tiranga Yatra. The question you're asking is why politicize the national flag? Because the opposition leaders have skipped the Tiranga Yatra, which was held earlier this morning. Piyush got us some exclusive reports as well. We'll play out those reports in just a bit, but a lot of political reactions coming in as well as the opposition has decided to boycott the Tiranga Yatra. In fact, the reactions that are just coming in, Adhiranjan Chaudhary going on to say that the Tiranga campaign is a BJP program. That's the kind of remark that is coming in by the opposition. Adhiranjan Chaudhary, they're saying that Tiranga campaign is a BJP program. And we have a lot of political reactions as well. Let's listen into some of them.
मैम, आज प्रोग्राम है, तिरंगा यात्रा निकाली जा रही है, क्या मैसेज आप?
मैसेज बहुत साधारण है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अमृत महोत्सव की घोषणा की थी 12 मार्च 2021 को, और साथ ही तिरंगा यात्रा, तिरंगा जो हम सबकी प्रेरणा है, और कल बेंगली वेंकैया जी के जन्मदिन से शुरू कर हमारे जितने अनसंग हीरोज़ हैं जिनके बारे में लोगों की जानकारी कम है, वो उन सबको जाने, और जिन्होंने अपना सर्वस्व इस देश की आज़ादी के लिए न्यौछावर किया, वही हमारी प्रेरणा बने, ताकि हम उस प्रेरणा को लेकर आगे आने वाले आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव में शामिल होते हुए 25 साल देश के कैसे हो उसके काम में जुट जाएं और पूरे अपने सामर्थ्य को पहचानते हुए आगे बढ़े।
कल्चर का इवेंट है, ये मैसेज क्लियर जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि कुछ पार्टी के जो एमपीज हैं उनमें कंफ्यूजन है कि बीजेपी का ये इवेंट है। आप चाहेंगे कि पार्टी अक्रॉस लाइंस जो है एमपीज इसमें आए?
मैं चाहूँगी कि सांसद अक्रॉस पार्टी लाइन इसमें पहुँचे, क्योंकि तिरंगा किसी एक पार्टी का नहीं, तिरंगा देश का है।
क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे इस तिरंगा यात्रा के?
मैसेज, ये पूरा देश इस अमृत महोत्सव काल में अपने पूर्वजों को याद करके, जिन्होंने त्याग, तपस्या और बलिदान के बल पे आज भारत को आज़ाद किया, अंग्रेजों को भगाया और दुर्भाग्य से देश को टुकड़े टुकड़े करने वाले लोग आज भी इस तिरंगे को अपमानित करने का काम कर रहे हैं। और आज मोदी जी पूरे देश में एक उत्सव का वातावरण, आज गांव में, शहर में, जब हम घर घर झंडा लेकर के उत्सव मनाएंगे तो लोगों के मन में राष्ट्र के प्रति एक नई भावना की जागृति होगी, जो हम बचपन से मनाते आए। दुर्भाग्य है कि मोदी जी अगर तिरंगा उठा रहे हैं तो विपक्ष उनका उल्टा अगर उसके हाथ में कोई चाइना थमा दे तो वो भी थम लेंगे। मैंने मोदी का विरोध करते करते मोदी करेंगे भारत माता की जय तो उनके जुबान से क्या निकलेगा भगवान जाने।
देखिए, पूरे देश के अंदर एक प्रेरणा दी गई है कि हम हर घर पर तिरंगा लगाएं, तो उसी मकसद से एक उस प्रेरणा स्वरूप में सब सांसद भी जो है वो तिरंगा यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं ताकि देश के अंदर एक अच्छा संदेश है। देखिए, विपक्ष का काम होता है सकारात्मक तौर से सरकार को टोकना किसी काम के लिए सकारात्मक तरीके से, लेकिन अगर आप नकारात्मक चीज उसमें डालते हैं तो उसका कोई मतलब नहीं है।
देखिए, देशभक्ति की भावना जगे और हर नागरिक, हर हिंदुस्तानी भारत के लिए कंट्रीब्यूट करे। और जब हम सब अपने हुनर से, अपनी मेहनत से, अपना जो भी क्षेत्र में, कार्य क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे हैं वहां पे और अच्छी तरह से काम करें, अपने आप भारत मजबूत होता है। यही देशभक्ति की भावना है। ये तो तिरंगा यात्रा है भैया। हर हिंदुस्तानी जो देशभक्त है उसको जुड़ना चाहिए आज के दिन।
This precious moment must remind us of countless sacrifice. देश का एकता के लिए, आजादी के लिए जो महानुभावों ने कुर्बानी दिया, अपना जीवन त्याग किया, इन महानुभावों का हम सब लोग इस समय पे याद रखना है और याद करना है और हमारा बच्चों को याद दिलाना है। दिस इज अ ग्रेट ट्रिब्यूट वी कैन रियली पे टू देम। वी प्राउडली हाइस्ट आवर नेशनल फ्लैग, रिफ्लेक्ट ऑन आवर नेशनल वैल्यूज, recount tales of bravery and social harmony from our freedom struggle. That is only my appeal. I don't want to make a long speech. Please recall the memory of the great sacrifices made by the freedom fighters, the path shown by our people, and the values that we have inherited from Indian culture, heritage. They have to be preserved and passed on, irrespective of caste, creed, sex, religion and region. India is one. We are one nation, one people, one country. This has to be remembered by one and all.
देश कौन देशभक्त है सब जानते हैं। कितना देशभक्ति है कि हमारे देश को आज़ाद करने के लिए जो अखबार निकाला गया था आज़ादी की वो जंग के समय, उनके खिलाफ आज जिस घिनौने साजिश हो रहे हैं उसको भी थोड़ा याद करो और उसको भी देखा करो। जिस पत्रिका को सामने रख के हिंदुस्तान की आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़ी गई थी उसके ऊपर किस तरीके के जुल्म और अन्याय हो रहे हैं ये भी देखा करो।
Today, the Ministry of Culture, Government of India had organized a Tiranga bike rally from Red Fort to Parliament. This was meant for all MPs, but it is very unfortunate. As per media reports since morning, only the BJP NDA MPs came to the program, and the other MPs from various opposition parties, Congress, Samajwadi, Aam Aadmi Party, NCP, TMC, all of them chose to boycott this program, chose to boycott the Tiranga. The Tiranga does not belong to one party. The Tiranga does not belong to BJP. Nor was this program a BJP program. It was clarified by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister and other authorities that this was a program for the entire country, for all parliamentarians. Yet, some who believe in Parivar Tantra perhaps feel that insulting the institutions and symbols of Loktantra is the best way to do politics and to do Rajniti over issues of Rashtra-niti. These are the same people who sometimes make questions on the Rashtrapati, who sometimes make questions on Supreme Court, on Election Commission, on Sansad, and now even the Tiranga. It is unfortunate that even something as pious and as important a symbol like the Tiranga, which reflects the collective consciousness of 135 crore Indians, was sought to be politicized. Perhaps this could have been avoided. Will these people not put up the Tiranga in their display pics of social media or outside their houses between 13th to 15th August merely because they hate one party or one person? That should not be the way politics is done in a democracy. We may have matbhed, but it can never be manbhed against the institutions of our democracy, against the institutions of our nation, and against the symbols of our nation that are sacred to us. Perhaps their attendance at such a program would have given a good message to the entire country, and perhaps them flying the Tiranga outside their house between 13th to 15th August, or even changing their social.
देखिए, आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव सरकारी कार्यक्रम नहीं है, ये देश का कार्यक्रम। देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल पूरे हो रहे हैं 15 अगस्त को। इस सिलसिले में हर भारतीय अपने घर पे झंडा फहराए 13 से 15 अगस्त के बच्चे, इसके लिए प्रचार प्रसार, वातावरण निर्माण, उसके लिए आज कार्यक्रम था तिरंगा यात्रा का।
So as you just heard, Adhiranjan Chaudhary there politicizing the event and the centre there, the government, the BJP there also appealing to the opposition to take part in the Tiranga Yatra, whereas the opposition continues to oppose it. And moving on to more news then, a cabinet reshuffle of the West Bengal government announced earlier by the Chief Minister of the state is expected to take place today. We are told several ministers, new and old, are expected to be included in the ministerial berths that have been emptied as a result of several factors, including some ministers passing away, whereas Partha Chatterjee, who's also been sacked as a minister as well as from the party.
As she addressed the SSC scam in West Bengal,
হ্যাঁ আমাদের একটা রিসাফল করতে হবে। তখন সুব্রতদা মারা গেছে সিনিয়র লিডার, সাধন পান্ডে মারা গেছে সিনিয়র লিডার, পার্থ চ্যাটার্জি জেলে আছেন। এদের কাজগুলো কে করবে? কাউকে না কাউকে তো কাজগুলো করতে হবে। অনেকগুলো মিনিস্ট্রি ফাঁকা পড়ে আছে।
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee spoke of a need for a cabinet reshuffle. The cabinet shuffle she spoke about is scheduled to take place today and is expected to be the biggest since the state came to power in 2011. With the state's leader of opposition calling the teacher recruitment scam the biggest in the country's history since independence.
After independence is 1000-2000 का हरियाणा में भी हुआ, 3000 टीचर का स्कैम। ओ उसकी एक्स चीफ मिनिस्टर अभी भी तिहाड़ में है। आपका त्रिपुरा में लेफ्ट रिजिम में 11000 प्राइमरी टीचर रिक्रूटमेंट सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने खारिज किया है, वो पार्टी का कैडर का रिक्रूटमेंट था। लेकिन बंगाल में जो हुआ है इट्स ए बिग स्कैम। इसमें करीब 80-90 लाख अनएम्प्लॉयड एजुकेटेड यूथ का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, ये छोड़ना नहीं।
The reshuffle could be seen as an overhaul for the cabinet as it faces major criticism over the large amounts of funds uncovered by the Enforcement Directorate. The minister stated that 4 or 5 new faces would be inducted into the new cabinet, while a similar number of members of the present cabinet would be utilized for party work. Further adding that some portfolios may also be reshuffled among existing cabinet ministers. Sources believe Babul Supriyo, Tapas Roy, Partha Bhomik, Snehasis Chakraborty and Udayon Guha are some of the names that are doing the rounds for induction into the cabinet. Partha Chatterjee, who has been relieved of ministerial duties, was in charge of 5 key departments including industry, commerce and enterprises and parliamentary affairs when in office. The TMC underwent a major organizational overhaul as the leadership of 16 out of the 35 organizational districts were changed. Even as the party faces backlash as a result of the scams, the government looks to reorganize itself in order to maintain a sense of stability in the state. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And more breaking updates coming in, this one with regard to the face-off that has erupted over the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign of the centre. After the Congress, it's a Samajwadi party that has made a shocking remark saying that the tricolour does not signify your patriotism. That's the remark coming in from Shafiqur Rahman Bark of the Samajwadi party. Let's listen into that remark that's been made by Shafiqur Rahman of this SP.
कंपल्सरी नहीं होना चाहिए आपको लग रहा है?
अपनी मर्जी से आदमी लगाना चाहता है लगाए, तो उसको मना कर रहा है।
जो सरकार सत्ता पक्ष है बीजेपी कह रही है कि जो नहीं आ रहे हैं वो उनकी देशभक्ति पर सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं, जो तिरंगा के साथ नहीं जुड़ रहे हैं। अरे क्या कर रहे हैं, किसी बोले जा रहे हैं, रुको यार, तुम अब बोले इतना तुम कैसे तो माइक भी नीचे कर लो, सबका मोबाइल में आ जाएगा।
भाई जो आदमी अपने देश में रहता है उसका देशभक्त है, उसमें क्या परेशानी। अगर वो झंडा अपने घर पर नहीं लगाएगा देशभक्त नहीं होगा क्या वो?
बीजेपी अब कह रही है कि उन्होंने
भाई जो आदमी अपने देश में रहता है उसका देशभक्त है, उसमें क्या परेशानी। अगर वो झंडा अपने घर पर नहीं लगाएगा देशभक्त नहीं होगा क्या वो?
बीजेपी अब कह रही है कि उन्होंने सारे नेता बोल रहे हैं कि क्या विपक्ष सांसद अपने घर पे तिरंगा तो लगाएंगे ना, ये सवाल अब पूछ रहे हो कि देशभक्ति पे सवाल है।
तो देशभक्ति झंडे पर ही थोड़ी डिपेंड करती है, आदमी के काम पर कारनामों पर करती है।
बीजेपी के लोग अब ये कह रहे हैं कि आज तिरंगा यात्रा है, विपक्ष के लोग नहीं आए हैं। आज तिरंगा यात्रा थी, सभी को न्योता दिया गया था, आपको भी भेजा गया था, बहुत सारे लोग नहीं आए हैं, उनकी देशभक्ति पे अब सवाल उठ रहा है।
हमें तो मिला नहीं।
आपको नहीं मिला था कोई सरकार की ओर से
चिट्ठी? नहीं मिली आपको बक्सा?
सर आपके हिसाब से जाना चाहिए था विपक्ष को जाना चाहिए था।
तिरंगा
तो विपक्ष की राय है।
देखिए देश आज़ादी का 75वां साल मना रहा है, तिरंगा की बात हो रही है, तो तिरंगा हाथ में थामने, तिरंगा घर पे लगाने में आपत्ति क्यों किसी को हो रही है?
तो किसी ने कोई सवाल नहीं किया ना भाई, वो अपनी मर्जी है, अगर लगाता है तो उसे कौन मना कर रहा।
आपके हिसाब से लगाना चाहिए था सबको पूरे देश में, जो प्रधानमंत्री ने आह्वान किया है।
ये कंपलसरी देशभक्ति कोई सिर्फ झंडे पर ही थोड़ी है, आदमी के अमाल पर है, आदमी की एक्टिविटीज का है, आदमी देशभक्त है नहीं है,
कंपलसरी नहीं करना चाहिए।
झंडा लगा ले वो देशभक्त हो नहीं तो क्या झंडे से देशभक्त
भक्त साहब, मतलब झंडा लगाना कंपलसरी नहीं करना चाहिए, कंपलसरी नहीं होना चाहिए आपको लग रहा है? झंडे को लगाना नहीं लगाना ये कंपलसरी नहीं होना चाहिए आपको लग रहा है?
ये तो ठीक है, बहरहाल ठीक है, अपनी मर्जी से आदमी लगाना चाहता है लगाए, तो उसको कौन मना कर रहा है।
So that was Samajwadi Party MP Shafiqur Barq. I have Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP and Anurag Badoria of the Samajwadi Party. Anurag Badoria ji, ये जो बोल रहे Shafiqur Barq ji, the parliamentarian, he seems to be suggesting that hoisting a tricolor at home is not the real indicator of being a patriot or deshbhakt. Isn't that a controversial comment?
पहले आप सोच लीजिए उन्होंने क्या बोला। मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना आपसे, ये तिरंगा तो देश की शान है, सभी को लगाना है, सभी लगाते हैं, कोई आज नई बात नहीं है। समाजवादी ने तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी से पहले बोला था कि हम 9 तारीख से 15 तारीख के बीच में तिरंगा यात्रा निकालेंगे। हमारी तो तिरंगा यात्रा निकल भी रही है 9 तारीख से। आपने तो अभी अनाउंस किया है ना, 15-16 दिन पहले। समाजवादी ने 1.5 महीने पहले अनाउंस किया था, देख लीजिए आप, कि हम 9 तारीख से लेके 15 तारीख तक गाजीपुर से लेके तिरंगा यात्रा निकलेगी। कोई आज का प्रोग्राम नहीं है ये। इसलिए कहते हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जब लगा कि समाजवादी पार्टी तिरंगा यात्रा निकालने जा रही है तो उन्होंने भी निकालने की बात कर दी। अब उसमें जब उनको लग रहा है कि कहीं से कोई बाइट मिल जाए, किसी के कुछ शब्दों को तोड़ लें, मरोड़ लें, कुछ कर लें, कुछ माहौल बना लें, कि कैसे माहौल बना लें कि तिरंगा यात्रा पे अपनी क्रेडिट ले लें। अरे तिरंगा पे क्रेडिट क्या लेना, तिरंगा तो हमारे देश की शान है, इस पे क्रेडिट लेने की क्या होड़, मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऐसा क्यों लिए अपने लोगों को कैमरा घुमा रही है इधर उधर कि कहीं कुछ मिल जाए, कुछ कोई थोड़ा बहुत कुछ इधर उधर जीभ लड़खड़ा जाए किसी की तो मैं उसी को पकड़ लूं। इसलिए मैं कहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इनसिक्योर रहती है हमेशा, उसको देश से कम प्यार है। ये वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने 52 साल तक अपना तिरंगा नहीं लहराया था अपनी RSS के हेडक्वार्टर पे। ये वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने जब तिरंगा का अपमान किया था, जब 1948 में जब तिरंगा बना था तब इन्होंने तिरंगा का विरोध किया था। ये तिरंगा की बात क्या करेंगे, तिरंगा की बात करेंगे समाजवादी लोग जिन्होंने तिरंगा पे हमेशा फख्र किया है।
एक मिनट मेरे साथ, ओके, हाँ जी we'll come back to the story। नहीं ये कुछ और ब्रेकिंग न्यूज आ रही है। अनुराग बडोरिया जी, थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग टू रिपब्लिक टीवी। शहजाद विल कम बैक, वी हैव सम मोर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज नाउ कमिंग इन।
moving on to more breaking news coming in. This one with respect to Shinde versus Uddhav hearing, which is taking place in the top court. So SC hearing the Shinde versus Uddhav plea. We'll go across to our reporters to get us the latest court updates. But what we understand is that the crucial hearing is underway. This is with regard to the Eknath Shinde camp of the Shinde Shiv Sena, which is challenging the disqualification notices issued against 16 rebel lawmakers who switched sides, and hearing is currently underway as we speak. Niranjan continues to be with us. Niranjan, if you could take us through the latest court updates as the hearing is underway.
Updates right now, in fact, from the court. As we speak, going through the full details, telling you what has happened in the court so far. There is an argument ongoing to take control of the party, and in court right now, the arguments so far were around the Eknath Shinde camp, challenging the disqualification notices issued against the 16 rebel MLAs who switched sides, and Sibal arguing for the Uddhav faction has said if you are 2/3 of the original political party, then either you can merge or you can form a new political party. Kapil Sibal is representing the Uddhav faction. The Chief Justice of India has said out of 100 MLAs, if 75 say that we are the main party and not from the 25, does this new group have to register afresh? And according to you, they have to merge with the BJP or they have to form a new party and register with the election commission. Sibal says they will have to register as a new party. Sibal also read the sections of the anti-defection law, arguing that after a meeting was held on the 21st of June, these members were called and they had gone to Guwahati and then to Surat. Sibal also arguing that, these MLAs sat in Guwahati and said that they were the party and they had nothing to do with the original ones, saying that they were using the 10th schedule to encourage defection and governments are being toppled using this strategy. And right now, I mean, as we speak, the Chief Justice of India has just said we will hear this matter first thing tomorrow morning, that's Thursday morning. Harish Salve will argue on behalf of the Shinde faction. So that's the big breaking news update. Harish Salve will argue on behalf of the Shinde faction tomorrow. That's a big breaking news update that's coming in. Harish Salve, legal, very senior advocate, will be arguing for Eknath Shinde faction tomorrow, and that development is expected tomorrow. Not just that, in fact, this is going to be, even the Supreme Court is keen on hearing this case tomorrow. And the CJI said there are a lot of issues like calling of the governor by a group of people and that cannot be ignored. And the CJI had also observed that if tomorrow a disqualification application is filed with the speaker and someone files the application saying they lost confidence in speaker, and then what? He's of course asking that counter argument as well on what the Shinde faction had claimed while saying they didn't have any confidence in the Deputy Speaker. The Chief Justice of India has just said that Harish Salve will argue on behalf of the Shinde faction and they will hear the matter first thing tomorrow. So that's a very, very big development coming in as the arguments continue. Let's tell you, Harish Salve, senior advocate, will be appearing for the Shinde camp tomorrow in the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is keen on hearing this case first thing on Thursday morning, so we'll keep a close track on the developments. Back to you for now. And just also telling you that some of the arguments also made in the court were SG Tushar Mehta also intervened, saying that the questions have a wide-ranging impact on politics, talking about the significance on what the court eventually decides. We'll take a short break here on Republic TV, and when we come back, we'll get you the latest on the Shinde and Uddhav faction in the Supreme Court. That hearing expected to continue on Thursday. So it's going to be a political Thursday coverage on Republic.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The protesters are trying to
exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to expose
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Rao sitting outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out. Following the poisonous gas leak incident in a company in the Brandix area of Andhra Pradesh's Achatapuram, a total of 53 people have been admitted to hospitals so far. Hemant, the district medical and health officer, has added that most of the patients have complained about difficulty in breathing, nausea and vomiting that has been caused due to the gas leak. Amidst infighting over the Chief Minister's face, the former Congress Chief Rahul Gandhi has urged the party's Karnataka unit leaders to work unitedly for the upcoming assembly elections in the state in 2023, while also suggesting that they not speak publicly on the issue.
Look at the mountain of cash. राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
Now, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense has highlighted that the PLA's move to conduct live-fire exercises in the sea and airspace around Taiwan from the 4th of August to the 7th highlights China's mentality to use force to resolve differences. The ministry further assured that the National Army will definitely stick to its posts and protect national security. Aam Aadmi Party
कम टेम्परेचर कितना था? सबसे कम -70।
हर सैनिक को ये मौका नहीं मिलता सीएचएन काटने का। मेरा का 22 साल के अंदर ये मौका मिला सीएचएन काटने का।
अच्छा,
इसलिए बहुत गर्व है मेरा को।
छोटी बात नहीं है साहब, बहुत बड़ा कलेजा चाहिए, है ना?
Top headlines at 1:30. Mega show of patriotism on display in the national capital, but face-off erupts as opposition boycotts rally. It's a Republic super exclusive as Shravan Sen uncovers joint Partha Arpita link. The undeniable proof of the link is now out. Opulence, pomp and show, and it's all for a birthday. 5 lakh descent for Siddaramaya's birthday as chaos ensues over CM face.
In friendship, we thank you for your leadership. We want the world to recognize that.
Pelosi meets Taiwanese president, says want world to recognize Taiwan's leadership. China on war footing escalates mega military drills near Taiwan. As world watches the unfolding of mega face-off with bated breath, Russia backs China, calls Pelosi's visit a clear provocation. Viewers, thanks for tuning in. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in. And more breaking updates coming in. This one on the Amravati hate killing probe. We are told the NIA has detained 2 persons in Amravati Umesh Kole's murder case. That is the latest coming in. Amravati-based pharmacist Umesh Kole, 54, remember, was hacked to death on 21st of June night after he wrote a post in support of the former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma on social media. So the NIA there detaining 2 people in connection with the Amravati hate killing case. We'll go across to our reporters to get us more information, but what we understand is that 2 arrests, in fact 2, accused have been detained by the NIA in connection with the Amravati hate killing probe. In fact, the visuals on your screens are of the accused who've been detained by the NIA in connection with the Amravati hate killing. We have Sandeep also joining us to get more details. Sandeep, if you could give us details of these 2 accused who've been detained by the NIA.
So yes, remember on 21st of June, Umesh Kole was stabbed by a few people, and in this case NIA had registered an FIR and 7 people have been arrested so far. And in the same sequence, now 2 people have been detained by the central agency investigating this cases. Those 2 people who have been detained out here, their names are Murshid Abdul Rashid, he's 41 years old, and Abdul Salim, that is 23 years old people. So 2 have been detained. Possibly NIA could arrest them by today evening and possibly could produce them in the courthouse tomorrow. Remember, the brutal killing of Umesh Kole took place after he made a social media post. He posted a social media post in support of Nupur Sharma, post which the chemist, 51-year chemist, was killed and in fact stabbed to death. So in the same sequence now, the agency have earlier also made arrest. Now 2 detention is being done. Possibly arrest could be made by today evening. Samiksha.
Yes. Sandeep, just a follow-up question. If you could, for our viewers, take us through the various angles that are being looked into when we talk about this case, since the NIA has also taken over it, the Pakistan link as well for that matter. Take us through the angles that are being probed, looked into by the NIA.
See, when we talk about the Nupur Sharma case and the several killings that took place across the country, so NIA is constitutively, investigating all these matters. And in fact, remember the Udaipur killing that took place and Umesh Kole's death also. So a constitutive, investigation is underway. The NIA is suspecting international links, or whether these people were funded from Pakistan or not, or who are the, gurus, in fact, the people who were guiding them to do that, to do such kind of, killing in country, India. So definitely these are the possible angles that NIA is investigating. So far, 7 arrests has been made in Umesh Kole case and 2 detention has been done. So we'll have to see what more actions or what more things that comes up into the light in upcoming days. Samiksha.
All right, Sandeep, thanks for the moment. So Sandeep getting us crucial details with regard to the Amravati hate killing case, where we are told that the NIA has detained 2 accused. Sandeep, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So that is the latest, in fact, coming in, tracking all the latest on that. Remember, Umesh Kole was hacked to death, and this was with after he had posted a social media post, put out a social media post in support of Nupur Sharma. And tracking all the latest on that as well, but more news coming in. This one from Kerala's Kollam, where we are told a shocking video has emerged. From Kollam, we are told a 19-year-old man was brutally assaulted in public by bikers who were in an inebriated state, in an intoxicated state in Kollam district. Now, as per police, the boy refused to lend a packet in fact, it was a packet of chips that the boy refused to lend to the bikers. He was initially pushed to the ground and was then kicked by the 2, even as onlookers were trying to stop them. The group is now absconding following this incident. The victim is identified as Neela Kanthan. In fact, the visuals on your screens as well, in which you can see how this particular person who's been identified as Neela Kanthan was assaulted by a group who seemed to be in an intoxicated state. And this just because Neela Kanthan refused to lend a packet of chips to them, is what we are getting to know.
മതിന്ന് പറയടാ മതിന്ന് പറയടാ അടിച്ചു
And Ashwin is tracking all the details on this case. Ashwin, if you could give us more details, we can see the man, how the people are in fact pounding onto this person. What is the reason behind such an assault, and what even justifies an assault like this?
Something which is unbelievable, what the police reports are saying is that the people who attacked him actually forced him to share a packet of Lays which he was eating, and that he denied, and because of which this attack followed. This is something completely unheard of. But what we also get to understand is that the people who asked for this packet of Lays were also in an inebriated condition. There were about 8 people as per the local reports, and only 2 people who went into attacking this 19-year-old boy named Neelakandan. He was attacked so badly that he was also rushed to the Kollam Medical College Hospital. Now we also get to understand that one person has been taken into custody and the other person is absconding, is what the latest police reports are. And the cases have been charged for under section 308 as well. But the police is still not caught hold of one of the main accused who was seen in this audio tape. But what we also understand, there were a group of 8 people who were traveling together, and then they went into bullying and then led to the attack of this 19-year-old boy called as Neelakandan.
Yes, also just briefly, if you could tell us when did this incident happen? And we were also given to understand that there were people who were standing by. They did not, they tried to stop, still the accused failed to retreat.
Absolutely. This incident happened at Irivipuram in Kollam district in Kerala on Tuesday. And there were a lot of onlookers who tried to tell these men to stop attacking this boy. Meanwhile, the complaint has also been registered saying that this boy is also accused of stealing a chicken as well. But police has not confirmed these allegations which has been come against the boy as well. However, the boy suffered heavy blows. You can clearly see in those videos which we have access, in which the boy is seen being thrashed left and right, black and blue, by 2 men. But what we also get to understand, along with these 2 men, there were other 6 friends also along with them, and they were all mute spectators, and one even went ahead to record the same and share it in social media as well.
Yes, all right, Ashwin, thank you for the moment. So Ashwin getting us those details of this case. Coming to light from Kerala, where a man was assaulted for only refusing to lend a packet of chips.
മതിന്ന് പറയടാ അടിച്ചു മതിന്ന് പറയടാ മതിന്ന് പറയടാ അടിച്ചു
A quick roundup of all that's making news. China has begun military drills off Taiwan coast in support. In fact, in response to US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to island, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and her delegation arrived in Taiwan amid fierce protests and promises of countermeasures from Beijing. Meanwhile, Chinese Foreign Ministry summoned US envoy after Pelosi landed in Taiwan as an official protest. Slamming the opposition for not participating in the Tiranga rally in the national capital, BJP leaders slammed the opposition's move and said that the flag does not belong to any specific party, and even asserted that the opposition should have attended the Tiranga Yatra. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee said that there is going to be a cabinet reshuffle today. Mamata Banerjee said that 5 to 6 new faces will be inducted in the cabinet, while some ministers will be moved out and given responsibility in the party. The income tax, in more news coming in, the ED attached builder Sanjay Chabaria's assets amounting to over 250 crore rupees and assets worth 160 crore rupees of Avinash Bhosle in Yes Bank DHFL fraud case. The attached assets of Sanjay Chabaria are in form of a land parcel located in Mumbai's Santa Cruz amounting to over 116 crore rupees. Meanwhile, the Income Tax Department raided the house of real estate businessman Rakesh Yadav's house in connection with talks on Ghana Ram infrastructure. The raids took place in residence of Rakesh Yadav at the Kalyanpur area of Kanpur. And more setback coming in for the Congress from Telangana to Haryana. It seems the Congress has been completely deserted, is what we are given to understand. This as former Congress leader and former MLA Komarati Reddy, Rajagopal Reddy, has announced his resignation from the Congress party. He spoke exclusively to Republic. Reddy said that Congress has become weak in the centre and state. So Reddy making a big statement there that the Congress has become weak, not just in the centre but in states as well. Listen into that exclusive conversation we had with the former Congress leader Komarati Reddy Rajagopal. So it's a double setback for the Congress from Telangana to Haryana. What it appears is that Congress seems to be getting completely deserted. Vadra Congress dropped like a hot potato in just 2 states is what can be seen from the developments we are seeing over the past few days. This after former Congress leader and former MLA Komarati Reddy Rajagopal, who announced his resignation from the Congress party yesterday, said that the Congress has become weak not just in the centre but in the states as well. So that's a big remark coming in by Komarati Reddy Rajagopal. In fact, Kuldeep Bishnoi as well, speaking to Republic on his resignation, said that there are many reasons for leaving the Congress party. Going on to add that he is impressed with Prime Minister's work and that's the reason he's joined the BJP. That's the remark coming in from Kuldeep Bishnoi on his resignation. Speaking to Republic, he said that my workers said that since I have a good vote bank in Haryana, why shouldn't he join the BJP? So also going on to add that the Haryana Congress fate seems to be hanging in balance. Let's also play out that reaction as well of Kuldeep Bishnoi.
There are many reasons to leave Congress party. There are many reasons to leave Congress party, but to join, I will not go on that. But I want to join BJP because our great Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, I am extremely impressed with his working, the way his thought process is for development of the nation. So I am completely, all my workers, all my well-wishers, they have been telling me, why don't you strengthen his hands? Since you have a good vote bank in Haryana and Rajasthan, why don't you join the party and strengthen his hands? So because I spoke to my workers, my leaders, then I joined the party.
And do you think that this would be the biggest jolt to the Congress party in Haryana heading to 2024 polls?
Haryana Congress is finished. There is no Congress in Haryana, and I can say this with full challenge, and I challenge Bhupinder Singh Hooda also, that if he feels that he did development when he was Chief Minister for 10 years in Adampur, so he should contest himself against my son. If my son loses, I will quit politics. If he loses, then he should give up politics.
So my last question is, tomorrow you are going to join BJP in the presence of JP Nadda?
Yeah, of course I am joining BJP tomorrow, and Mr. Manohar Khattarji will come to bless me. Who are the other leaders? That I am not know.
A 19-year-old boy has been attacked at Iripuram in Kollam district on Tuesday by 2 men who wanted him to share a packet of foodie. Now stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you the latest updates on the story after the break.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
Now, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense has highlighted that the PLA's move to conduct live-fire exercises in the sea and airspace around Taiwan from the 4th of August to the 7th highlights China's mentality to use force to resolve differences. The ministry further assured that the National Army will definitely stick to its posts and protect national security. Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha has given a suspension of business notice in the Rajya Sabha to discuss the imposition of 12% goods and services tax on sarais around Sri Harmandir Sahib, Amritsar, and has demanded a discussion on it. The opposition has appealed to the government to acknowledge the problem of rising inflation affecting the poor in India and to fix it.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. The US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi addressed the Taiwanese parliament, stressing on 3 agendas of the meet.
A Tiranga bike rally, which is now kick-started from Red Fort of Delhi towards the Vijay Chowk. A clear message being sent out by the people from Delhi to hoist the tricolor from 13th of August till 15th of August. Remember that the people across the country are also celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 15 years of independence. Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Vande Mataram. These are the chants with which these people are taking part in this huge Tiranga rally.
And a quick roundup of all the action in Taiwan. Talking about the Russian invasion on Ukraine, Taiwan's president spoke about the situation at the Taiwan Strait in wake of the invasion and the rising threats if faced as a result of the same.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine earlier this year has made security over the Taiwan Strait another focus of worldwide attention. Aggressions against democratic Taiwan would have a tremendous impact on the security of the entire Indo-Pacific.
Taiwan's president, speaking at the conference, stated that the country is committed to pursuing its defensive interests and that to work towards a stable Indo-Pacific region.
We will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chain.
Speaking at a joint press conference, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke about how she viewed the relationship between the US and Taiwan as important one and how the solidarity of the people of the United States is with Taiwan at this point.
Put it in perspective, over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom.
The speaker went on to mention how China stood against Taiwan's participation in certain meetings and was harming relations of the country with the US.
Important to note that members of Congress, several of them had made trips just earlier this year. 5 senators, bipartisan, came, again including the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, Mr. Menendez, came. Not too much of a fuss was made. Individual senators have made trips or plan to make trips. And I just hope that it's really clear that while China has stood in the way of Taiwan participating and going to certain meetings, that they understand that they will not stand in the way of people coming to Taiwan.
Speaking about the manner in which China influenced Taiwan, Nancy Pelosi spoke about how the country used money to influence the workings of the state, saying that China uses soft power.
Your question comes in the context of right now a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize if that has effectiveness, because it's a lot of money and it's promises that may or may not ever be kept.
Nancy Pelosi also reiterated how what mattered more was the success of Taiwan and that the US wished to have a good economic exchange between the two countries.
Mainland China. We're here to talk about Taiwan. We have our our Taiwan Relations Act. We support the communiques of this, that, and the other thing that had gone before. So we're supporters of the status quo and the rest. We don't want anything to happen to Taiwan by force. So strength, and one of the biggest sources of strength is democracy.
स्थापित करने की दिशा में कार्य कर रहा है। हो सकता है कुछ लोगों के लिए लगता हो कि ये नौजवान क्या कर सकते हैं, लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि हमारा ये नौजवान ऊर्जा से और प्रतिभा से भरपूर है। जब भी इसको अवसर मिलेगा तो ये अपनी प्रतिभा के माध्यम से, अपनी ऊर्जा के माध्यम से उत्तर प्रदेश को एक नई अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में स्थापित करके देश की सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में स्थापित करने में अपना योगदान देगा।
After the Indian badminton mixed team suffered a defeat against Malaysia in the finals and had to settle for the silver medal, the double Olympics medalist PV Sindhu said that she's very important to come back stronger in the game. Indian badminton team claimed the silver medal in the mixed group match of the Commonwealth Games 2022. Suryakumar Yadav's blistering half-century and final cameo of unbeaten 33 by Rishabh Pant guided India to a 7-wicket win over West Indies in the third T20I of the 5-match series of Warner Park, St. Kitts. Chasing a target of 165, men in blue got off to a great start as their openers Rohit Sharma and Suryakumar Yadav started the game by playing aggressively.
As a monkeypox cases tally rises to 8, Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviya addressed the Parliament over the disease, claiming that monkeypox is not a new disease and that it is being witnessed by the world, and also assured that a detailed probe is, in fact, research is also being conducted on monkeypox.
8 केस और ये डिसीज़ डीप कॉन्टैक्ट से स्प्रेड होता है। माँ को होता है तो बच्चे को होने की संभावना होती है, हस्बैंड को होता है तो वाइफ को होने की संभावना होती है। कोई पैसिफिक समुदाय या तो पैसिफिक को ही हो ऐसा नहीं है, डीप कॉन्टैक्ट जिसको हो उसको हो।
These protesters have blocked the main ITO road.
Nancy Pelosi lands and she's coming down now. Nancy Pelosi.
الأولي والقفز النهاري الذي جرى مؤخراً. الأولي والقفز النهاري الذي جرى مؤخراً. الأولي والقفز النهاري الذي جرى مؤخراً.
Protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here, along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Following the poisonous gas leak incident in a company in the Brandix area of Andhra Pradesh's Achatapuram, a total of 53 people have been admitted to hospitals so far. Hemant, the district medical and health officer, has added that most of the patients have complained about difficulty in breathing, nausea and vomiting that has been caused due to the gas leak. Amidst infighting over the Chief Minister's face, the former Congress Chief Rahul Gandhi has urged the party's Karnataka unit leaders to work unitedly for the upcoming assembly elections in the state in 2023, while also suggesting that they not speak publicly on the issue.
Look at the mountain of cash. राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
Now, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense has highlighted that the PLA's move to conduct live-fire exercises in the sea and airspace around Taiwan from the 4th of August to the 7th highlights China's mentality to use force to resolve differences. The ministry further assured that the National Army will definitely stick to its posts and protect national security. Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha has given a suspension of business notice in the Rajya Sabha to discuss the imposition of 12% goods and services tax on sarais around Sri Harmandir Sahib, Amritsar, and has demanded a discussion on it. The opposition has appealed to the government to acknowledge the problem of rising inflation affecting the poor in India and to fix it.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. The US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi addressed the Taiwanese parliament, stressing on 3 agendas of the meet. Pelosi said that US delegation was looking forward to working together with Taiwan.
Tiranga bike rally, which is now kick-started from Red Fort of Delhi towards the Vijay Chowk. A clear message being sent out by the people from Delhi to hoist the tricolor from 13th of August till 15th of August. Remember that the people across the country are also celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 15 years of independence. Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Vande Mataram. These are the chants with which these people are taking part in this huge Tiranga rally.
Headlines at 2 p.m. Viewers, Pelosi meets Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen, says want world to recognize Taiwan's leadership.
Common friendship. We thank you for your leadership. We want the world to recognize that.
China on war footing escalates mega military drills near Taiwan.
Military exercises are unnecessary responses. Taiwan has always been open to constructive dialogue, and we will work with stakeholders to bring about stability and peace in the region.
Taiwan fires big charge, accuses China of breaching the territory as Pelosi visits Taiwan. As world watches the unfolding of mega face-off with bated breath, Russia backs China, calls Pelosi's visit a clear provocation. Mega show of patriotism on display in national capital, but face-off erupts as opposition boycotts rally. It's a Republic super exclusive as Shavan Sen uncovers the joint Partho Arpita link, the undeniable proof of the link is now out. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's go to the big global story that's making headlines all over the world. Nancy Pelosi has met President Tsai of Taiwan, and many important statements had come out where she praised Taiwan as an island of resilience and said the U.S. commitment to democracy there was ironclad, basically saying that America stands behind Taiwan despite sharp warnings coming in from China. That's the top story that we've been tracking here. And China said that it would hold a series of live fire military drills in the air and sea around the island. And just a short while ago, Chinese Foreign Ministry also said that the US is playing with fire. So China continues to saber rattle at this point of time. At the same time, they are warning US and Taiwan of action, saying that the US is playing with fire with the statements that have been made and Nancy Pelosi's visit there. Let's have a look at all the reactions coming in and what Nancy Pelosi said and what did the President Tsai of Taiwan say just a short while back.
I just hope that it's really clear that while China has stood in the way of Taiwan participating and going to certain meetings, that they understand that they will not stand in the way of people coming to Taiwan. It's a show of friendship, of support, but also a source of learning about how we can work together better in collaboration. So, I think that they made a big fuss because I'm speaker, I guess. I don't know if that was a reason or an excuse, because they didn't say anything when the men came.
First, facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. At the same time, we wish to cooperate and work in unity with all democracies around the world to jointly safeguard democratic values.
I don't know. I'm not really in a position to talk about what their motivation was, but it does reflect the line that I've mentioned regarding Ukraine, and I have no doubt about it. This is, yet again, their desire to prove that they are immune and that they have free reign. They can do whatever they want. I don't see any other reason behind this, behind creating this flashpoint out of nowhere, while we're very well understanding what this means to China.
I'm being joined by Jason Lee from Taipei. Jason has been getting us all the updates. Jason, we just saw that press conference by Chinese Foreign Ministry, where they said very, very categorically and very clearly that US is playing with fire. So one more strong statement there coming in from China, Jason.
It's nothing new. So, I mean, they have to make that statement right afterwards. It's just obligatory. Yeah.
Right. Also, Jason, you have been tracking all the developments in Taipei there. Just tell us a little bit more about how are the people in Taiwan really reacting to the visit. Nancy Pelosi already made the statement. She's there. Are they happy, or do they see her as somebody who's standing up to quote-unquote bully China?
I think that people are not happy or unhappy. They're just going about their day. You know, it's not a really big deal.
All right. Also, Jason, we saw a lot of reactions come in from Russia as well. Russia is supporting China. That's something which was expected. In fact, many more reactions coming in as well from Hong Kong. Like we had told our viewers earlier, Hong Kong is saying that Nancy Pelosi's act is selfish because it's putting people there in danger. Is that what the Taiwanese government really feels? And what is the stance of the opposition parties there in Taiwan?
The opposition KMT party has not condemned this visit. They're being very safe with their comments, I feel. They have not condemned the visit in any way, from what I've seen.
All right. Thank you, Jason Lee. Jason is getting us all the updates on Taipei. We are watching that visit of Nancy Pelosi very, very closely here. Let's have a look at all the reactions coming in and all the important statements which were made on the trip of Nancy Pelosi there in Taiwan.
I told Speaker Pelosi that we are committed to maintaining the status quo across the strait. Taiwanese people are pragmatic. We have welcomed many congressional delegations to Taiwan over the years, and the normal practice of friends visiting each other is inherent in our culture of hospitality. Military exercises are unnecessary responses. Taiwan has always been open to constructive dialogue, and we will work with stakeholders to bring about stability and peace in the region. Thank you.
Viewers, let's take you through the other big story we have been tracking. That is the Tiranga rally, which has happened in New Delhi, where we saw many parliamentarians on a bike and they were waving the flag of India. But a massive political face-off also has erupted. Opposition has chosen to boycott the Tiranga Yatra. That's also one of the developments which has come in. And this was, in fact, organized by the Culture Ministry. It organized a Tiranga bike rally where several MPs, including senior ministers and other parliamentarians, participated in the rally that had originated from the Red Fort. However, a massive face-off has spewed over Tiranga Yatra. The opposition has chosen to boycott the Yatra that was held from Red Fort to Vijay Chowk on Parliament Road earlier this morning. And the BJP has lambasted the opposition for prioritizing Rajniti over Rashtra Niti. So that is the big story right now coming in. Now, the Tiranga bike rally, the visuals of which you are seeing on your screen, was flagged off by the Vice President and Rajya Sabha Chairman Venkaiah Naidu at the Red Fort. And Anurag Thakur, who is the Information and Broadcasting Minister, also rode a bike from Red Fort with BJP leader Meenakshi Lekhi and Smriti Irani. So those are the visuals there on your screen of the Tiranga rally. Also, we got a lot of reactions coming in from the BJP and across party lines. Let's have a look at what those reactions and what the political leaders are saying about this big story we are tracking here.
Right behind me, you can see sea of tricolors, people taking part in this Tiranga Yatra with chants of Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. You can see Venkaiah Naidu is the one who had basically flagged off this entire Tiranga rally, and this rally will go towards the Vijay Chowk in Delhi. We are in Parliament and the message is being sent out. Sir, क्या message देना चाहिए sir? Message क्या देना चाहेंगे आप?
भारत की शान बान आन की प्रतीक है तिरंगा। आज आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव के शुभ अवसर पर सभी सांसदों ने भारत माता के जयकारा लगाते हुए
All right, we're getting visuals there from Taiwan. Visuals coming in, viewers, on the top story. We are live as China holds war drills around Taiwan after Nancy Pelosi's visit. First on Republic of the visuals coming in. Remember that Taiwan has fired a big charge on China, saying that China is aggressively trying to take over the island nation. And these are the top updates we're getting right now. Just a short while back, viewers, we saw that Nancy Pelosi had met Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen in Taipei, despite sharp warnings from China. And we saw that China has said that they would hold a series of live fire military drills in the area, in the sea around the island. Now, Taiwan says a move violates the island's sovereignty and amounts to a blockade. And the speaker's trip, Nancy Pelosi's trip, is not backed by President Biden, but it's very significant, viewers, because it's the first by a senior US official in 25 years. So right now, Pelosi will be leaving from Taiwan. The visuals of that on your screen, that's the jet waiting for her to take her back. She had a very short visit, but a very significant visit, something that has grabbed the eyeballs from all over the world, from multiple nations, with China saber rattling once again, saying that they do not approve of the visit. They are very, very careful of foreign dignitaries coming to Taiwan because they believe in the one China policy. So Beijing has made it no secret of its fury at US Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor is joining me. Abhishek, it was a very short trip, but it was a very significant trip. Take us through the details of what do you think we can expect next?
Well, it will be interesting to see what happens next on across the Taiwan Strait. Shivangi, remember, we have had almost 24 hours, at least 18 hours of Nancy Pelosi visit in Taipei, Taiwan. And Chinese had made so many protestations and, twisting and turning and creating scenes and issuing demarches to Americans and American diplomats and breathing fire, carrying out those military drills, essentially made a mockery of their own power in many ways, if you look at it, on the visit of a U.S. speaker to Taiwan. Something which has been off and on, and though, of course, this was the first time in 25 years that a U.S. Congress speaker was visiting, but we have had other substantial visits between the two sides, exchanges between the two sides. So I think the Chinese perhaps misread, perhaps in the arrogance of their power, misunderstood how the world sees this development, and we have seen how the global opinion has been pro-Pelosi, in favor of Pelosi's visit, and China sort of stands isolated except for one sole support that came in from the Russians. So while Nancy Pelosi has spent about 18 hours in Taiwan making those important engagements, including most importantly a press conference where she stood her ground and said that the US-Taiwan relationship is guided by the Taiwan Relationships Act of 1979. And remember, that predates the understandings that were subsequently reached between US and China, as it is called the three communiques and the three understandings. And she also said that Taiwan and the United States stands with Taiwan on the issues of economic cooperation and security cooperation. So I think typical of American plain speaker coming in from Nancy Pelosi in that press conference, sending across a message to the world and, of course, to the Chinese that the U.S. is there and it's going to be standing by the Taiwanese. So, and she was also accorded, I believe, the highest civilian honor of Taiwan by the President Tsai Ing-wen, and now she's heading off to South Korea. So we have seen how despite all the threats of blockades, threats of missile fires, threats of fighter aircrafts, trying to encircle or corner the U.S. military aircraft that has carried the U.S. speaker to Taiwan, the trip has gone on effectively and in good measure successfully. And after completing the first half, which included Malaysia and Singapore, and the pit stop in Taiwan, Nancy Pelosi is now headed to South Korea and Japan, essentially underscoring U.S. alliances in Indo-Pacific and old friends. So I think America has made its point. There was a sudden wobbliness initially when we got reports that both the State Department and the Pentagon have raised some issues or warned against the visit. But subsequently, we have seen the American administration led by Joe Biden really rallying around Nancy Pelosi and a visit to Indo-Pacific with the spokesperson John Kirby, for example, or even National Security Advisor Jack Sullivan, commenting that since she's the U.S. Speaker and she's visiting the government of the United States, will take care of the visit. And we have seen how some military activity was seen off Okinawa with the American jets also flying out. There was an escort provided not just by the Taiwanese Air Force to Pelosi's military aircraft, a Boeing C-40C, but also by the U.S. Air Force as well. So I think Americans have, for the time being, made their point. The Chinese can bid their time. They have done that traditionally. It's ingrained in their DNA, in their strategic thinking. So it's not necessary that apart from the live fire exercises that we have seen or the military drills we have seen, or yesterday we saw the breach of air defense identification zone of Taiwan by the Chinese military aircraft, 21 of them, a statement of which came out of the Ministry of Defense of China. And this is the fourth time, in fact, they have done it in the last 6 or 8 months. Those things might continue. There might be increased military push aimed at intimidating Taiwan. We saw earlier the Taiwanese president saying that the Taiwanese won't be cowed down, and the kind of support that the United States has promised. Obviously, it emboldens and gives a moral boost to them. We saw how, for example, in the month of May, just ahead of the Quad Summit, President Joe Biden had said that if need be, America would intervene militarily also in Taiwan, though of course that was later clarified by Pentagon as saying that, or the State Department by saying that what President Biden meant was that United States will take care of all military supplies to Taiwan in case of a military conflict with China. So it's a very important geopolitical flashpoint that we are seeing in front of our eyes, and there are ideological moorings to this confrontation that has happened between the United States and China. So while for US, Taiwan is an oasis of democracy. When you look across the Taiwan Strait into the authoritarian China, China believes that Taiwan is integral to their territorial sovereignty and integrity, and that the formerly called Formosa, Taiwan essentially belongs to China, and the United States cannot breach the understanding on one nation and two systems and cannot treat Taiwan as independent and separate. In the pictures, of course, these are from earlier in the day in Taiwan, where Nancy Pelosi and President Taiwan were together, and that's the occasion where the two delegations engaged, conversations happened, and of course, as I said, a civilian honor also bestowed on the U.S. Speaker. There was a personal sense of gratitude among Taiwanese to Pelosi that saw many of them coming out onto the streets in welcoming the U.S. delegation when it landed yesterday, and from the airport to the hotel where all these citizens of Taiwan were lined up and welcoming the U.S. delegation, and subsequently we have seen this civilian honor being given. Remember, Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea effectively takes care of almost 1/3 of the global trade. Sea lanes pass through that, and it cannot be that there is one bully and China cannot be controlling access to this very important commerce sea lane that is there catering to supply lines globally. So I think in that sense, there is apart from the ideological dimension of democracy and the United States and the rest of the free world backing Taiwan, there is this aspect of global commerce and the security of commerce, and that's why it's important that the Indo-Pacific through these supply lanes remains free and open, and it is not controlled by one nation, and is determined the freeness or the navigation there determined by the whims and fancies of one particular nation. So I think in that sense, it's a very important visit. Now, of course, Pelosi finishing it and departing from Taiwan on to South Korea. It would be interesting, Shivangi, before I finish, to mention that China has put across a blockade across the Taiwanese, the Taiwan Strait airspace. So it would be interesting to see whether the U.S. military aircraft is allowed through the normal route up north to Korea, or it has to take a detour down south first and then, take a detour and then move towards South Korea. That would be interesting to watch out from here on.
Right. Just one more question, Abhishek. We are seeing our visuals on a screen where Pelosi will be departing from Taiwan very soon. Viewers, if you're watching Republic TV right on, this is the big story right now. Pelosi to depart from Taiwan. But, you had mentioned about the economic sanctions. Now, does that mean that Taiwan is on a back foot right now, Abhishek? Because after Pelosi's visit, we are seeing sanctions imposed on Taiwan, economic sanctions and military drills.
Well, sanctions have been imposed by Chinese, Shivangi, and Chinese, obviously, as I said, they will bid their time. They will not react immediately militarily, but these kind of sanctions will start, coming in. Of course, the rest of the world would, do an encore and take care of Taiwan in so far as those whatever loss that Taiwan suffered because of these sanctions is concerned. Essentially, what we are seeing is another division, a geopolitical division happening. We have seen it over the last 6 months happening in the case of Ukraine, and now in the case of Taiwan as well. Those cleavages getting sharpened. While in the case of Ukraine, it was West versus Russia, and now it is becoming West versus China. And the economic sanctions against Taiwan are only a small component of it. At some stage, I'm afraid I have to tell this, that China would intervene or act on Taiwan militarily as well, and that would be the actual test of all the camaraderie and the support that the world has promised to Taiwan. Like in the case of Ukraine, it was said that Americans would, or the West would fight till the last Ukrainian. It cannot be done about the Taiwanese, because a better example has to be set. So I think this is, for now, the Americans have made a point that nobody can stop a visit of a senior-most American official of the U.S. government to any territory where they have direct relationships and their direct stakes. But over the long term, obviously, we will have to wait and watch how the Chinese take it from here. As of now, of course, Xi Jinping looks a little poor because for an 82-year-old woman, a feisty one at that, for him to mobilize this kind of war machine, where we are seeing in the picture to the left, for example, the Dongfang missile, and we have seen their military aircraft in full mobilization. We have seen their tanks rolling and the military personnel vehicles rolling, the armored vehicles rolling, and then we have seen their aircraft carriers, both the aircraft carriers in the sea. So obviously, the Chinese have, perhaps overdone or overreacted for now, but you never know with the Chinese whether they want to use it as a stepping stone to really ultimately militarily take over Taiwan and merge it with the Chinese mainland. So having made that objective absolutely public and clear, it's only a matter of time. And as I said, they might use this Pelosi visit as a trigger to fast-track their mobilization in the direction of taking over Taiwan at some stage.
Also, Abhishek, there is, in fact, one more point I want to discuss with you so our viewers get a clear perspective. One part, and when I talk about one part, I mean China, I mean North Korea, I mean Russia. They are seeing it as a provocation. But on the other side, a bit of the what we call the Western nations, US and other allies, are seeing it as somebody, Nancy Pelosi, going there and standing up to quote-unquote bully China. Is that how this visit is being looked at globally?
See, China is not a Bakri standing in a corner that it can be bullied. In fact, it's China which bullies everyone. We have seen what China has done in Ladakh. We have seen what China has done in the South China Sea itself to other nations apart from Taiwan. We have seen what they have done with the Senkaku Islands with Japan, and the manner in which they have really indulged and supported North Korea. So it's for the Chinese to realize whether they are becoming the headache of the world, and the debt trap diplomacy that they have been practicing putting many poor African nations under huge mountains of debt and leading to crisis of the kind that we have seen in Sri Lanka panning out over the last couple of months, and then leveraging that debt to put in military installations, like we have seen in the case of Pakistan with the Gwadar port. So Chinese at some stage would have to realize that they are becoming the bad man of the Committee of Nations, and a stage might come where nobody might like them, and subsequent to which would be the real damage causing a stage, which would be that nobody would want to do business with them. There is already post-COVID this talk of China plus one, because China had effectively become the manufacturing floor of the world, shop floor of the world, and post-pandemic, people have realized that they need alternative sources. So, for example, Italy, which was the most vocal supporter of China in European Union, has now started having thoughts as to whether they should be diversifying their supply lines, in which case, the Chinese economy won't be cruising at the level that it has over the last 2 decades. So I think this crisis is an opportunity for the world also to really reset its equations with China. Remember the threats that China has been issuing to United States based on the understandings that were reached sometime in 1980s during the Nixon-Reagan era, are of a time when we had a very different world, and the USSR still existed, and the Americans were chiefly concerned about the communist ideology. They thought China is a lesser evil. They engaged, and they really did some hand-holding with China, and over the next 3 decades, as I said, China bid its time and became the economic superpower, effectively, that it is. And now with the kind of muscle flexing that they are doing, it is not obviously being liked by everyone. So just the way that global consensus helped China come out of the morass it was in, a communist hellhole it had become due to the Mao's, that great culture war, whatever. But if the world now again unanimously decides that they have to look for options beyond China, then of course it's going to impact their economy. So I don't know whether the strategic thinkers within China are thinking along those lines. Shivangi, you can go to Colonel R.S.N. Singh. In fact, he's joining us over the phone, and he's a little better placed to give you a little broader and deeper sense of the strategic implications of this visit of Pelosi, which is just concluding in Taiwan.
No, it's very, very significant strategically. This definitely will give a boost to Quad. Had China, had Pelosi and or the United States of America bowed down under, the Chinese pressure, I mean, I shudder to think what would have happened to the Indo-Pacific strategy and Quad. So this definitely has given that much of more impetus. And maybe there will be many more regional countries who will be willing to join this, Quad effort or the Indo-Pacific effort. The second point is that everybody, is absolutely correct that, you can factor in the American by-elections and the Chinese Communist Party Congress that is going to be held, after a few months. Yes, these definitely are factors. But also factor in, the post-pandemic world, the world impacted by the Russia-Ukraine war. So, I mean, that itself, threatens to change the, global order in a very significant way. That is why the Americans have acted, and they have acted fast. And as far as our stance is concerned, well, I have always maintained that what has happened in Galwan or what are the aggressive postures by China that you see on the Indo-Tibet border, in the Arunachal sector or in the Ladakh sector, or what you saw in Doklam, it is very much linked with what is happening in India Pacific. So therefore, we have by the very geopolitical imperatives that the contemporary world dictates on us, we have to be a solid part of the Quad and the Indo-Pacific strategy. And I must say that we have been treading a very, very fine diplomatic line, but I must say we did a great mistake in the past by abandoning all our diplomatic cards, that is recognition of Tibet as an autonomous part of China, and endorsing the one-party two system, and in return we have got nothing from China. So those are the mistakes. But I mean, if the Americans can change their posture despite their endorsement of one country two systems, we also must carry out a serious rethink on the issue.
All right. In fact, Jason Lee is joining us live from Taipei, and he's reporting for the Republic Media Network. Jason, the visit of Nancy Pelosi coming to an end. If you can give us a quick 3 takeaways, how the visit is important for Taiwan, for the neighborhood, and for the world in terms of the Chinese muscle flexing that we have seen over the last few months.
Well, my initial take is that it was a very interesting 18 hours. Feels like even shorter than that. I think that it was a bit overblown, and it really wasn't as big a deal as it should have been. And I don't think anything controversial was said. I think that House Speaker Pelosi spoke very sincerely, and that she did not violate any of the, the one China policy, and did not promote any kind of like Taiwan independence or anything. But unfortunately, this will be viewed, as we already know, in mainland China by the general public and the government as a step towards Taiwan independence, because they just don't want any high-level officials visiting the presidential office in Taiwan at all, because it makes it look like it's a sovereign state. So that's... well, I don't see anything controversial about the visit. Superficially, like nothing controversial was said, but nevertheless, it is controversial because it's being viewed as controversial in mainland China.
Also, Jason, I mean, with the kind of histrionics, with the kind of optics that were created by the Chinese with massive war machine mobilization and all the military drills that were carried out, it seems the visit did pass off peacefully, except for some diplomatic, demarches and some aggressive statements here and there by Chinese spokespersons. By and large, the visit has been peaceful, and in fact, the Americans did make a point that they are not going to be blinking with the Chinese, whatever Chinese maneuvers and machinations thrown at them.
Yes, I think the U.S. definitely, as a whole, there was bipartisan support not to back down, and it appears that, at least so far, that the trip was a good idea. I think it fulfilled a lot of U.S. interests.
Does it help the Taiwanese cause, this visit of Nancy Pelosi, in the sense that does it strengthen those forces within Taiwan which will stand their ground against the Chinese aggression?
I don't feel that this trip was really about that. I think she emphasized the Taiwan Relations Act, which is more of a law, but she did not say too directly that that the U.S. would get involved in a possible hypothetical war in the future. She's not the president, so I don't think it was her place to comment on that. So that comment would have to come from President Biden.
Right, and what do you think that subsequently is going to happen? You think the Chinese would calm down? They will pull back their war machine. They will stop those military exercises and the increased incursions in the Chinese Taiwanese air defense zone, that has been air defense identification zones that have been happening. You think they would be coming down?
No, the air defense zone will continue to be an issue because the air defense zone Taiwan's air defense zone is so large that it goes up right along the mainland China coast. So there's no way that they're always, as long as the air defense zone is defined that way, this will continue to be an issue, and the Taiwan government wants to continue reporting it because it gives them support internationally. So that will not change. But I would hope that things would calm down in terms of military exercises because it was a short trip. I mean, she's leaving, it's over. I don't see what they had to gain by continuing to have a lot of live fire exercises. But I do expect sanctions to be placed on Taiwan that will potentially damage the economy.
Yes, Jason, Samiksha this side, if you could help us better understand the economic situation in Taiwan at this point, because of the food sanctions that have now been imposed by China, how much of that is going to impact Taiwan from an economic point of view?
I did not read the list of the 100 food producers, but I think that it will have a severe impact on, the brands or the food types that were sanctioned. When this happened in 2016, it definitely had an impact on the support for the Taiwan government. And in 2016, she did lose a lot of support within the first 6 months. And some of that had to do with sanctions from mainland China, like no tourist groups,
yes,
and not buying as much fish as they used to because they said, oh, we don't really need that much fish from Taiwan, which is a strong fishing nation, So I think that with local elections just 4 months away, that this is going to have an impact on Taiwan domestically, and the elections here are very much about domestic issues and not some kind of like an international perception about mainland China or something. The issue of mainland China or cross-strait relations is not what people vote about in Taiwan.
Yes. And Jason, just to continue on that point, like you're telling us, we understand that not just from China, Taiwan imports a lot of food items from other countries as well. Given the military drills that are being carried out by China, do you think how much, because of the blockade that is going to lead to, will it not result in blocking those supplies from other countries as well?
As far as I understand it, there's no blockade of our ports. Just Kaohsiung and Keelung are open as far as I know. I don't think there's a blockade.
Okay. All right, Jason, thank you so much for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So Jason Lee reporting live from Taiwan, getting us all those details. Our senior executive editor, Abhishek, continues to be with us. Abhishek, if we can continue on that very same point, I wanted to understand from you the economic situation in Taiwan as we speak because of the military drills that are taking place. We understand that there's going to be a blockade in the next few days from August 4th till 7th to be specific. How much of that do you think is going to impact Taiwan from an economic point of view? All right, we'll try and connect with Abhishek again, but a lot of details that are now emerging at this point. Remember, China has said that it will not be the first to use nukes, but will not hold itself back. We have Abhishek back with us. Abhishek, we were talking about the economic sanctions here, the military drills that will be carried out by China specifically from August 4th till the 7th. How much of that will impact Taiwan from an economic point of view?
Well, you see, we have seen the military drills going on as a build-up to the Pelosi visit, Samiksha, but they have just been that live fire drills, and in fact, one would say the Taiwanese across the Taiwan Strait have got used to these kind of Chinese pantomimes, as one expert called them. There have been increased violations of the air defense identification zone of Taiwan, and we have seen increased military activity and muscle flexing by the Chinese, and of course during the announcement, during and after the announcement of Pelosi visit, and subsequently as a build-up to the landing of Pelosi in Taipei, and in the last 18 hours, the Chinese have been at their belligerent best. They have been issuing demarches. They have been calling the American ambassador in Beijing. Their ministries of foreign affairs and defense have been alternating and making at least 2 comments a day on why Pelosi should not be going. And even Chinese embassies across the world have been taking to social media platforms and projecting this as an act of provocation by the Americans. But the fact of the matter is that the world community is united and sees Chinese bullying in its neighborhood from east to west, from north to south. And I think this might have been done, as experts have noticed, because the National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party is happening sometime later this year, and Xi Jinping wants to bolster his leadership, which he might have failed actually in that objective.
Yes. Abhishek, stay with us. Let's take a look at this explainer on how the extensive military drills that China intends to carry out from August 4th till the 7th is going to impact Taiwan, for that matter. Now, in response to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, Chinese military will launch targeted military operations near Taiwan. The extensive and unprecedented military drills and military tests from August 4th till the 7th of August can be seen as one of the most serious show of force by China around Taiwan since at least 1995. This essentially means that China will undertake long-range live-fire exercises in the Taiwan Strait and in waters off Taiwan's east coast. And if reports are anything to go by, 21 Chinese aircraft have already entered Taiwan's defense zone. The Taiwan's defense ministry, meanwhile, condemning the Chinese provocation, said that the move will not help China's international image and will also hurt people on both sides of the strait. Now, let's understand what does the large-scale military drills as well as military tests around Taiwan would essentially mean. Take a look at this map released by Chinese media that shows how China plans to carry out live air and sea exercises in the Taiwan Strait from all directions. China also intends to lob conventional missiles off the eastern coast of Taiwan. So Taiwan will face military exercises and missile tests from its north, south, east as well as the west. The Chinese PLA, remember, has become much more active over the past year in the east coast of Taiwan. During the military drills, relevant ships and aircraft should not enter the above seas and airspaces during this period. To sum it all, with its military operations and lobbing of missiles, China wants to put military and economic pressure on Taiwan. It would also result in blocking trade routes to Europe and the Middle East. It would also exacerbate existing supply chain woes. So a lot of details, a lot of updates coming in, and those are in fact the live visuals that are coming in right now of Nancy Pelosi, who's seen departing from Taiwan. Tracking all these updates very, very closely. We'll go across to Jason as well in just a bit, who's reporting live from Taiwan to get us the latest updates that he's picking up. So it's the 18-hour visit that officially comes to an end of Nancy Pelosi. Tracking very closely all the updates as it is very, very significant. The the visit by Nancy Pelosi, the visit by US top official, which is significant in many ways given the fact that it is happening after almost 25 years so as to speak. The live visuals that we are getting right now is of Nancy Pelosi, who's seen departing from Taiwan. And with this, the 18-hour visit officially comes to an end. She can see she will be flying out of Taiwan very soon. So it is, in fact, remember she touched down in Taiwan late last night at around 8:14 p.m. And the visit now officially coming to an end at after 18 hours. A very significant and important visit in which Nancy Pelosi also met the Taiwanese president as well. Niranjan is joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, if you can talk to us once again about how significant this visit has been of Nancy Pelosi.
Well, she's come and gone, and nothing really seems to have affected the situation on the ground for Taiwan and for China. There are some new videos. If you're getting my audio, there seems to be some issue with my audio line. I'll just reconnect with you in just about 30 seconds. Abhishek is joining me right now. I think let me go across to Abhishek. Abhishek, if you can speak us through these pictures. She's leaving now. Saber rattling will continue. She's come, she's gone, 18 hours, nothing has changed.
Well, on the face of it, Niranjan, yes, nothing has changed, but knowing Chinese, they can bid their time and then really get back. So obviously the world will have to wait and be on its watch insofar as what the Chinese actions would be on Taiwan. Remember, for example, I'm reading one tweet by Ambassador Deng Xijun, and he's ambassador of China to ASEAN, and he says that Speaker Pelosi's reckless, provocative visit to China's Taiwan region. The visit is a major event upgrading the substantive relations between US and Taiwan and sends a very wrong signal to the Taiwanese independent separatist forces. So forget about the bad English part of it where he's saying that the visit actually upgrades the US-Taiwan relationship. It does upgrade the US-Taiwan relationship in the sense that this is a senior-most official of the US government visiting in the last 25 years after Speaker Newt Gingrich. This is Nancy Pelosi coming in. So the Chinese see in this a sort of a red flag from the Americans. There was a red line that was drawn by the red regime in Beijing, and that clearly has been overruled by the Americans. So I think for the short term, you would see in Niranjan that the Americans have made a point. The West has made its point that they stand with free world, they stand with democracy, they stand with democratic forces around the world, and Taiwan in many ways represents that. It's the democracy that the West would want China to emulate. But despite that, the fact remains, Niranjan, that when it comes to resources to wage a war, when it comes to the war-fighting machine, when it comes to financial resources to carry that, I think the Chinese have an edge. So it's just about when they decide to really up the ante and turn whatever anger they have shown by way of words, by way of this military muscle flexing, by military exercises, translates into real transgressions and real pushing the envelope on Taiwan. Remember, it's a publicly stated position of China that they would militarily take over Taiwan. It's only a matter of time. I think they're just waiting for the time when military resistance from rest of the world would be minimal, if at all. And the fact that U.S. President Joe Biden in the month of May, just ahead of Quad Summit, said that United States would help or intervene militarily in Taiwan, which was later corrected by the State Department as meaning that U.S. would be militarily standing by Taiwan. What is important is, Niranjan, just my one takeaway, if you are listening, from this entire 18 hours that Nancy Pelosi spent in Taipei, in the press conference that she addressed along with the Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen, she mentioned the Taiwan Relations Act of the United States of 1979, but she refrained from mentioning the third communique and the three understandings which subsequent Reagan and Nixon administrations had signed with the Chinese. So I think in that sense, some recalibrating is happening in the United States as well. I think they are preparing for a time when the confrontation would be more than symbolic. We have seen over the last 18 hours of Pelosi being in Taiwan, things have been peaceful. As a build-up, there was some saber rattling, but more in the verbal domain than military domain. But as a stage might emerge. Today, for example, the U.S. economy is $20 trillion and the Chinese economy is $15 trillion. Forget about the fact that in purchasing power parity, the Chinese are actually $5 trillion ahead of the United States. But still, it's almost equal size, little less. But another 5 years down the line, it's likely, the way things are, that the Chinese would be perhaps even in real terms ahead of the Americans in the size of economy and even more in purchasing power parity terms. And then they would really have the resources and the swagger to really push the envelope. And then when a confrontation of this kind happens, we would have a very different picture, or the world would have a different picture. So I think this is more like a preparation for that stage next 5 years. As I said, China can bid its time and wait when the resistance to their action would be minimal. What is important is that for now, at least, America, which is actually the great power, and China, the aspiring power, a confrontation between them has really set the contours where Americans can really still get away by saying that, okay, fine, we looked them in the eye, we made our point, we did not blink, we behaved like a great power, we told them, come on, don't get up and down about this is a normal visit. And the Chinese, by all the saber rattling, showed that they are restless, they don't have time, they are going to come back. So I think that's how this has really gone over the last few days, few weeks, and of the last 18 hours. Now in the pictures, Pelosi finishing off the last of the formalities where I believe some Taiwanese government officials want selfies, want pictures, last bit of communication. And then she would be boarding the aircraft and out of the Taiwanese airspace on to South Korea to complete the remaining half of her Indo-Pacific visit to friendly nations. What is important is that it cannot have been just Pelosi's initiative, her call. Obviously, the might of the American establishment was there, and that's why the Chinese also, I think in their prudence, decided, Niranjan, that they will make their point, they will do some muscle flexing, they will send across a message that they are restless, and stop there. Anything more than this, any escalation further than a couple of incursions would have meant that, questions would have been asked of Xi Jinping in the National Congress that's coming up. So, and had he not done all this, then also the questions would have been asked. So, I think it was a bit of a quandary for Xi Jinping. Americans really poking a finger in the eye. When Jinping decides to respond, I think we might have to wait till the time that he clears the clouds insofar as his leadership issue is concerned that has gotten into a bit of a trouble post the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, it was cruising. He was almost sort of certain that he would be president for life. Now, I think he has to get one more lease of life, and then we would see some more response from the Chinese. But for now, I think it has been advantage America with the point it has made of standing by Taiwan. How long this can last, that's something, some more time has to lapse before we understand the implications of this. If you look at it from the Chinese side, waving of red flag that has been done by the Americans to them.
Yes, yes. Abhishek, stay with us. Also, with the visit of Pelosi coming to an end, do you see the exercise, the military exercise as well as the missile test that Taiwan, China intends to carry out will also come to an end?
Samiksha, they can do 10 missile tests. They can shoot 20 missiles in the waters of Taiwan Strait or Indian Ocean beyond. But they can risk, really, the Chinese can risk coming out as a large-size nutcase Korea. Would they want to do that? That's something which obviously the Chinese leadership has to take a call on. Remember, it's just an 82-year-old woman, a fierce woman who decided that, okay, fine, she has to go and make a foreign trip, foreign assignment, like it happens in most of the democracies, and for the Chinese to react the manner in which they have, had it not been for the economic stakes that they have generated in the rest of the world would have laughed at the kind of gymnastics that the Chinese have indulged in over the last 7-10 days. Verbal gymnastics by way of their spokespersons really haranguing the world community with sermons on how China is being provoked, and otherwise by way of these military demonstrations about which you are talking about. So the interesting bit, Samiksha, for me would be that when this plane flies out, would it be given a path through the air blockade sort of that has been put across by the Chinese in the Taiwan Strait toward their side at least for the next 3-4 days that you were talking about between August 4 and... no, in fact, even that does not come into play because that's going to happen tomorrow and Pelosi is just heading out now. So I think she would make her way safely to South Korea, subsequent to which obviously the muscle flexing that the Chinese would do would be aimed at intimidating the Taiwanese only.
All right, Abhishek, thank you so much for getting us all those insights. So that is, in fact, the latest coming in. Abhishek, in fact, if you can stay with us and talk to us more from your takeaways from that media briefing also that happened, in which Pelosi sent out a very strong message asking the world to come together when it comes to the situation we've been seeing in Taiwan for so many years now.
Well, to begin with, the press conference was between her and the Taiwanese president, first woman president of Taiwan, Tsai Ing-wen, and she made a couple of points. One was that the United States stands with Taiwan and is going to continue its cooperation, both economic and security, irrespective of the pressure that are being created, irrespective of the intimidation that is happening, irrespective of the posturing from across the Taiwan Strait that's happening. She did not answer any question directly on China, but she said that the United States relationship with Taiwan would be guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, and that was, I think, an important takeaway for me, because she did not mention Taiwan Relations Act was signed by the U.S. Congress and the Senate in 1979 and became a U.S. law under which is an umbrella law under which the U.S.-Taiwan relationship is conducted. But subsequently there were 3 understandings reached and a communique signed between the two sides in the Reagan-Nixon era, and Pelosi was interestingly silent on that. So whether there is a strategic shift within the United States and an evolution of thinking that, okay, fine, we have to really go back to the Taiwan Relations Act, though of course even that was a dilution, because till that time United States had fully committed to militarily defend Taiwan, and the Taiwan Relations Act removes that bit. But the fact that the subsequent understandings and the communique, in fact, had diluted this further, had sort of tied down the U.S. hands, and whether with this statement and this visit of Pelosi, the United States really wants to shrug off those agreements with China and free its hands to more liberally engage with Taiwan, to more publicly engage with Taiwan. It remains to be seen. But this is, by all accounts, a visit that has in some ways brought the sheen back on the United States, the jading, declining power, so to say, as China is the rising power. And like a great power, it has stood its ground and not shown any kind of nervousness at the belligerence that was coming its way from the Chinese side, except for one statement which was attributed to the State Department saying that the State Department has security concerns, or the Pentagon, in fact, had security concerns about Pelosi. Now, of course, in the pictures, you can speak to the visuals. I think almost the last lap, and Pelosi finally boarding that aircraft, Boeing C-40C of the United States military, and giving final bye to the people of Taiwan as she boards the plane and flies out of Taipei. I think she just wanted to say bye to someone else, someone she knew there, and she came out 2 steps back and now waving. This is the U.S. congressional delegation, by the way. It consists of 4 congressmen, and it's a bipartisan delegation. There was bipartisan support to Pelosi visiting Taiwan, cutting across a political divide in the United States between Republicans and Democrats, more by Republicans as much as by Democrats. So in that sense, one would say the Americans really have made a diplomatic point or two with this visit, as the doors shut on the aircraft and it makes its way onto the runway and out of Taipei onwards to South Korea.
And so there you have it, viewers, and Abhishek Kapoor staying with us live. Nancy Pelosi has now entered her plane and the doors are about to be shut very, very soon. She is going to take off after an 18-plus hour visit that has really proved historic in many ways already, simply by dint of her even attempting it. There were a lot of warnings, there was a lot of saber rattling by China, and that saber rattling is possibly likely to continue now because there has been a bit of a disruption in the status quo that China would like the world to also follow. Remember, viewers, China prohibits all nations from having formal ties with Taiwan. It claims that it alone has sovereignty over Taiwan, and that is a nominal sovereignty at the moment, but there has always been a hanging threat that that nominal sovereignty could turn into some kind of military action to formally take over from it. We still have Abhishek Kapoor with us, who has been telling us various facets of the importance of this visit. Abhishek, if I could come to you for a question. You know, a lot of the time people talk about how, say, the Ukraine invasion could have been a pretext for China attempting something similar. Now, with the US having made a move with Nancy Pelosi's visit, do you see China perhaps trying to use this as an opportunity to further misadventure in the area?
Well, make no mistake, Ankit, they would sure do that. It's even without Pelosi visit, it was a matter of timing when Chinese decide to take Taiwan. It's a publicly stated position. The Chinese have made it amply clear that Taiwan is an integral part of the mainland. It has to be integrated with the mainland. If not now, maybe next year, maybe next to next year. I think they'll just wait for the time when the resistance to their taking Taiwan militarily, if need be, is the least in the world community. I think their project to take over Taiwan might have got delayed because of the pandemic. Had it not been for the pandemic, we might have been discussing, as of today, the taking over of Taiwan. Having said that, that is not a very diplomatic thing to say. But that's real politics. That's what hard facts are about. China has military muscle to really take Taiwan if they want to, with whatever resistance limited Taiwanese defense forces can offer. In that context, the statement that came from President Joe Biden ahead of Quad summit that if need be, the United States would intervene militarily, which was qualified later by the State Department, saying that what the president meant was that U.S. would be supplying military equipment to Taiwan to carry on its defense. In which case, would it be a Ukraine-like situation? Since you began by asking about Ukraine, it became a joke that Americans are willing to fight the Russia-Ukraine war till the last Ukrainian. So whether by supplying equipment, they would also create a situation where Taiwanese essentially would be facing the brunt of the mighty Chinese war machine with whatever military supplies that Americans can provide. And also remember, unlike in Ukraine, where from the West, it's absolutely open access to Ukraine for supplying of the war machine, unlike in the case of Taiwan, where China can effectively blockade the entire island from all sides and seal it before taking over. So I think unless you are thinking in terms of a World War III, it would be very difficult to stop China from taking over Taiwan. What Nancy Pelosi visit has done is it has generated a debate, it has generated interest, it has generated curiosity, it has generated some understanding of the issue of Taiwan. And in that sense, I think, remember, for example, post-COVID, a very staunch ally of Chinese in Europe, Italy, started thinking in terms of China plus one through diversified supply lines. I think China would be poorer for friends. China would be poorer for its economic engagement if it tries to take over, which at some stage it would, Taiwan, and it would be starting off a new stage in the progress of geopolitics in the world, where after having tasted success, having been so successful, having become the second most powerful nation after the United States, almost equal to them in economic power, the decline of China and the acceptability of China would come down. And that's where perhaps it gives you some sense that all this muscle flexing that we saw by the Chinese was aimed at domestic consumption, was an effort by Xi Jinping to bolster his credentials as a strongman, as a strong authoritarian leader. Also remember that he's facing a national congress. Not that there is going to be any rebellion in the Chinese Communist Party against his leadership, but any strong action from now till the National Congress on Taiwan essentially bolsters the hands of Xi. And in that sense, I think this is how the situation really panned out. So obviously, neither the Chinese nor the Americans wanted a war. For the Americans, it was just sort of poking a finger in the eye to the Chinese, and for the Chinese, it was a matter of using this opportunity to escalate things to a level where next time they do it, there would be normalization of this kind of escalation in the eyes of the world. So, for example, over the last 6 months, we have seen the Chinese, including yesterday, 4 times intruding into the air defense identification zone of Taiwan. You would see more of that happening perhaps every month. And the Taiwan Strait between the Chinese mainland and its southern border and the Taiwan island, the Taiwan Strait has a median which was fixed by a median line which was fixed by the Americans way back in 1954, and the Chinese obviously don't agree to it. Like they don't agree to most of their international borders. They have been fighting like a bully with the tiny Bhutan in the Himalayas. So obviously they might want to do away with that line completely. They might want to do away with the Taiwanese ADIZ completely, and subsequently make a push for Taiwan sometime in 2024-25 or even earlier. You don't know, because they have the money. As I said, Ankit, as things stand today, as I was explaining to Samiksha earlier and to the viewers, that American economy is $20 trillion. The Chinese are not far behind at $15-16 trillion. In fact, in purchasing power terms, the Chinese are $30 trillion to Americans, $25 trillion. They are actually ahead of the Americans. In PPP, they are the #1 economy already. They would have the money, they would have the spare financial resources to take Taiwan on the fly. And I think that's the reason why the Americans also thought of setting the stage and sending across a message to the West that it is high time you unite. Had it not been for the Pelosi visit, Germany would not have made a statement in support of Taiwan as publicly as it did. Germany is not a player in Indian Ocean. Germany is not a player in Pacific. Obviously, it is not a player in Indo-Pacific. And in that sense, I think this crisis has helped the United States galvanize its leadership of the West, like in the case of Ukraine crisis as well, but more so in the case of Taiwan, because it's a little distant. Ukraine crisis is directly affecting the food and energy security of Europe. In the case of Taiwan, it might not. And that's why I think you would see even more support coming by way of the United States. So if it was done to bolster its sagging global credentials as the most dependable and most bankable ally, whenever nations are bullied, I think the United States wanted to do that. Of course, just like in the case of Xi Jinping, so in the case of Joe Biden, there is a domestic element as well. Biden administration is facing its midterm polls later this year, and these kind of optics really help shore up the image taken together with the elimination or killing of Ayman al-Zawahiri that happened Sunday. I think Joe Biden might be looking at these two foreign policy successes as having boosting his or Democratic Party's chances in the midterm polls, which many opinion polls suggest that the Democrats might be losing to a resurgent Republican Party.
Yeah, Abhishek, fantastic analysis there. Do stay with us as we await the takeoff of this plane. Nancy Pelosi is aboard it at the U.S. Plane that is going to take her to South Korea, is what we are told, after her about 18-hour visit to Taiwan and Taipei. Now, Abhishek, two things you mentioned was, of course, the two leaders, the presidents of both the countries, that is China and America. In Xi Jinping's case, like you've been telling us, he's up for re-election, and this really would be the election that would go a long way to furthering this whole president for life narrative that has been unfolding, because since the time of Deng Xiaoping, no Chinese president has served over 10 years of a term, and so that would be harkening back to the Mao kind of days. And on the other side, in Joe Biden's case, like you're telling us, within 24 hours, 2 displays of US foreign policy, and a muscular foreign policy at that, with the elimination of al-Zawahiri in Afghanistan, and then courting essentially some kind of conflict with China, or rather not bowing down to China's warnings, and sending this delegation to Taiwan. So do you feel in this way, both the leaders, in Xi's case, he needs to say something, or he needs to do something before this Congress takes place? And on Joe Biden's side, do you think a point has been made to the rest of the world regarding America still very much being the superpower, the monitor of the seas, the enforcer of democracy? Would you say that there are definite developments that have taken place in both these regards?
Ankit, so far as Xi Jinping is concerned, he has little more space to maneuver, I would say, because he's a stronger leader. He does not have elections to face. His third term is a foregone conclusion. In fact, as you rightly mentioned, there is talk of him being president for life, and the National Congress. But for the pandemic, in fact, these events like National Congress would not even have been an issue. But what the Americans have done is that with this Pelosi visit, really shaken things up, stirred the pot, as one would say, at not much cost. And I think even Americans would watch how the Chinese react. And exactly for that reason, so that the world does not think that the Chinese are only about optics, the Chinese are only about verbal duels, and the Chinese are only about saber rattling, they might want to hit Taiwan in some ways. So these economic sanctions that we are seeing, where imports have been stopped and exports have been banned, is only a beginning. Taiwan happens to be the biggest investor, also in one of the biggest investors in China, so it's not going to be easy. But insofar as their military objectives are concerned, or larger strategic objectives are concerned, you could see some move by the Chinese. Remember, they can wait for their time. They have waited for 3 decades to flex this military muscle post the beginning of liberalization. 4 decades, in fact, and as they say that this is coming off full circle of 200 years of slavery that the Chinese had, or subjugation that the Chinese had seen. 100 years, sorry, of the subjugation that the Chinese had seen, and now it's a resurgence and rebuilding of China we are seeing, because of which translates into the kind of aggression that we see. So far as Joe Biden is concerned, he might have had, in fact, if you look at the way democracy functions in the United States, he might have immediate objectives, he might have immediate returns in mind by going ahead with this visit. As I was mentioning earlier, it could not have been Pelosi deciding on her own, though of course she's a very important part of the constitutional scheme of things in the United States, but it just cannot be that Pelosi decided to visit Taiwan and the Pentagon was not on board and the State Department was not on board, or full preparation did not go in. We saw how just when Pelosi's plane was landing yesterday in Taipei, there was a formation of aircraft that flew out of Okinawa, which is a huge American base, and even the Pelosi aircraft, which is a military aircraft, was escorted, apart from the Taiwanese airplanes, by American Air Force as well. So I think the visit was fully taken care of. There was no possibility of the Chinese getting into any misadventure zone. I think if you look at it from the strategic eyes, both sides perhaps were testing the systems of the other. And for example, the satellites of America and China, they would have been monitoring the activity. Their warships in the seas would have been checking each other's radar systems. There would have been a lot of tech intelligence going in and information gathering happening. So these are very deep and double deep, I would say, military strategic exercises that go on. So in the cameras, we are only seeing that 82-year-old woman waving to the crowd and coming in, making those statements about saving democracy. But the nuts and bolts of the visit would be about testing the military infrastructure of the Chinese by the Americans, or by the Chinese of the Americans, and there would be, the military leaders and the spy masters. They would be checking how far they can push the envelope, what all they could sneak in and the other side could not see, what all they tried to sneak in and the other side stopped. So it would have been a very interesting, deep military exercise on the side, which would be of greater consequence, in fact, than just this optic of Boeing C-40C standing on the tarmac, waiting to take off, and Nancy Pelosi there inside. I don't think the Chinese would have ever wanted to target Pelosi, or Pelosi is doing this because she wants to dethrone Xi Jinping. I think it's about a very long-term battle of nerves happening between a rising power and the one that is great power already. And basically this battle of nerves over a period of time would determine who would rule. Obviously, nothing is permanent in this world. Just when China becomes the great power, perhaps India would be knocking at its doors and aiming to replace it. So that's a cycle that goes on. Ankit, we saw how 19th century belonged to the United Kingdom, the Great Britain, and there was a time when sun would not set on the empire from morning to evening and for 24 hours. And then the 20th century belonged effectively to the Americans. And in these pictures, what we are seeing is basically a tussle happening before a baton. The baton is passed on to the Chinese, not for a century, perhaps 2 decades, before perhaps India breathes down its neck.
No doubt, Abhishek, putting together some stirring commentary there, pulling together geopolitical shifts that have taken place over the last couple of 100 years. In fact, if I would say, he remains with us while we bring you these visuals of Nancy Pelosi's plane standing on the tarmac at Taipei airport. It was just over about 18 hours earlier that she had landed there in Taipei, the capital of Taiwan. And at that time, the situation had been a lot graver, at least insofar as the warnings that were being made by China are concerned. If you'll remember, viewers, that flight of Nancy Pelosi's and the path that it took to reach Taiwan was the most tracked flight path I think there has ever been by flight radars, the online services that one can use to track such things. And so there was a keen interest in how she would make it there. There was also word that around the same time that she was landing, a number of Sukhoi Su-35 flankers of the Chinese Air Force had taken off. And there was also a movement of various tank battalions, heavy missile systems, and other assorted paraphernalia towards the Taiwan coast from the Chinese mainland. And so there was a definite element there that there could be some kind of escalation. Of course, whether or not it was overblown, it's perhaps too early to say. We had Abhishek just say a short while earlier in response to China declaring that it would undertake military drills and that it would test hypersonic cruise missiles and things of that nature, that China can do it as much as it wants. It can turn into a sort of North Korea giant-esque figure. But at the same time, there has been definitely a move made by the US in this visit of the speaker, Nancy Pelosi. It's the highest official to visit China for 25 years. Abhishek, do you see this? Of course, 25 years earlier, there would have been a very different China. Certainly, how you are putting it, if it's a clash between a rising economic superpower and one that is perhaps not willing to cede territory. The previous visit would have come under very, very different circumstances. How do you how do you see this current visit, so to say, being a totally new development? Does it override a lot of the past declarations and treaties that America has, say, with China, that China has been trying to enforce over the world? Do you see this leading to a further paradigm shift? Could perhaps other countries now send their representatives to Taiwan?
Well, Ankit, so you have to understand the backdrop of this this issue that exists, the Taiwan issue. Formerly, it was called Formosa, and the reason why it has different system is that when Mao's army bombed the headquarters, so to say, and took over or grabbed power, the party that was there in China was the Kuomintang, and the leader Sun Yat-sen, urban ruling elite, sophisticated, and Mao brought in the peasantry with him and brute force of gun with which they captured power. So obviously the Kuomintang with Sun Yat-sen had to run away. They ran for their life, escaped China mainland, and settled in Formosa, which is now called Taiwan. So in many ways, what we are seeing is a contest between two political ideologies of the same DNA, same genes, same set of people. In that sense, if China says one nation, it's almost like the Akhand Bharat resonates in that. And at some stage, you can't stop China from really grabbing Taiwan because it's about a political contest. So what? Like in the case of 1949, when Mao captured at gunpoint from Sun Yat-sen, so in the case of Xi Jinping, really using those Dongfeng and other missiles and the fighter jets that they have now, taking over Taiwan from Taiwan, the president of Taiwan, or whosoever is ruling whenever China decides to get in.
Right.
I think what is important is that the way things stood in 1997, because that's the question you asked, China had carried on liberalization and had almost become soft floor of the world, but still did not have the money muscle to really take on America. So, for example, in 2001, when the Chinese were handheld and brought into the World Trade Organization, the Chinese GDP was $1 trillion. In 1997, it would have been $800 million. At that time, the United States GDP was $10 trillion.
Right.
10 times that of China.
Abhishek, I bid you to stay with us. We have also Major General K.K. Sinha joining us, and this is just as we also hear that 6 F-15 fighter jets of the US and 3 tanker aircraft have taken off from the US base in Okinawa, Japan, just at about the time as this plane is set to take off from Taiwan. Now, Major General K.K. Sinha, how do you see the military posturing? We know that the US has had control of the Pacific Sea ever since the Second World War, but now you have China, which is trying to enforce some kind of a blockade around Taiwan. How do you see this blockade coming up against the US dominance and the US supercarriers that are in that region?
What is happening, especially in the East China Sea and the South China Sea, because both the China Seas are there involved in it. And Taiwan is sitting, in between, dividing this area. And what they have done, the Chinese is all around Taiwan, about 6 places, they have tried to put some type of excise. Now you can call it a naval blockade or things like that. But they have not stopped the passage through Taiwan Strait. They are saying that they are going to carry out the exercise, and that's why they have warned that no aircraft should actually come into this airspace. That is one. But in the preparation of United States of America, and as far as Nancy Pelosi's vision is concerned, I think that it is very beautifully cropped out. After 6 months, what's happening in transatlantic, now they are shifting to the Indo-Pacific. It is all planned. And, 4 carrier groups, the 7th Fleet over there, then the deployment of the embarked carrier air wing group, it is the embarked. And what you are saying is very correctly now in Japan. If you say whether the Guam or Palau, with the Japan and Senkaku, if these aircrafts have taken off, from there, they will be coming towards the Senkaku side, because Senkaku has been added into
Major General K.K. Sinha, even as you say this, I would like to tell you that the plane is now moving on the tarmac. Taxiing appears to be in progress. So we're just, I think, a couple of minutes off from the takeoff procedure as well. Do continue, Major General K.K. Sinha. You were talking to us about perhaps a little bit of brinkmanship by both sides. The US also having its aircraft taking off from its naval base in Okinawa, Japan, while China has been known to be violating the air defense identification zone of Taiwan with increasing frequency, and especially over the last 24 hours. How do you see this dovetailing, even as we bring these visuals of the plane on the tarmac in Taiwan airport?
Of brinkmanship that the Chinese are getting exposed. When she came through, from Malaysia, when she came through Brunei, Philippines, she got exposed in the area of that 9-dash line, what they call it. But, they are not able to do it, what they say it is like. But the day and night flying, as on today's world, it is same. There is no difference. Now what is happening, they are just before this. She is doing in a daylight, time. Absolutely right. This thing she is going to carry on. Only half an hour delay in her schedule is there. Probably they will fly down south. I believe, she will come down, gain the height, and then fly toward the Senkaku.
and then get into the Japanese airspace in that area and then go to the destination of South Korea. This is brinkmanship in the say that, military brinkmanship when we see these areas. And he is in a military aircraft which is as good and as tough like, you have Post One of, on which the president travels. The aircraft is same. Everything is same. He was escorted when he came through this area with 22 fighters of American Air Force. So all preparations are there, and it is a good thing. America is challenging China in the hegemonic behavior in the East and South China Sea this way. And she has given a message that it is not only the democracy but versus the autocracy. First time she has spoken, it's a national security, economics and governance. So when you say it is all encompassing in this area, and the things what is happening, whether it is the Quad, AUKUS, Five Eyes, Pacific economic framework, it is all what we see, because you have to take it out and understand this what is happening in this area. I think China is getting exposed economically, militarily they are not matched, economically they are going down. You see the way the Chinese economy has been hit, especially Evergrande, their bubble is getting busted. The way the things are, 5G is being taken care of. Right. The way that, China has been fueled economically, especially Pacific economic framework, the supply chain. So I think it is the right time after the 6 months of transatlantic, once the things getting stabilized over there. And you have to say that both America and China have to understand in the multipolarity world, they just can't have the bipolar or a single polar on which they, both of them are trying to do it as on today.
Major General K.K. Sinha, stay with us. We continue to beam these visuals live from Taipei in Taiwan of Nancy Pelosi's plane, a government aircraft that is taxiing its way towards the runway and is going to take off. It's probably going to have a complement of US Navy or Air Force fighter jets that will accompany it into, like Major General K.K. Sinha was saying, Japanese airspace and then further to South Korea, even as China continues to essentially try and make a strong showing of its own dominance and its own presence in the area. Major General Sinha, if I can come back to you, does China still dare to test American resolve in the open seas militarily? Because before Nancy Pelosi was to land, there were even some global reports claiming and citing the words they would shoot her out of the skies and things of that nature. And Xi Jinping had warned Joe Biden to not play with fire over Taiwan. But with this visit, does America prove that even now, even with China's economic rise, there is no questioning America's dominance, say in the seas, for example, where it has more aircraft carriers than all of the rest of the countries in the world combined? You
are absolutely right. You see, there is no match, militarily match when you say, a professional, military, which has got a lot of experience. They may be messing up the things, here and there. But militarily, they are very strong. They have, emerged a lot of sacrifice, lot of thinking, lot of maneuvering. The China in last 20 years, when they were saying that the slow rise of dragon, you don't tell your intention. But when you start telling your intention from 2012 when the Xi Jinping has come up, and when you want to do it, so many things like for war, you want to bring it, you want to put the people on a death trap, you want to have extremism, you want to show the military. Can you do all those things in a time, a telescopic time frame of 3, 4, 5 years? So when you bound to mess it. Today, number-wise, yes, they have got money, so they have to spend. They have got the technology, basically, speaking from what they got it when the USSR got broken. All those technology came to them. They have got America itself, and anyone to be blamed, American itself. Number game is one thing. The manpower, number, comprehension, national power requires lot of, and lots of time. Even the Blue Water Navy, even the China can't take on Taiwan militarily as of today when it stands. Amphibious landing, if you do it, their militia will not ready. See, number game is fine. You can keep firing, doing drills. Drills are in the drill square. Drill, and now you're doing in the high sea. You take it that China will totally get exposed. It will get, now I think real things are happening in Indo-Pacific. And if the Nancy Pelosi has to be believed that this type of visits are going to be more. And if it is number of more, every time China is going to do it something. If they have got a gut, they should try to block it now. If it happens, mind you, it will carry on and the China will go down. The time has come, the China has to understand this. 21st century was the century of Asia. And, India and China joining hands. And this is exactly Modi was telling them, when he went to Wuhan. That let's do it. Don't become the
Major General Sinha, the plane is taking off. The plane has picked up speed, and there you have visuals. Even as Major General K.K. Sinha stays with us, Nancy Pelosi has departed Taiwan. There are the first visuals of the plane on Republic. We've been tracking the story from hours before she was set to land, and now her trip is over. This has changed something, although what exactly it has changed will only likely come to the fore in the times to come. But most certainly, the highest ranked American official to visit Taiwan in 25 years has just concluded her trip. 82-year-old US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi had met all of Taiwan's leaders, including its president. She essentially ignored China's warnings, and China had been increasing the amplitude of its warning, increasing the decibel, with US President Joe Biden himself being warned by Xi Jinping to not play with fire. Since then, America has responded. It's called whatever China does, bellicose rhetoric, and words and phrases of that nature have been used. So there has been a dramatic escalation, with China attempting to assert its dominance and its one China principle. But the US is not playing ball. Nancy Pelosi called China's bluff, and now she's on her way out. Of course, she still needs to make it to her next destination. She's likely to be joined in the skies by the US fighter aircraft. We've heard that just a short while ago from Japan, several US F-15 Eagle strike fighters have taken off, and there are likely to be more in the skies as well. So she's likely to be joined by an escort very soon. But she's on her way now to South Korea. She's likely to take the Japanese airspace route to there. China also continues and maintains a strong presence in the area. This presence has been increased ever since Nancy Pelosi landed. We saw a flurry of activity last evening around her landing. We had seen how China was sending tanks and anti-aircraft missile systems, very heavy weapons, along the coastline facing Taiwan. And it has also announced that it will conduct military drills, which are already underway over the next several days around the Taiwan island. This is an island, viewers, which is just 150 or so kilometers off the Chinese mainland. But while the two countries have a very similar origin story, they in fact originate from the two groups, the two political parties that fought first with the Japanese invaders and then amongst themselves for control of the mainland. It was Mao Zedong's Communist Party that won control of the mainland, but the Kuomintang of Sun Yat-sen and then Chiang Kai-shek was defeated. It fled to Taiwan, where it established a democracy, and that democracy has flourished substantially. Taiwan is no featherweight. Taiwan is a highly developed nation. Technologically, of course, it doesn't have the population, it doesn't have the absolute economic chops that China may have, and the military chops as well, but it has a lot of allies, even though a lot of those allies don't maintain formal relations with it. You have to, for instance, at the Olympics, Taiwan is referred to as Chinese Taipei and things of that nature, and so on and so forth. And so now Nancy Pelosi has departed and has flown out of Taiwan. And a look at the top headlines at this hour, viewers. A mega show of patriotism on display in the national capital, but the face-off erupts as the opposition boycotts this Tiranga bike rally. The BJP has hit back at the opposition. It says, don't politicize the tricolour. The message is clear.
लगता है कि वो अपने घर पे ऊपर, अपने अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी अपने घर के ऊपर उनके कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में क्या वो एक अपील कर देंगे तो कोई छोटे हो जाएंगे क्या? बिल्कुल नहीं, ये बीजेपी का झंडा नहीं है।
17 opposition parties question the Supreme Court's order on the PMLA Act and the Enforcement Directorate. They say express deep apprehensions over its implications. That's the word from the opposition. It's a Republic super exclusive as Shravan Sen uncovers the joint Partha Chatterjee-Arpita Mukherjee link. The undeniable proof of the link is now out. China's posturing with drills, tanks and missiles fails. China is pushed to a corner with just Pakistan and Russia for support. 18-hour visit rattles China. Nancy Pelosi now takes off from Taiwan. Viewers, in breaking political news, 17 opposition parties, including the Trinamool Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, plus one independent Rajya Sabha MP, have signed a joint statement expressing deep apprehensions, they say, on long-term implications of the recent Supreme Court judgment upholding amendments to the PMLA Act, and they have called for its review. This is the breaking story that we have for you this minute. Even as viewers, you have tracked this on Republic in its entirety, the two facets. One was the Supreme Court's landmark verdict, wherein it upheld the Enforcement Directorate's powers under the PMLA, most notably the power to probe and the power to arrest persons without, for instance, submitting an FIR, without having to present the ECIR that it files, which the Supreme Court said was an internal document. Over this, even then, there was quite a lot of chagrin from the opposition leaders. In fact, that petition against the PMLA Act had been filed by over 200 people, one of whom, for instance, was Karti Chidambaram. And we've seen since then, the ED has been unrelenting. We've seen how, with a lot of evidence and a lot of seizures, there are political leaders across the country who have been arrested in various cases. We have the examples of Partha Chatterjee, of Satyendra Jain in Delhi, and now we've seen over the last few days Sanjay Raut in Mumbai. In all of these cases, the ED has put together substantial amounts of evidence, and in all of them, in fact, we have seen how cash has also been recovered, most notably the frankly bizarre and scandalous amounts of cash and gold that were recovered from the aid of Partha Chatterjee, her residence, and the raids that were held therein. But now you have these 17 opposition parties sending a joint statement questioning the Supreme Court's decision in allowing the ED to have these powers under the PMLA. We have Aishwarya Kapoor joining us, our political editor. Aishwarya, tell us more. What are these opposition parties saying and how do you read it?
Well, at this point of time, this shows just a sense of desperation and frustration on their part that all of these political parties and these MPs do not want the agencies to work. Imagine this. Our lawmakers are raising this issue first in the parliament, and now they are ready to raise it in the court that the agency should not be allowed to act. They are saying that the agency, which will only act after finding prima facie evidence against an individual, only because they have been chosen by the people, only because they are privileged enough to sit in the parliament, that they should not be acted upon, even after if they have committed crime, and that's a big if. But let the agencies investigate. What they are trying to do, they are trying to raise concerns on the PMLA ruling of the court. But why? Why are they wary of the agency questioning these individuals who feel that they are more privileged than any other individual? That means than any other Indian citizen. Why? Why does a Sonia Gandhi, why does a Rahul Gandhi feel that they are more privileged than any other Indian citizen? Why? If the agency can investigate any Indian citizen, then why not a member of parliament? And why these 17 opposition parties are now giving a notice in the parliament? Why? Only because now you have even these lawmakers being questioned. Only because after plethora of evidence which is very clearly available with the agencies, that they have decided not to bow down into the pressure and question these self-privileged individuals. So what is the reason?
Absolutely.
If they have some facts to back it, then they need to come out. But the only reason that if they are member of parliament, that if they represent a particular political party, they cannot forget, Ankit, that they are in the parliament because the people of this country have decided to support and send them there. It is only and only because of the power of vote of a common Indian that they are today privileged enough to sit either in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. But that cannot be the reason that they will not be investigated by the agency.
Right. We are also at this moment, Aishwarya, being joined by Niranjan from the newsroom. Niranjan, the opposition parties are up in arms as they have been over the last few days. But what are they really seeking? Do tell us more.
Well, there is this letter and they're calling it a joint statement by opposition parties. And it's pretty, they're going on to question the order given by the Supreme Court recently while allowing ED to make arrests under certain sections of the PMLA. Their entire problem was with the arrests that were being made under PMLA. They want a review even now. Let me read out some of these aspects. In fact, the third paragraph of this letter is very scathing. And I'm reading purely from the letter that has been signed by 17 MPs as claimed by the Congress party. And these 17 parties say, we are very disappointed that the highest judicial authority invited to give an independent verdict on the lack of checks and balances in the Act has virtually reproduced arguments given by the executive in support of draconian amendments. We hope that the dangerous verdict, they're calling it a dangerous verdict, will be short-lived and constitutional provisions will prevail soon. I want to get Ridhamanand Bharadwaj also live on the story, Ankit, because what they have also done openly through this letter is to question the order of the court while the court allowed the ED to continue with its investigations and make arrests where necessary. So I'd like to go across and get Ridhamanand Bharadwaj as well, because you hear this once again. They have said, we are very disappointed that the highest judicial authority, namely the Supreme Court, which was invited to give an independent verdict on the lack of checks and balances in the Act. They are saying the SC has virtually reproduced arguments given by the executive in support of draconian amendments. They have basically accused the court, the highest judicial authority, of virtually reproducing arguments given by the executive. And they're calling it a dangerous verdict, which will be short-lived. They hope that it will be short-lived. And they're saying we hope constitutional provisions will prevail soon. So this is a very, very scathing letter, one where they are openly sort of questioning the court. And they go on to say that they have deep apprehensions. Let's try and get some legal perspectives as well. Let's get some lawyers on the phone line as well and see what they think about this letter. They are saying we have deep apprehensions on the long-term implications of the recent Supreme Court judgment upholding in entirety the amendments to the Prevention of Money Laundering Act without examining whether some of these amendments could have been enacted by way of a Finance Act. If tomorrow Supreme Court holds that the challenged amendments through Finance Act is bad in law, then the entire exercise would become futile and loss of judicial time. They qualified by adding a line that we hold and will always hold our Supreme Court in the highest respect. And yet, we are compelled to point out that the judgment should have awaited the verdict of a larger bench for examining the constitutionality of the Finance Act route to carry out amendments. They're also openly questioning the court, the wisdom of the court in giving out the order, and the Congress party feels a larger bench should have looked at the matter. Swapnil Kothari, advocate, joining us on the phone line. Senior advocate Swapnil, the Congress party along with 16 other parties reportedly writing a letter, and I'm reading out some quotes of this letter. All of us are a little shocked with the kind of language that is used. I'm reading out one paragraph and I'll let you speak. This is on the court allowing the ED to make arrests. And you were a part of that, when we broke that story. But they have said, we are very disappointed that the highest judicial authority invited to give an independent verdict on the lack of checks and balances in the Act has virtually reproduced arguments given by the executive in support of draconian amendments. We hope that the dangerous verdict will be short-lived and constitutional provisions will prevail soon. Can I get your response to that, Swapnil? There are 2 more paragraphs, but I'll start with this.
Niranjan, what the Congress party is trying to do is it's first of all deriding the judgment which has been given by the Supreme Court simply because it finds itself under the scanner more often than not because of the Enforcement Directorate. So it's basically vilifying the judgment, and at the same time it's trying to hint that, okay, fair enough, you've passed this judgment. We may or may not file a review petition, but we will try to urge the government to pass a constitutional amendment trying to override the Supreme Court judgment, which happens at times and which has happened in the past. So this is not news to me at all. I had expected something out of the Congress party, something on these lines, simply because if they do not find a judgment which is palatable to them, then they try to attack the Supreme Court, which they have done in the past. And this is not something new. This is again an attempt to do so, but the judiciary is not going to be cowed down and to say that it is a reproduction of the arguments of the executive whilst they were trying to pass, trying to ensure that the Enforcement Directorate has the powers under the PMLA. It's just a mere hogwash because to say that it is a reproduction of the argument is in itself a fallacy because I'm sure the 545-page judgment of the PMLA passed by the Supreme Court must have reproduced arguments by both the sides. And then they must have come to a conclusion that these judgments these arguments are in favor and these are appropriate and that there are ample checks and balances because there are appropriate authorities under the Enforcement Directorate who have got the powers, rather under the PMLA who have got the powers to go ahead and arrest someone. So it's basically that the arrest that they are fearing, and not only that, but even the search and seizure aspects, which are there always under the Income Tax Act, PMLA, these are all draconian legislation. But the fact is that they are there on the statute books and they are there for a particular reason. They are not there to appease any political party. They are there to ensure that the people who are trying to ward off and some huge sums of money and siphon off those kinds of money are absolutely caught within the net, and that's why the Enforcement Directorate has been given the powers. And should the Enforcement Directorate transgress those powers or go beyond the lines, then the Supreme Court is always there, or for that matter, even the High Courts are there to ensure to bring them back to where they were and try to quash those erroneous Enforcement Directorate orders or, for that matter, arrests, which is there in under the CRPC, under the IPC, or even the police powers are there. Even when the police is errant, then the courts are there to protect your personal liberties and ensure that you are not, assaulted by the state authorities arbitrarily. So for the Congress party to give this kind of to write this letter is something which is mere hogwash in my opinion, and I don't think the Supreme Court is going to entertain this at all. Just as you will remember that some earlier letter was also written by some 30, 40 people, and those were also relegated to the dustbin, I'm sure. So this will meet a similar fate. I don't think this even dignifies a response from the Supreme Court.
Yeah,
they have a right to write.
Yeah. No. We're picking up the story again, Swapnil. I'll get you back. I need to take a short break right now. We'll take a short break. Thank you, Swapnil. Taking a short break. Back with the breaking news update. Stay tuned.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
We will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chain.
Speaking at a joint press conference, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke about how she viewed the relationship between the US and Taiwan as important one and how the solidarity of the people of the United States is with Taiwan at this point.
Put it in perspective, over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom.
The speaker went on to mention how China stood against Taiwan's participation in certain meetings and was harming relations of the country with the US. Meanwhile, protests erupted in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where people protested against rising prices and high inflation. And people even thought that they were made to pay hefty electricity bills. Protesters also raised concerns that they were made to pay more amount of service charges and taxes than was due.
इससे पहले भी बिलात आते रहे हैं, लेकिन इस दफ़ा जो बिल जारी किए महकमा बरक़ियात की जानिब से, उसके अंदर फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस के नाम पे एक बहुत बड़ी जो अमाउंट है वो हर बिल के अंदर ऐड की गई है। और जुल्म की इंतहा देखें कि एक तो पहले आप फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस डाल रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप उन चार्जेस के ऊपर टैक्स दोबारा डाल रहे हैं। वो इतने बड़े आपके अमाउंट बन गए कि अगर किसी का 10,000 बिल है तो उसके अंदर 4,500 से 5,000 रुपया जो है वो फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस की मद में एक नया जो है वो गुंडा टैक्स शामिल कर दिया गया है, जो एक आम आदमी की दस्तरस से बाहर है। और उस वजह से इस वक्त आपको पूरे आज़ाद कश्मीर के अंदर जो है लोग ऐसे।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah will arrive in Bengaluru today to take part in Sankalp Se Siddhi conference of the Confederation of the Indian Industries. During his visit, Shah will also hold a meet with state BJP leader. Shah's trip to the city comes amid unrest among a section of the BJP cadres who are upset with the spate of murders of Hindutva activists. As the Amarnath Yatra began 2 years post the pandemic, an important announcement was made by the J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. He noted that due to several accidents in the Yatra due to inclement weather conditions, the Amarnath Yatra will have to be halted. The J&K Lieutenant Governor also asked all devotees to perform and complete all their rituals before 5th of August.
Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Sinha urged the devotees visiting the Amarnath Shrine to complete their trips before the 5th of August. While stating that the yatras to the shrine were planned till the 11th of August, he warned of the bad weather conditions in the state in the coming days.
देश भर के श्रद्धालुओं से मेरा निवेदन होगा कि जिस तरह से मौसम है, जिस तरह का अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है, मैं सबसे आग्रह करूंगा कि 5 अगस्त तक जो भी श्रद्धालु दर्शन करना चाहें।
Getting in breaking news in the first pictures of the Tiranga. The Tiranga on the Hurriyat conference gate. First picture now coming in as the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign rages through India as the entire country comes together. This is a picture that's coming in. I'd like to go across to Zeenat or Arawat. I will go across to them and get their first response to this and get more details. And we'll go across and get you the details. The first picture coming in from Srinagar, where there is two Tirangas, two flags on the All Parties Hurriyat Conference Central Secretariat Office in Srinagar. We are taking a short break and we are coming back with the live coverage. Stay tuned. Taking a short break now, it's a Republic Super exclusive as Shravan Sen uncovers the joint Partha Arpita property link. The undeniable proof of the links now out. China's posturing with drills, tanks and missiles, and all of that fails. They're now pushed to a corner with just Pakistan and Russia supporting. Pelosi's come and gone. They're losing the PR battle.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
Your question comes in the context of right now a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize if that has effectiveness, because it's a lot of money and it's promises that may or may not ever be kept.
Nancy Pelosi also reiterated how what mattered more was the success of Taiwan and that the US wished to have a good economic exchange between the two countries. And a quick roundup of all the action in Taiwan. Talking about the Russian invasion on Ukraine, Taiwan's president spoke about the situation at the Taiwan Strait in wake of the invasion and the rising threats if faced as a result of the same.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine earlier this year has made security over the Taiwan Strait another focus of worldwide attention. Aggressions against democratic Taiwan would have a tremendous impact on the security of the entire Indo-Pacific.
Taiwan's president, speaking at the conference, stated that the country is committed to pursuing its defensive interests and that to work towards a stable Indo-Pacific region. Meanwhile, protests erupted in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where people protested against rising prices and high inflation. And people even thought that they were made to pay hefty electricity bills. Protesters also raised concerns that they were made to pay more amount of service charges and taxes than was due.
इससे पहले भी बिलात आते रहे हैं, लेकिन इस दफ़ा जो बिल जारी किए महकमा बरक़ियात की जानिब से, उसके अंदर फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस के नाम पे एक बहुत बड़ी जो अमाउंट है वो हर बिल के अंदर ऐड की गई है। और जुल्म की इंतहा देखें कि एक तो पहले आप फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस डाल रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप उन चार्जेस के ऊपर टैक्स दोबारा डाल रहे हैं। वो इतने बड़े आपके अमाउंट बन गए कि अगर किसी का 10,000 बिल है तो उसके अंदर 4,500 से 5,000 रुपया जो है वो फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस की मद में एक नया जो है वो गुंडा टैक्स शामिल कर दिया गया, जो एक आम आदमी की दस्तरस से बाहर है। और उस वजह से इस वक्त आपको पूरे आज़ाद कश्मीर के अंदर जो है लोग ऐसे।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah will arrive in Bengaluru today to take part in Sankalp Se Siddhi conference of the Confederation of the Indian Industries. During his visit, Shah will also hold a meet with state BJP leader. Shah's trip to the city comes amid unrest among a section of the BJP cadres who are upset with the spate of murders of Hindutva activists. As the Amarnath Yatra began 2 years post the pandemic, an important announcement was made by the J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. He noted that due to several accidents in the Yatra due to inclement weather conditions, the Amarnath Yatra will have to be halted. The J&K
Big show of patriotism on display in national capital, but face-off erupts as opposition boycotts the Tiranga rally. Tricolour at the Hurriyat office in Srinagar, the biggest symbol of the Tiranga campaign.
लगता है कि वो अपने घर पे ऊपर, अपने अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी अपने घर के ऊपर, उनके कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में क्या वो एक अपील कर देंगे तो कोई छोटे हो जाएंगे क्या? बिल्कुल नहीं, ये बीजेपी का झंडा नहीं है।
BJP hits back at the Congress party, and those questioning the Tiranga rally says don't politicize even the tricolour now. 17 opposition parties question top court order on PMLA, express deep apprehensions over implications of the Supreme Court verdict. The Republic Super Exclusive as Shravanthan uncovers the joint Partha Arpita property link. The undeniable proof of the Bengal cash scam is out. China posturing with drills, tanks and missiles fail. China pushed to a corner against Taiwan and America, with just Pakistan and Russia supporting it. "18-hour visit rattles China up. Nancy Pelosi, the US Speaker, has now taken off from Taiwan." Hurriyat wala. Thank you for saving us. The Tiranga rally that was held in the national capital earlier today was attended by BJP leaders, and most parties that are with the government were present when the event was flagged off by the Vice President of India, Venkaiah Naidu. Opposition gave it a skip, and now we're getting in a related development on the story that the tricolour has been hoisted at the Hurriyat office in Jammu and Kashmir. In Jammu and Kashmir, in J and K. Let me go across to Zeenat joining us live. Zeenat,
Niranjan, we are filming a visual of the Hurriyat conference office at Rajbagh, where a Kashmiri Pandit activist known as Dr. Sandeep Mahwa, he hoists a tricolour at the Hurriyat office in Rajbagh. Although this office is shut for the last since 2019 after NIA carried raid in the Kashmir.
1 minute, Zeenat, be with me. Zeenat, be with me. There's a big controversy now. There's a live shot. Earlier, a few minutes back, we saw the flag at the Hurriyat office. Now that flag has been removed. There's a live shot. Let me show you the live shot. The live shot is on Live View 1. Can I ask can we take the earlier and now, please? Earlier and now. Zeenat, look at this. It's been removed. Do we know who removed it, Zeenat?
The flag, and then this flag was immediately removed after he hoisted. This is Hurriyat Conference Office of Rajbagh, but this office is not functional for the last 3 years now. We are beaming the live visuals from the Hurriyat office where the flag has been removed. But who removed this flag, we don't know. But earlier, Sandeep Mahwa, along with his one more colleague, went there and they hoisted the flag, and within no time, in less than 2 minutes, the flag was removed. And now you can see the visuals that we are beaming on the screen. They're the live visuals of the all-party Hurriyat conference office. This is the Rajbagh area of Srinagar where the flag has been removed. Although Dr. Sandeep Mahwa hoist flag, as we are seeing everywhere that the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is being celebrated, the 75 years of the independence. But now you see on the screen that those flags have been removed immediately once they were hoisted at the Hurriyat Conference Office in Rajbagh.
I'm going to stay with these pictures non-stop. Shravan also joining us. Shravan, big controversy now breaking out. There was a tricolour hoisted by Pandits, now removed by someone else. I'm going across to Shravan as well. Tricolour was hoisted a few minutes back and now it's gone missing.
In fact, Niranjan, Sajid Yusuf is joining us. Absolutely, these are very significant images, if I may say so, because what's really happening right now in Jammu and Kashmir are the winds of change. In fact, Sajid Yusuf is joining us on this broadcast. Sajid Yusuf is from the fame of person behind hoisting the tricolour at Lal Chowk. And not just that, I'm also given to understand Sajid Yusuf's father has also recently hoisted the tricolour at his restaurant, is what I was given to understand. Sajid, these images that you see right now on our screens, these are undoubtedly heartwarming to see. What was not done in the past has finally been done.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me, first of all, I need to appreciate the Sandeep Mahwa, a Kashmiri Pandit, who hoisted the tricolour flag on the gate of the so-called all parties Hurriyat conference. And I must appreciate the guts of this Kashmiri Pandit leader, who have a kind of guts, who, I can say that he have a guts to call out this bluff of Pakistani ecosystem, who were in the Kashmir Valley before the abrogation of Article 370. If you have seen the visuals that the Hurriyat office were closed after the abrogation of Article 370, and what Sandeep Mahwa did by pasting this Indian flag on the gate of Hurriyat conference must be appreciated by every Indian across this country, because people like Sandeep Mahwa are the rare and they are the gem of this country, who have balls that they are doing what everybody should have done before. Even I remember exactly before a year, one of my friends, he decided that I will do one thing. I will just try to I will try to run the crane over this Hurriyat office. There is no need of Hurriyat office in the Kashmir Valley who play with the blood of the Kashmiris. And right now there is a kind of wave going on. Like you have mentioned, there are a lot of Kashmiris who are right now hoisting the tricolor on their houses, on their business institutions, even everywhere. There is nobody is forcing them. It's all their conviction, and it's all they are doing from their own heart. So I must appreciate every Kashmiri, and I appreciate them, and I request everybody. I urge all these citizens across the Kashmir Valley to come and hoist tricolor on their houses as well as their this businesses across the Kashmir Valley. So it will give a message not only to across the people who are sitting across the border, but also the people who are in the diaspora who are claiming that Kashmiris are not. Yes, Shaun.
Sajid, I'll just request you to stay on. Sajid, I'm really sorry to cut you short, but it's a privilege to have Dr. Sandeep Mawa, who's actually hoisted the tricolor at the Hurriyat Conference office at Rajbagh. Sajid, I'll request you to stay on. Perhaps we can take this question to Dr. Mawa, who's joining us on this broadcast. Dr. Mawa, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. These are heartwarming images perhaps the entire country was actually waiting for. And finally, you've been able to do it. I want your thoughts on it. Dr. Mawa, if you can hear me. Dr. Sandeep Mawa, can you hear me? We'll try and go back to Dr. Sandeep Mawa as well as Sajid Yusuf in a short while from now. Let me just go back to Zenith, who's joining us on this broadcast. Zenith, you've seen these the images that we are basically playing out right now. You've been covering Kashmir for a very long time. What's really changed right now? And as many would essentially say, that what was wrong in hoisting the flag today, finally it's been done. What are the voices that you're hearing right now in Kashmir?
See, Shravan, I'll take you to the Hurriyat Conference office. This is the Rajbagh area of Srinagar, where all party Hurriyat Conference they are having the office here, but this place is locked. You see a big lock here, and this place is locked since 2019. This office is not functional. In fact, this all happened after NIA carried the raids in the Kashmir Valley, and many Hurriyat leaders were arrested by the NIA then. And since then, we are seeing this place is locked. Now, some time back, Dr. Sandeep Mawa, who's the Kashmiri Pandit activist and also a businessman, he hoisted a flag here, and within no time that flag was removed. But who removed the flag? We really don't know about it, because this is the Rajbagh area of Srinagar where Hurriyat had carried many activities in the past. But now we are seeing for the last couple of years that most of the Hurriyat shops are shut. As far as the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is concerned, the 75th year of independence is being celebrated. There had been number of orders coming from the central government as well as the state government to hoist flags at the government buildings, offices, as well as the people who are really patriotic. They following the order coming from the administration, many of them have hoisted, and many Tiranga rallies were witnessed in the Kashmir, in North Kashmir particularly. But as far as the Srinagar is concerned, we recently witnessed a Tiranga rally at the time of Kargil Vijay Divas. So those were the plans not only of the central government to show that every citizen of the country is patriotic. But here, this development came while back when Dr. Sandeep Mawa hoisted a flag at the Hurriyat office, and within no time that this flag was immediately removed. You can see you can see the screen where that जिस तरह से ये फ्लैग्स को जो है अभी यहाँ पर लगा दिया था, लेकिन कुछ ही मिनट्स में जो है इस फ्लैग को यहाँ से रिमूव कर दिया। हालांकि हुर्रियत का काफ़ी दबदबा रहा है इस एरिया में, हुर्रियत कॉन्फ्रेंस का ऑफिस रहा है, लेकिन पिछले 2019 से हम देख रहे हैं कि ये जगह जो है बंद है, ये लॉक्ड है, यहाँ पर कोई हुर्रियत की एक्टिविटी नहीं हुई। हालांकि सेपरेटिस्ट जितने भी मेन सेपरेटिस्ट है वो यहाँ से NIA वालों ने 2019 में यहाँ से शिफ्ट करके कुछ लोगों को तिहाड़ ले गए और कुछ लोगों के ऊपर टेरर फंडिंग के चार्जेस चार्जेस जो है आज भी इन्वेस्टिगेट हो रहे हैं। लेकिन ये अभी थोड़ी देर पहले ही डेवलपमेंट हुई, जहां तिरंगा रैली की बात करेंगे या आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव, जिसपे पूरे इंडिया में देख रहे हैं कि तिरंगा रैलीज हो रही है, फ्लैग्स हॉइस्ट हो रहे हैं, ट्राई कलर होस्ट हो रहा है। वहीं कश्मीर में भी कई जगहों पर जो है तिरंगा हॉइस्ट हुआ है। लेकिन पिछले कई सालों से देखा जा रहा है जो हुर्रियत की जो एक्टिविटीज रही है वो बिल्कुल ना के बराबर है। ना तो हड़ताल की कॉल्स है, ना स्टोन पेल्टिंग है, और जो हुर्रियत लीडर्स इन चीज़ों में इन्वॉल्व थे उनको एनआईए ने अरेस्ट करके चाहे तिहाड़ या जम्मू या बाकी सेंट्रल जेल में भी, यहाँ श्रीनगर में कई हुर्रियत के एक्टिविस्ट है जो अभी भी बंद है। लेकिन ये डेवलपमेंट थोड़ी देर पहले ही हुई, जहां हुर्रियत कॉन्फ्रेंस के ऑफिस पर डॉक्टर संदीप मावा, जो कि बिजनेसमैन और कश्मीरी पंडित है, उन्होंने यहाँ झंडा लगाया और उसके बाद थोड़ी देर में ही वो झंडा यहाँ से रिमूव कर दिया। अब किसने किया, क्या किया, ये तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और पुलिस ही बताएंगे। लेकिन अभी हम हुर्रियत कॉन्फ्रेंस के ऑफिस के बाहर खड़े हैं, जहां आप देख सकते हैं कि विद इन नो टाइम जो है ट्राई कलर को यहाँ से रिमूव कर लिया गया।
Well, Zenith, just to take one more question with you, just the timeline as to when exactly did that happen? Has anyone witnessed it? And have you been able to speak to the Jammu and Kashmir police? Are they going to take some action? Because this is clearly a disrespect to the tricolour.
See, as far as the J&K police is concerned, they are looking into the matter. It was only when the media flashed the news that the tricolor has been hoisted. So, police as well as the administration came to know about it because there was no media invitation. Nobody was called in by Dr. Mawa to carry this kind of that they should cover this flag hoisting ceremony here. But when he came, he hoisted a flag for 1 or 2 minutes, and within no time the flag was removed. Although administration is investigating the entire incident, and also the police has also swung into action because this was done in less than 2 minutes time, and the tricolor was hoisted, and in the same time the same tricolor was removed from Huuriyat Conference office.
We'll try and also go across to Gursimran in a short while from now, but just let's put out those images. These images, one side what you see earlier, these are images that every Indian would have essentially been proud of. But what's really happening on the other side is that a tricolour has been removed. This perhaps is the biggest disrespect to Tiranga. This at a time when the government is essentially saying that Har Ghar Tiranga, we celebrate 75 years of India's independence. Everyone has been extremely proud of. But what's happening is that again, there is a section in Kashmir which seems to be against this entire idea. Not just that, there are also political leaders in Jammu and Kashmir who are trying to politicize this entire matter. Let's not forget the comments that have been made by leaders like Mehbooba Mufti, Farooq Abdullah in the past. Let me bring in once again Zenith. Zenith, you've been tracking the story very closely, and it does seem that there is an attempt that is being made by the political class also in Kashmir to try and politicize this entire matter. I'll come to you, Zenith, first, and then I'll go across to Gursimran.
See, Shravan, as far as the Tiranga debate, the tricolor debate is, we are seeing it is becoming more controversial. If you go through the Facebook post of Miss Mehbooba Mufti, the president of the People's Democratic Party, in the morning she posted on Facebook that as the tricolor is very important, the flag is very important to every citizen, but Jammu and Kashmir and the people of Jammu and Kashmir have lost their own Tiranga, their own flag, and that flag was robbed by Government of India when they abrogated Article 370 on 5th of August 2019. So Mehbooba also made a controversial post in the morning, but yes, Omar Abdullah said there is nothing wrong when you talk about the hoisting Tiranga, holding Tiranga in your hand. But yes, recently a controversy was generated when a CEO in South Kashmir's Anantnag issued an order to the school students that they have to collect 20 rupees per each student have to give 20 rupees to the school administration to buy these flags. So that there also the controversy was generated. Although we are seeing the administration is gearing up as far as the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is concerned, but again we are seeing a disrespect to the tricolor when the tricolor was hoisted by one of the Kashmiri Pandit activists a while back in Rajbagh at the Huuriyat Conference office, and within no time that Tiranga was removed. But who removed the Tiranga? That police will investigate, and the administration is looking into it, because as of now we are reporting outside the Hurriyat conference office where the place is locked and there is no Tiranga.
Well, in fact, in terms of the steps that perhaps the administration will have to take right now, Zira, any word really coming in from the administration, particularly from the Jammu and Kashmir police?
As of now, J&K police has not reached a development that is coming in from the Rajbagh area of Srinagar. We are seeing that although the police or the administration have not come to this place to see what exactly has happened, we are seeing a routine business, because this is a commercial area where the office of Hurriyat Conference is, and this is there is no development on ground, but the place is locked, and the Tiranga that was hoisted by the Kashmiri Pandit activists have been removed. This is seen as a disrespect to the flag, because the administration as well as the central government has already made it very clear that this time every Indian, every citizen showed the patriotism, and they should hold the Tiranga, should feel proud about the Azadi of 75 years of independence. That is why this campaign is known as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and all through this year we witnessed, whether it was the cycle rally, it was a boat rally, the tourism also carried many functions under the theme of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Even the schools held many functions, but now when the 15th August is nearby, we are seeing a controversy being generated from the Kashmir Valley, where a Kashmiri Pandit activist hoists tricolor, which was removed in no time.
Well, Zira, I'll just request you to stay on. Let me also get in Kavinder Gupta of the BJP, who's joining us on the phone line. Mr. Gupta, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. This perhaps is the biggest disrespect. What we saw earlier was something that every Indian was very proud of. Finally, what should have been done years ago was done by Dr. Sandeep Mawa. But minutes later, we see that the tricolour was removed. It is high time perhaps the Jammu and Kashmir police really takes some sort of an action on this entire matter and send out a very strong message.
देखिए, जिन्होंने तिरंगे अवतार के अपमान किया है उन पर तो एक्शन होना ही चाहिए, लेकिन इस तरह से जो मुझे लगता है, जो मेरी ये पर्सनल राय हो सकती है कि ऐसे ही जाकर के किसी के दरवाजे पर झंडा लगाना वो भी गलत था, और जब किया तो पब्लिक बेसिस पर सहमति के साथ ये तिरंगे के अपमान करने के लिए नहीं हुआ था, इसलिए ये बड़ा जरूरी बात थी कि लेकिन जो उन्होंने उतारा है वो निंदनीय है, इसको सहन नहीं किया जा सकता। प्रशासन और पुलिस को जहां लोग बैठे हैं उन पर जल्दी से जल्दी एक्शन लेना चाहिए। अभी इनको पता नहीं लगा है कि आपके साथ आज कोई भी नहीं करा है, और हिंदुस्तान के और जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग हिंदुस्तान के साथ वापस चल रहे हैं। अभी पिछले दिनों की जो भारतीय जनता युवा मोर्चा की रैली से बताया कि हजारों नौजवान वहां से चल करके आए हैं, और इसका ये रवैया असहनीय है और सहन नहीं किया जाना चाहिए।
कविंदर गुप्ता जी, मैं वापस ये सवाल आपसे इसलिए करना चाहूंगा क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं जो एक्शन की बात हो रही है, एक तरह से देखा जा रहा है कि ये कहा जा रहा है कि हर घर तिरंगा की बात हो रही है, और वहां पे ये देखा जा रहा है कि किस तरह से तिरंगा के अपमान किया जाता है। बट अगर इस वक्त जम्मू एंड कश्मीर की एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन इस पर ठोस कार्रवाई नहीं करती है तो आप एक गलत मैसेज भेजते हैं। आप उसकी मांग नहीं करेंगे?
बिल्कुल कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए, क्यों नहीं कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए। ये तिरंगे का अपमान है, और हुर्रियत जैसे जो संगठन जो आज भी पाकिस्तान के इशारे पर काम करते हैं, तो उनसे इससे ज्यादा उम्मीद नहीं की जा सकती। जो भी लोग आज भी हुर्रियत जो ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिसके साथ आज ज्यादा से ज्यादा इनके जो लीडर्स हैं वो जेल में हैं, और जो अंदर बैठे हैं वो इस प्रकार के एक्शन कर रहे हैं, उनको निकाल करके उन पर एक्शन किया जाना चाहिए। उनको बिल्कुल जेल में इस वक्त भेजना चाहिए। ये तिरंगे का अपमान बिल्कुल सहने योग्य नहीं है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कविंदर गुप्ता, फॉर्मर डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर, स्पीकिंग टू रिपब्लिक टीवी. Waiting for some sort of an action to be taken by the Jammu and Kashmir police. As of now, we are given to understand no such action that has been taken so far. But joining us on this broadcast is Dr. Sandeep Mawa, the man who hoisted the tricolour outside the Hurriyat office. Dr. Mawa, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. What should have been done long back is finally being done, Dr. Mawa. I think so everyone is going to hail your act, but what we are seeing is also very disappointing. Moments after you hoisted the tricolour, we see that it's now being removed. Your thoughts?
See, nobody has removed. What has happened is there's a wrong perception given. The police has removed it because I know it when I left, because nobody should respect the national flag. So what I've been informed, and the police has removed it. The SHO concerned of Rajbagh police station, Rabinder, has removed it. There is nobody could dare except the authorities to remove the flag. So there is no controversy of this.
But Dr. Mawa, why really remove it is the bigger question right now.
Yeah, they should have not removed. That is the second question. But nobody from Hurriyat could dare. See, you should understand the security setup of Kashmir is absolutely foolproof. Nobody can dare from Hurriyat to remove the national flag. Nobody. Be assured, I was there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mawa, for putting this in. Go ahead, Dr. Mawa, complete your sentence and then we'll proceed.
I said nobody could dare it except the authorities, because they must have their own perception to safeguard their interests. They must have done it. Otherwise, nobody from Hurriyat can even think of removing the national flag from their gates.
Dr. Mawa, just a quick question before I let you go, because we also have the images of you hoisting the tricolour there, the thoughts behind it, and what really went behind this entire planning. Because I know for a fact that many people have tried it in the past, they have failed. There was always that fear. How did you actually manage to do it, and what is the message that perhaps you want to send across?
See, Kashmiris outside the country or inside the country, there is a wrong perception that Kashmiris are supporters of some other nation. No, we are supporters of our great nation, India. And this is a message we have shown to the entire world, that our heart and mind are with the great nation, India. And today we have the thought process of separatists has vanished. There were some people, a minuscule of them. So today that phase has ended. Today it is new Kashmir, and the hoisting at Hurriyat office, it's itself a message that we have discarded, dethroned the secessionist mindset. That was a clear message, because Tiranga festival is going on till August 15th. So we are contributing as Kashmiris, we are contributing our way.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Sandeep Mawa, for putting this into perspective. On your screens right now, those very images when Dr. Sandeep Mawa and a few others hoisted the tricolour outside the Hurriyat office.
Biggest disrespect to the tricolour coming from the Kashmir Valley, where Kashmiri Pandit activists hoist tricolour, and within no time it has been removed from the gates of office of All Party Hurriyat Conference. More on Republic about this. Keep watching Republic TV.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to report? Sonia Gandhi coming out of and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here, along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Mainland China. We're here to talk about Taiwan. We have our Taiwan Relations Act. We support the communiques, this, that, and the other thing that had gone before. So we are supporters of the status quo and the rest. I don't want anything to happen in Taiwan by force. So strength, and one of the biggest sources of strength is democracy.
Look at the mountain of cash!
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
We will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chain.
Speaking at a joint press conference, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke about how she viewed the relationship between the US and Taiwan as important one, and how the solidarity of the people of the United States is with Taiwan at this point.
Put it in perspective, over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom.
The speaker went on to mention how China stood against Taiwan's participation in certain meetings and was harming relations of the country with the US.
Important to note that members of Congress, several of them had made trips just earlier this year. 5 senators, bipartisan, came.
Mega show of patriotism on display in the national capital, but face-off erupts as opposition boycotts rally. Tricolor removed from Hurriyat office in Srinagar shortly after it was put up. BJP heads back at opposition, says don't politicize tricolor. "17 opposition parties question top court on the PMLA, expresses deep apprehensions over implications." It's a super exclusive. Republic uncovers the joint Partho Orpita link. Undeniable proof of the link is now out. China is posturing with drills, tanks and missiles. Failed China push to corner against with just Pakistan and Russia support. "18-hour visit rattles China. Pelosi now takes off from Taiwan." Getting in some breaking news right now, big development in the illegal phone tapping case where the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey has now been sent to judicial custody till 16th of August. Meanwhile, he's already moved a bail application. The order has now been reserved. In all likelihood, it's going to be pronounced tomorrow afternoon is what we are given to understand. This after the Enforcement Directorate has conducted weeks of investigation in the illegal phone tapping, in which allegations have been levelled against the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey for carrying out illegal phone tapping at the National Stock Exchange at the behest of the former MD of NSE, Chitra Ramakrishna and Ravi Narayan. Allegations which have been denied by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner. But having said that, the Enforcement Directorate says that a company that has been direct links with Sanjay Pandey was actually roped in by Chitra Ramakrishna and Ravi Narayan to carry out illegal phone tapping of over 90 employees of the National Stock Exchange. In fact, this was going on for several years put together till the time the NSE co-location scam was busted by the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation. A big development now taking place. We'll try and also go across to my colleague Sambhav Sharma, who's been tracking the story very closely from the Rouse Court. That's the latest details now coming in.
A great number of members of the Congress gathered to celebrate Siddaramaya's 75th birthday. With the event attended by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, leaders who are following State President D.K. Shivkumar were also present at the occasion in order to show solidarity with the leader currently under the ED scanner. Even so, a 6-kilometer traffic jam was witnessed on Pune-Bangalore highway near Devanagare where the event was held. At least 10 lakh people are assumed to have visited the leader's 75th birthday. With both Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar showcasing chief ministerial aspirations ahead of the assembly elections, the Congress in Karnataka sees clear rifts and preferences between the two leaders with regard to being the face of the party in the state. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, as far as the big controversy now brewing in Jammu and Kashmir, a Kashmiri Pandit activist had unfurled the tricolour outside the Hurriyat office, but minutes later it was removed. We're also getting in another news now coming in where a massive political face-off has been brewing over the Tiranga Yatra. Opposition has essentially chosen to boycott the Tiranga Yatra.
विपक्ष को हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ बोलने के लिए चाहिए। ये तिरंगा किसी पार्टी का नहीं था, तिरंगा देश के स्वाभिमान का प्रतीक है, देश के सम्मान का।
जी हाँ, बहुत बढ़िया अभियान है ये। मैं शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ और इस चीज़ का मैं शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि मैं देश के लिए सेवा करने का मुझे पहले मौका मिला क्रिकेट की फील्ड में, और अब मुझे मौका मिल रहा है यहाँ पे कि मैं देश के किसी काम आ सकूं। और ये जो अभियान शुरू किया है ये हर भारतीय के लिए है, और ज़रूर हर भारतीय जो अपने आप को गर्व महसूस करता है कि मैं भारतीय हूँ, उसको अपने घर पे झंडा लगाना चाहिए।
कि जिसके मन में तिरंगा के प्रति कभी प्यार था ही नहीं, वो तो आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी के आह्वान के बाद स्पष्ट हो गया ना। उनके मन में तिरंगा होता तो तिरंगे में भाजपा थोड़ी देखते। तिरंगे में कैसे भाजपा देख लिया लोगों ने, और डीपी भी लगा रहे, हम नेहरू जी के लगाएंगे साथ में। कि जिसके मन में तिरंगा के प्रति कभी प्यार था ही नहीं, वो तो आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी के आह्वान के बाद स्पष्ट हो गया ना। उनके मन में तिरंगा होता तो तिरंगे में भाजपा थोड़ी देखते। तिरंगे में कैसे भाजपा देख लिया लोगों ने, और डीपी भी लगा रहे, हम नेहरू जी के लगाएंगे साथ में।
हम लोग अपना अपना मनाएंगे, ये बीजेपी का अपना पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा कैसे लेंगे? हमारा खादी को खत्म कर दिया, चाइना से अभी फ्लैग आने लगे, फ्लैग कोड बदल दी। क्या हो रहा है ये सारे? हर दिन दो वक्त मोदी जी गांधी को नारा लगाते हैं, और गांधी जी का जो सपना था खादी, उनको हिंदुस्तान से हटाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये क्या हो रहा है तमाशा?
Right behind me, you can see sea of tricolors, people taking part in this Tiranga Yatra with chants of Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. You can see Venkaiah Naidu is the one who had basically flagged off this entire Tiranga rally, and this rally will go towards the Vijay Chowk in Delhi. We are in Parliament and the message is being sent out. Sir, क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे? सर, मैसेज क्या देना चाहेंगे आप?
भारत की शान बान आन की प्रतीक है तिरंगा। आज आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव के शुभ अवसर पर सभी सांसदों ने भारत माता के जयकारा लगाते हुए आज से अभी पूरा देश में जो हर घर तिरंगा का कार्यक्रम शुरू किया गया है।
all parliamentarians are taking part in this. We will also try to, take part in this Tiranga rally. Tiranga rally. I would ask my video journalist, कोई है आपके साथ, to sit with them, Okay. So we will also try to take part in this Tiranga rally, and then we'll try to show you more pictures. चलिए भैया, चलिए. Rally, Tiranga bike rally, which has now begun from Red Fort. Many parliamentarians have taken part in this bike rally, Tiranga bike rally, which has now begun from Red Fort. They are going towards the parliament, so it's a big day. A message is being sent out clearly by the parliamentarians to hoist tricolour on their respective houses from 13th to 15th of August. So it's a huge Tiranga bike rally, which has now begun from Red Fort. We'll have to wait and watch how this program is further going to be continued. But yes, a clear message being sent out by the government, by the Ministry of Culture, and also is being told to people across the country to take part in flag hoisting ceremony on their roofs from 13th to 15th of August. So we are continuously showing you live pictures from this Tiranga bike rally, which has now kick-started from Red Fort. This bike rally will go towards the Vijay Chowk in Delhi, and till there we will be also taking part in this bike rally. मैम, आज प्रोग्राम है, तिरंगा यात्रा निकाली जा रही है, क्या मैसेज आप?
मैसेज बहुत साधारण है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अमृत महोत्सव की घोषणा की थी 12 मार्च 2021 को, और साथ ही तिरंगा यात्रा, तिरंगा जो हम सबकी प्रेरणा है, और कल बेंगली वेंकैया जी के जन्मदिन से शुरू कर हमारे जितने अनसंग हीरोज़ हैं, जिनके बारे में लोगों की जानकारी कम है, वो उन सबको जाने, और जिन्होंने अपना सर्वस्व इस देश की आज़ादी के लिए न्यौछावर किया, वही हमारी प्रेरणा बने, ताकि हम उस प्रेरणा को लेकर आगे आने वाले आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव में शामिल होते हुए 25 साल देश के कैसे हो उसके काम में जुट जाएं और पूरे अपने सामर्थ्य को पहचानते हुए आगे बढ़े।
मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर का इवेंट है, ये मैसेज क्लियर जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि कुछ पार्टी के जो एमपीज हैं उनमें कंफ्यूजन है कि बीजेपी का ये इवेंट है। आप चाहेंगे कि पार्टी अक्रॉस लाइन जो है एमपीज इसमें आए?
मैं चाहूँगी कि सांसद अक्रॉस पार्टी लाइन इसमें पहुँचे, क्योंकि तिरंगा किसी एक पार्टी का नहीं, तिरंगा देश का है।
क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे इस तिरंगा यात्रा के?
मैसेज, ये पूरा देश इस अमृत महोत्सव काल में अपने पूर्वजों को याद करके, जिन्होंने त्याग, तपस्या और बलिदान के बल पे आज भारत को आज़ाद किया, अंग्रेजों को भगाया, और दुर्भाग्य से देश को टुकड़े टुकड़े करने वाले लोग आज भी इस तिरंगे को अपमानित करने का काम कर रहे हैं। और आज मोदी जी पूरे देश में एक उत्सव का वातावरण, आज गांव में, शहर में, जब हम घर घर झंडा लेकर के उत्सव मनाएंगे, तो लोगों के मन में राष्ट्र के प्रति एक नई भावना की जागृति होगी, जो हम बचपन से मनाते आए। दुर्भाग्य है कि मोदी जी अगर तिरंगा उठा रहे हैं तो विपक्ष उनका उल्टा, अगर उसके हाथ में कोई चाइना थमा दे तो वो भी थम लेंगे। मैंने मोदी का विरोध करते करते मोदी करेंगे भारत माता की जय, तो उनके जुबान से क्या निकलेगा भगवान जाने।
ताज्जुब की बात है, क्योंकि तिरंगा तो किसी दल का, किसी व्यक्ति का नहीं है, देश का तिरंगा है, सबको आना चाहिए था, गलत हो गया। हमारे दिल में ऐसा नहीं होता, दिखाना पड़ता है, दिल में भी होना है, झंडा लहराना होता है।
इम्पोज किया जा रहा है, आरएसएस का झंडा है, क्या कहेंगे आप इस तरह की?
तिरंगा कोई इम्पोज करने वाला चीज है क्या? तिरंगा तो शान से लहराने वाला।
सर, कांग्रेस
भाई जो आदमी अपने देश में रहता है उसका देशभक्त है, उसमें क्या परेशानी? अगर वो झंडा अपने घर पर नहीं लगाएगा तो देशभक्त नहीं होगा क्या वो?
नहीं, बीजेपी अब कह रही है कि उन्होंने, सारे नेता बोल रहे हैं कि क्या विपक्ष के सांसद अपने घर पे तिरंगा तो लगाएंगे ना? ये सवाल पूछ रहे हो कि देशभक्ति पे सवाल है?
तो देशभक्ति झंडे पर ही थोड़ी डिपेंड करती है, आदमी के काम पर, कारनामों पर करती है।
देखिए, जनता सब जानती है, जनता सब पहचानती है। जैसे मैंने आपको कहा कि अधीर रंजन चौधरी हो या बर्क साहब हो या कोई और हो, आज इस पावन विषय को लेकर हम उन पे अटैक नहीं करेंगे, मगर हाथ जोड़कर कहेंगे जनता बिल्कुल सब जानती है। तभी तो 8 साल से नरेंद्र मोदी प्रधानमंत्री है। कौन देश के लिए ठीक काम कर रहा है, कौन देश के लिए उचित है, कौन देश को आगे बढ़ा सकता है, इन सब विषयों को लेकर जनता जनार्दन जानती है। तिरंगे का क्या महत्व है, आज हम आर्ग्यूमेंट में क्यों पढ़े। तिरंगे का महत्व है, यह देश का नेशनल फ्लैग है, हम इसको मिलकर फहरा नहीं सकते क्या 20 करोड़ घरों में? क्या कांग्रेस को लगता है कि वो अपने घर पे ऊपर, अपने अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी अपने घर के ऊपर, उनके कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में क्या वो एक अपील कर देंगे तो कोई छोटे हो जाएंगे क्या? बिल्कुल नहीं, ये बीजेपी का झंडा नहीं है। कल माननीय नड्डा जी ने, ये हमारे पार्टी के अध्यक्ष हैं, मगर उन्होंने हमारी पार्टी की तरफ से एक अपील की है पूरे देशवासियों को। अगर कांग्रेस की भी अध्यक्षा और कांग्रेस पार्टी भी ऐसी अपील कर दे तो कोई कांग्रेस छोटी नहीं हो जाएगी। देश का झंडा है, बीजेपी का झंडा नहीं है। कल माननीय नड्डा जी ने कोई ये नहीं कहा कि बीजेपी का झंडा फहराइए, उन्होंने तिरंगे के लिए कहा है। हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी आगे आए, ये तू मैं का विषय ही नहीं है।
Shivsena MLA Uddhav Samant supporting the Eknath Shinde camp and the MLA in Eknath Shinde faction. His convoy was attacked yesterday while he was on the way from Pune, Katraj towards Mumbai, and the supporters of Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray had attacked his car with hockey sticks and several other equipments. He didn't had any kind of injuries, but the Katraj police, the Bharati Vidyapit police of Pune have registered an FIR against 10 people and have made 6 arrests in this case. So far the investigation is underway and Pune police is in search of rest the people who attacked the ex-cabinet minister Uddhav Samant. Reporting from Mumbai with cameraman Sameer Shelke, Sandeep Singh for Republic TV.
It's a Republic Super exclusive. We get you full details of Partho and Urpita's link. Undeniable proof of the link is now out. Seventeen opposition parties question top court order on PMLA, express deep apprehensions over the implications.
We will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chain.
Speaking at a joint press conference, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke about how she viewed the relationship between the US and Taiwan as important one and how the solidarity of the people of the United States is with Taiwan at this point.
Put it in perspective, over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom.
The speaker went on to mention how China stood against Taiwan's participation in certain meetings and was harming relations of the country with the US.
Important to note that members of Congress, several of them had made trips just earlier this year. 5 senators, bipartisan, came, again including the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, Mr. Menendez, came. Not too much of a fuss was made. Individual senators have made trips or plan to make trips. And I just hope that it's really clear that while China has stood in the way of Taiwan participating and going to certain meetings, that they understand that they will not stand in the way of people coming to Taiwan.
Speaking about the manner in which China influenced Taiwan, Nancy Pelosi spoke about how the country used money to influence the workings of the state, saying that China uses soft power.
Your question comes in the context of right now a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize if that has effectiveness, because it's a lot of money and it's promises that may or may not ever be kept.
Nancy Pelosi also reiterated how what mattered more was the success of Taiwan and that the US wished to have a good economic exchange between the two countries. And a quick roundup of all the action in Taiwan. Talking about the Russian invasion on Ukraine, Taiwan's president spoke about the situation at the Taiwan Strait in wake of the invasion and the rising threats if faced as a result of the same.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine earlier this year has made security over the Taiwan Strait another focus of worldwide attention. Aggressions against democratic Taiwan would have a tremendous impact on the security of the entire Indo-Pacific.
Taiwan's president, speaking at the conference, stated that the country is committed to pursuing its defensive interests and that to work towards a stable Indo-Pacific region.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see press.
और मात्र 0.5% कन्विक्शन रेट है ईडी का। क्या ये समझने के लिए हिंदुस्तान के लोगों के लिए, प्रबुद्ध मीडिया जनों के लिए काफी नहीं है कि ईडी का दुरुपयोग हो रहा है, ईडी का राजनीतिक इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, ईडी को एक हथियार बना के इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है? अगर 3000 रेड में 0.5% कन्विक्शन रेट है उनका, तो इसका मतलब समझा जा सकता है कि जब जिसके ऊपर मन में आया ईडी छोड़ दी। आप देख रहे हैं महाराष्ट्र में क्या हुआ, आप देख रहे हैं दिल्ली में क्या हो रहा है, आप देख रहे हैं किस तरीके से झारखंड की सरकार को गिराने की कोशिश की जा रही है, शुरू हो गई है।
Getting in some more breaking news right now, Aam Aadmi Party has now extended their support to opposition's vice presidential candidate Margaret Alva. In fact, Sanjay Singh has just spoken out a short while back. We'll play that out in a short while from now. Tricolour removed from Hurriyat office in Srinagar shortly after it was put up. Eighteen-hour visit rattles China. Pelosi now takes off from Taiwan. All this and much more on the other side.
Your question comes in the context of right now a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize if that has effectiveness, because it's a lot of money and it's promises that may or may not ever be kept.
Nancy Pelosi also reiterated how what mattered more was the success of Taiwan and that the US wished to have a good economic exchange between the two countries. And a quick roundup of all the action in Taiwan. Talking about the Russian invasion on Ukraine, Taiwan's president spoke about the situation at the Taiwan Strait in wake of the invasion and the rising threats if faced as a result of the same.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine earlier this year has made security over the Taiwan Strait another focus of worldwide attention. Aggressions against democratic Taiwan would have a tremendous impact on the security of the entire Indo-Pacific.
Taiwan's president speaking at the conference stated that the country is committed to pursuing its defensive interests and that to work towards a stable Indo-Pacific region.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here, along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Ram Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Mainland China. We're here to talk about Taiwan. We have our our Taiwan Relations Act. We support the communiques, this, that, and the other thing that have gone before. So we're supporters of the status quo and the rest. I don't want anything to happen to Taiwan by force. So strength, and one of the biggest sources of strength is democracy.
Look at the mountain of cash!
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
We will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chain.
Speaking at a joint press conference, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke about how she viewed the relationship between the US and Taiwan as important one and how the solidarity of the people of the United States is with Taiwan.
अफगानिस्तान में गुरुद्वारे और सिखों पर हो रहे हमले के बारे में बोलने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूँ। ये एक ऐसा मुद्दा है जिसने न केवल दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में रहने वाले हर सिख की भावना को आहत किया है, बल्कि ये एक सिख होने की पहचान पर हमला है। इस तरह के हमले हमें कई सवाल करने के लिए मजबूर कर देते हैं कि ये हमले हमारे ऊपर ही क्यों हमें निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। दुनिया भर में गुरुद्वारे, चाहे वो कोविड के दौरान या गुरुद्वारे ही नहीं थे, वो भोजन और हर तरीके की चीज़, ऑक्सीजन को लेकर के
Getting in some breaking news right now. The hearing in Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee's case has already begun. Enforcement Directorate has now sought for 4 days of custody. But a big breaking news coming in. Republic newsbreak has now been raised in the court. Last evening we told you about the 18 properties of Arpita and Partho Chatterjee which has been identified by the Enforcement Directorate. But one property is a direct partnership of Arpita Mukherjee and Partho Chatterjee, and if I can quote from what the Enforcement Directorate has now told the court, is that there's a partnership deed 50-50 share of Partho and Arpita. Where and how the money and income came is something that they are basically looking into. Joining us on this broadcast is Kishore. Kishore, Republic had first exposed this property which is in the name of Arpita and Partho Chatterjee, bought in the year 2012. That has now been raised in the court. What more are you picking up?
Exactly. Right now in the court, we are picking up that ED is right now
vying for 4 days of custody right now. And what you mentioned, the ED has also mentioned about all the properties that we broke in Republic Network first, and they are saying that all these properties, Partho and Orpita, had a 50% of share. ED is saying, ED advocate lawyer is saying inside the court premises that we need more time to look into the documents that we have procured from the various apartments and flats of Orpita and Partho Chatterjee. We are getting updates every moment from inside the courtroom, and what ED is saying right now that they need more days of custody of both Partho and Orpita because they need to understand the source of all this money with which they brought this huge amount of property that we were talking about yesterday and the day before, and throughout the time we were covering this. Also, apart from that, Partho Chatterjee's lawyer is right now,
Kishore, sorry to interrupt you. We'll come back to you in a short while from now. We'll be closely tracking all the developments inside the court. Republic TV's news break finds residents inside the court.
Meanwhile, protests erupted in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where people protested against rising prices and high inflation. And people even thought that they were made to pay hefty electricity bills. Protesters also raised concerns that they were made to pay more amount of service charges and taxes than was due.
इससे पहले भी बिलात आते रहे हैं, लेकिन इस दफ़ा जो बिल जारी किए महकमा बरक़ियात की जानिब से, उसके अंदर फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस के नाम पे एक बहुत बड़ी जो अमाउंट है वो हर बिल के अंदर ऐड की गई है। और जुल्म की इंतहा देखें कि एक तो पहले आप फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस डाल रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप उन चार्जेस के ऊपर टैक्स दोबारा डाल रहे हैं। वो इतने बड़े आपके अमाउंट बन गए कि अगर किसी का 10,000 बिल है तो उसके अंदर 4,500 से 5,000 रुपया जो है वो फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस की मद में एक नया जो है वो गुंडा टैक्स शामिल कर दिया गया है, जो एक आम आदमी की दस्तरस से बाहर है। और उस वजह से इस वक्त आपको पूरे आज़ाद कश्मीर के अंदर जो है लोग ऐसे।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah will arrive in Bengaluru today to take part in Sankalp Se Siddhi conference of the Confederation of the Indian Industries. During his visit, Shah will also hold a meet with state BJP leaders. Shah's trip to the city comes amid unrest among a section of the BJP cadres who are upset with the spate of murders of Hindutva activists. As the Amarnath Yatra began 2 years post the pandemic, an important announcement was made by the J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. He noted that due to several accidents in the Yatra due to inclement weather conditions, the Amarnath Yatra will have to be halted. The J&K Lieutenant Governor also asked all devotees to perform and complete all their rituals before 5th of August.
Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Sinha urged the devotees visiting the Amarnath Shrine to complete their trips before the 5th of August. While stating that the yatras to the shrine were planned till the 11th of August, he warned of the bad weather conditions in the state in the coming days.
देश भर के श्रद्धालुओं से मेरा निवेदन होगा कि जिस तरह से मौसम है, जिस तरह का अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है, मैं सबसे आग्रह करूंगा कि 5 अगस्त तक जो भी श्रद्धालु दर्शन करना चाहें वो दर्शन कर लें। वैसे तो हम लोगों ने 11 अगस्त तक घोषित किया है, लेकिन जो अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है कि आगे आने वाले दिनों में और भी बारिश की संभावना है या मौसम प्रतिकूल रहेगा।
The Lieutenant Governor was also a part of the puja performed on the occasion of Nag Panchami in Srinagar. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Expelled Haryana Congress leader Kuldeep Bishnoi hinted at joining the BJP. He declared that he would resign from the Haryana Assembly very soon.
कार्यकर्ता मेरा 4,500 कार्यकर्ता यहाँ के क्यों? क्योंकि पैसों से टूट दिए बेचारे सबके साथ। उसके बावजूद भी भाई साहब आपके साथ खड़े, आपके साथ खड़े, तो मन में तकलीफ होती है कि जो आदमी बेचारा इतना दुखी हो रहा है, इतना पिंजरा है, उसके बावजूद भी मेरे साथ खड़ा है, तो मेरा भी धर्म बनता है कि उसके लिए कुछ करूँ। तो आज मैं आपसे परमिशन मांगने आया कि मैं इस्तीफा दे दूँ।
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi. Sanjay Raut Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
mainland China. We're here to talk about Taiwan. We have our our Taiwan Relations Act. We support the communiques of this, that, and the other thing that had gone before. So we're supporters of the status quo and the rest. I don't want anything to happen to Taiwan by force. So strength, and one of the biggest sources of strength.
Staying with the breaking news now coming in from Kolkata, the mega cash scam. Latest details coming in with regards to the enforcement directorate now seeking custody of Arpita and Partho Chatterjee for 4 more days on the ground that Partho Chatterjee hasn't really been cooperating with the agency. In fact, as we speak right now, Republic news break has been taken up. Last evening, we had exposed 18 properties linked to Arpita Mukherjee and also Partho Chatterjee, but the biggest clincher was the property jointly owned by Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Chatterjee. It was a property in Birbhum district. In fact, it was bought back in 2012, which essentially indicated that they are just not friends, but they are business collaborators. Something that Partho Chatterjee and Arpita have been denying all this while. It was Republic TV's news break, which has now found some resonance inside the court, with the enforcement directorate saying that they have basically come across a partnership deed, a 50-50 partnership deed, which is basically under the scanner. Multiple premises have also now come under the scanner of the enforcement directorate, which includes some of the properties that we had exposed last evening. Beyond that, we're also picking up that Partho Chatterjee has also applied for a bail. Partho Chatterjee's lawyers are currently arguing in the court. Let me bring in Kishalai, who's joining me right now from the Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishalai, the big news point really emerging, something that we had discussed last evening, something that we had exposed first, it's the joint property. Tell our viewers, why exactly is that so very important for the enforcement directorate that it now finds a mention in the court?
Well, Shawan, exactly. Yesterday's news break, Republic's exclusive news break, finds its resonation inside the courtroom as ED mentions that there are properties, and they have mentioned the properties that we also did yesterday. The 50-50% stakeholders, Partho and Arpita, were in those properties. They mention, ED lawyer mentions that they have 50% stake each in these properties, joint stake, joint holder of these properties. And the ED lawyer is saying right now that we have a huge amount of evidence, huge amount of documents that we need to go through, and that's the reason that we right now need more days of custody. We need to ask these two very important people who are in our custody right now, Partho Chatterjee and Arpita, and we need to understand the source of this money. So first of all, Republic's exclusive news break right now finds its place in the court argument, where the ED lawyer is saying repeatedly that 50% joint stake property holders, Partho and Arpita, needs to be in our custody for more time. They are especially asking for 4 days of ED custody right now, and inside the court, Partho Chatterjee's lawyer is again saying that no, this 4 days custody is not what should be given right now, and he is right now opposing that and asking for pleading for bail right now. That's the update. And also when there was an argument, and the Partho Chatterjee's lawyer is right now saying that Partho Chatterjee is 72 years old, he has been a very important minister, and ED's lawyer or ED is saying that he is not cooperating. That's not true, because Partho Chatterjee was in 10 days of custody, and there were raids in his multiple apartments and 24-hour raids in his own house. So therefore right now that argument is going on inside the courtroom, and Republic's news break as well finds its resonation within the courtroom. Shawan.
Kishala, this is Abhishek, and for the benefit of viewers, please tell us where all these premises are located, and at last count, how many of the properties owned either independently or jointly by Partho and Arpita have been taken into account by the enforcement directorate, searches conducted, seizures made. What's the final tally, and what is the final figure of all the money that has been recovered?
Well, Abhishek, exactly. Right now, today, as we speak, there are raids in multiple locations, including Bolpur, including Birbhum, the apartment which is named as Oppa, which can be taken out from Orpita and Partho's name, and also there are multiple raids in Icha and other locations. ED is saying that they have raided more than 9 locations related to this case. They are also saying that there are more locations to be raided, as we said yesterday in our exclusive news break, that there is more than 1.5 lakh square feet of property owned by Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee in different locations of West Bengal. So that's the staggering amount of square feet that they own within this state, and there are also properties which is not in their name. What I'm saying, this huge amount of square feet is in their name officially, and then they have properties in the name of their driver, in the name of different relatives, etc. Also, the amount of money that was recovered in the first day, about 22 crores, and then 27 crores the second day, and 5 kgs of gold and more. So that amount of property that they own, and that amount of cash that was seized, all these are in ED's custody right now, and there is a lot of documents that needs to be studied by ED right now. So ED lawyer is arguing that we need 4 days of custody so that we can understand the source of this money that these two people own, and so that we can understand what's more there in this document and we can process it. However, Partho Chatterjee's lawyer is right now opposing that custody extension, and he's saying that he should be given bail because already there is a long time which he has already spent in custody of ED. Abhishek, back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Kishalai. So arguments going on in the court on extension of custody of former Bengal Minister Partho and his aide Orpita, even as their lawyers argue that the custody should not be extended. Obviously, the seizures that have been made and whatever remains of all the properties that still need to be investigated would ultimately determine whether the ED court, the PMLA court, in fact, extends the ED custody of the accused in the Bengal recruitment scam case, or whether they are sent to judicial custody, following which, of course, the bail proceedings take over. With that, we move on to the next story, which is coming in from Parliament, and it is about the government deciding to withdraw the Personal Data Protection Bill 2021. The House has approved the motion by a voice vote, with Minister of Electronics and Information Technology Ashwini Vaishnaw in a note saying that there were a lot of amendments that were moved in by the members of Parliament, based on which the government has decided to in fact go back to the drawing table and drawing board rather, and come back with a new updated version of the Data Protection Bill. Remember, there were some privacy issues. The Data Protection Bill had a clause which provided the government agencies or made the government agencies exempt from the very tough and strict, otherwise very tough and strict provisions of privacy in the Data Protection Bill. And that's why I think, based on the objections raised and the amendments moved in, the government has decided that if it would rather come back with a new draft and the bill goes back to the drawing board with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology looking into it. Let's go to Aishwarya Kapoor, our executive editor, politics on that. Aishwarya, Personal Data Protection Bill is withdrawn by the government. What, according to you, could be the reason that the government has taken this decision?
Well, at this point of time, Abhishek, we are being told that House has approved the motion in a voice vote. Personal Data Bill Protection 2021 has been taken back by the Minister concerned of Information Technology, that is Ashwini Vaishnaw. They're also being categorically told that the government, according to the changing times, would want to bring in a more updated version, would want to bring in a more updated law. We are being told that if the opposition permits, basically, because if there is no ruckus, then in the next session itself, the government is planning to bring in a more updated bill in this regard, because personal data has become more and more sacrosanct. We've seen how the government has fought with certain international players as well, even certain major social networking platforms in this very regard. And hence we are being told that as far as the personal data bill is concerned, government is taking this one back, or has already withdrawn it. and a new bill is going to be brought in as soon as possible so that the personal security of individuals, of Indian citizens, which is paramount for the government, can be maintained and can be controlled further.
Right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya. And that's a very important development coming in from the parliament. Opposition had raised some issues about privacy and data protection, particularly when it came to the extra bit of freedom that the government enjoyed as per some provisions of the data protection bill. And now, post those objections and the numerous amendments that were made by members, mainly from the opposition parties,
मैं अफगानिस्तान में गुरुद्वारे और सिखों पर हो रहे हमले के बारे में बोलने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूं। ये एक ऐसा मुद्दा है जिसने न केवल दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में रहने वाले हर सिख की भावना को आहत किया है, बल्कि ये एक सिख होने की पहचान पर हमला है। इस तरह के हमले हमें कई सवाल करने के लिए मजबूर कर देते हैं कि ये हमले हमारे ऊपर ही क्यों हमें निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। दुनिया भर में गुरुद्वारे, चाहे वो कोविड के दौरान या गुरुद्वारे ही नहीं थे, वो भोजन और हर तरीके की चीज़, ऑक्सीजन को लेकर के उन्होंने हर तरीके की चीज़ लोगों के लिए उपलब्धित की थी। स्वतंत्रता के बाद के समय की बात करूं तो देश के सिखों के योगदान के बारे में हम सबको पता है। जीडीपी की बात करूं, रोजगार की बात करूं या दान धर्म की बात करूं तो सिख हमेशा सबसे आगे रहा है। सिख समुदाय भारत और अन्य देशों के बीच संबंधों में एक मजबूत कड़ी रहा है। वो अपने साहस, प्रक्रम और कड़ी मेहनत के लिए जाने जाते हैं, और ये सब होने के बावजूद हमारे साथ ऐसा सलूक क्यों?
All right, 17 opposition parties, including the TMC, the Aam Aadmi Party, plus one independent Rajya Sabha MP, have signed a joint statement expressing deep apprehensions on long-term implications of the recent Supreme Court judgment upholding amendments to the PMLA 2002, that's Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and called for its review. Remember, just a few days back, there was the decision by the Supreme Court which upheld the search, seizure and arrest authority or powers of the Enforcement Directorate, saying that those were important powers in aid of investigations and that there was protection of the courts available to those who were under the lens of the agency. But opposition, it seems, is not satisfied with the explanation given by the topmost court of the country, and they have signed a joint statement expressing apprehensions on the use or misuse, as the opposition calls, of these investigation agencies, not just ED but CBI as well, against only opposition leaders. This gains importance in the backdrop of the fact that the Gandhis in picture there in front of you are under the lens in connection with the National Herald's case. We have seen how the Enforcement Directorate has carried out search and seizure operations yesterday itself, in fact, at all the properties associated with the National Herald and the Associated Journals Limited. And if the petitions were allowed in the Supreme Court instead of the order that came, there would have been limitations imposed on the search that was carried out yesterday, for example. So I think let's listen into what the Union INB Minister Anurag Thakur had to say on this.
तो हमारे उसमें ये लिखा है कि हर एक युवा, इस देश का युवा किस प्रकार का बने, उसको सुख शांति और समृद्धि मिले, उसको जीवन के अंदर खुशी मिले, और आज़ादी के इस 75वें अमृत महोत्सव के समय में, इस 75 वर्ष होने के बाद, हम लोग जिस प्रकार की इस देश के जो यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी, इस देश के लिए जो उन्होंने कहा कि इस देश को जो है विश्व गुरु बनाना है, कि अगले जो 25 वर्ष हैं देश के लिए, ये 25 वर्ष इस देश के लिए एक अमृत काल है। इस देश में अगर अमृत काल है तो हमको जो है, हम किस प्रकार का संदेश अपने युवाओं को देना चाहते हैं, इस देश में हम किस प्रकार के नागरिक तैयार करना चाहते हैं, ये हमारे सामने एक बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न है। मैं अपनी बात खेलों से पहले युवा संबंधी मेरे कुछ विचार है, मैं उस पर अपने विचार रखना चाहता हूं, अध्यक्ष महोदय। देखिए, हम चीज़ों के लिए अगर हमको कोई लंबाई नापनी है तो लंबाई के लिए हम लोग मीटर रखते हैं, इंच रखते हैं, किलोमीटर रखते हैं। अगर हमको जो है हमको वजन नापना है तो वजन जो है हम किलो में नापते हैं, मनों में नापते हैं, कुंटल में नापते हैं, टनों में नापते हैं। लेकिन अगर जीवन की अगर खुशी अपने को नापनी हो, जिसका कोई पैमाना है या नहीं, ये कई बार ये प्रश्न पैदा होता है कि कौन आदमी कितना खुश है, ये समाज कितना खुश है या देश कितना खुश है, इस बात का हमारे पास क्या पैमाना है। आजकल के शास्त्रियों से अगर जो शास्त्रज्ञ हैं अलग अलग फील्ड के, उनसे पूछें, जो मैनेजमेंट के गुरु हैं, जो इस विषय में जो है भाषण करते हैं कि आदमी की आनंद का, आदमी की खुशी का पैमाना क्या है, तो इस बात का वो जवाब उनके पास नहीं है कि आदमी की खुशी का जवाब क्या हो। लेकिन जब हम लोग अपने देश की संस्कृति जो लाखों करोड़ों वर्ष पुरानी है, लाखों करोड़ों वर्ष पहले हमारे शास्त्रकारों ने इस बात का जवाब दिया कि इस देश का जो युवा है, समाज का जो युवा है, वो कैसा बने। और उन्होंने कहा, युवा सात साधु, युवा अध्यापक है, आशिष्ट हो, दर्दिष्ट हो, बलिष्ठ हो, तस्य पृथ्वी सर्वा वित्तस्य पूर्णाशात स एको हो मानुष्य आनंद है। आनंद की इकाई क्या है, उसका नापने का तरीका क्या है, तो उन्होंने कहा जिस समाज का, जिस देश का जो युवा होगा, उसका जो युवा है।
All right, Beijing began military drills off Taiwan on Tuesday in response to US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and a delegation has now left Taiwan after an 18-hour visit. As China released military drill videos, US also increased its military presence near the island with its USS Ronald Reagan carrier strike group reportedly at waters southeast of the island. Russia backed China in its positioning against America over the Taiwan visit of Nancy Pelosi. Sergei Lavrov said America's move was a desire to prove their impunity to everyone.
I don't know. I'm not really in a position to talk about what their motivation was, but it does reflect the line that I've mentioned regarding Ukraine, and I have no doubt about it. This is yet again their desire to prove that they are immune and that they have free reign. They can do whatever they want. I don't see any other reason behind this, behind creating this flashpoint out of nowhere, while we're very well understanding what this means to China.
Top BJP leaders and union ministers took part in a Tiranga rally flagged off by Vice President Venkaiah Naidu in the morning from Red Fort to the Parliament in Delhi.
श्री जी ने अमृत महोत्सव की घोषणा की थी 12 मार्च 2021 को, और साथ ही तिरंगा यात्रा, तिरंगा जो हम सबकी प्रेरणा है, और कल बेंगली वेंकैया जी के जन्मदिन से शुरू कर हमारे जितने अनसंग हीरोज़ हैं जिनके बारे में लोगों की जानकारी कम है, वो उन सबको जाने, और जिन्होंने अपना सर्वस्व इस देश की आज़ादी के लिए न्यौछावर किया, वही हमारी प्रेरणा बने, ताकि हम उस प्रेरणा को लेकर आगे आने वाले आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव में शामिल होते हुए 25 साल देश के कैसे हो, उसके काम में जुट जाएं।
Opposition on Wednesday boycotted the Tiranga bike rally, which was held from Red Fort to Vijay Chowk in Delhi, and that's going to be the controversy of the day.
देश कौन देशभक्त है सब जानते हैं। इतना देशभक्ति है कि हमारे देश को आज़ाद करने के लिए जो अखबार निकाला गया था आज़ादी की वो जंग के समय, उनके खिलाफ आज जिस घिनौने साजिश हो रहे हैं, उसको भी थोड़ा याद करो और उसको भी देखा करो। जिस पत्रिका को सामने रख के हिंदुस्तान की आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़ी गई थी, उसके ऊपर किस तरीके के जुल्म और अन्याय हो रहे हैं, ये
A 19-year-old youth was brutally assaulted in public by bikers in an inebriated state in Kollam district of Kerala. As per police, the boy refused to lend a packet of potato wafers when demanded by the attackers. He was initially pushed to the ground and was then kicked by the two people, even as onlookers were trying to stop them. ED, while seeking custody of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, has mentioned the 4 premises held jointly between the two and 5 premises named of Arpita, details that Republic TV had broken on Tuesday. TMC workers protested on the streets of Kolkata against the centre over the price rise issue. Opposition MPs have been raising concerns over the rising inflation in the country that is impacting the common people and asked the government to provide relief to the poor by reducing duties. Police has arrested Shiv Sena's Pune City Unit President, its office bearer from Hingoli and 4 others in connection with the alleged attack on rebel MLA and former Maharashtra Minister Uddhav Samant's car. While 5 accused were held from Pune, the Hingoli-based Sena leader Baban Thorat was detained from Mumbai and was brought to Pune, where he was placed under arrest. Thorat is accused of inciting Shiv Sena workers to attack the vehicles of Sena's rebel legislators. Haryana MLA Kuldeep Bishnoi, who was expelled by the Congress from all party positions for cross-voting in the June Rajya Sabha polls, resigned from the assembly today, a day before he joined the ruling BJP. The 53-year-old Bishnoi submitted his resignation to Speaker Gyan Chand Gupta. He spoke to Republic TV after the resignation.
आज majority कार्यकर्ता मेरा 4,500 कार्यकर्ता हरियाणा के मेरे एक अधिकारी क्यों? क्योंकि पैसों से टूट दिए बेचारे का पैसा, उसके बावजूद भी भाई साहब आपके साथ खड़े, आपके साथ खड़े, तो मन में तकलीफ होती है कि जो आदमी बेचारा इतना दुखी हो रहा है, इतना पिस रहा है, उसके बावजूद भी मेरे साथ खड़ा है, तो मेरा भी धर्म बनता है कि तो आज मैं आपसे परमिशन मांगने आया हूँ कि मैं इस्तीफा दे दूँ कहा।
All right, a big breaking development coming in, and this is huge. The Enforcement Directorate has sealed the National Herald office, and this is a development that follows the search and seizure that was carried out by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And the ED has sealed the National Herald office, instructing that the premises not be opened without prior permission from the agencies. This has happened in Delhi, which means at the ITO office of National Herald. It's a huge building, and that's a big breaking development coming in. The Enforcement Directorate goes ahead and seals the National Herald office. I think this is one step short of attaching the property, but it clearly is a setback to the Congress, given the fact that there were rental incomes. We don't know the destination of those rental incomes, whether those were going to the Congress party or to the Young Indian Company, of which the Gandhis are the directors. But this is clearly seems to be a move in the direction of attaching the property subsequently, because remember, yesterday there is a mass swoop. The ED had carried out raids across the country at about 12 locations, and the properties of the National Herald or the Associated Journals Limited, the erstwhile, they were raided, searched, and investigation carried out. Obviously, correlating facts on the ground with whatever information the agency has gathered from the questioning of the Congress leaders, including the Gandhis, and before them, of course, Pawan Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge, among others. We know that investigation in the National Herald's case has been on and has in fact picked up pace over the last couple of months. And the questioning of Pawan Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge led to a situation where the agency decided they have to ultimately question the Gandhis as well, because they were the ultimate beneficiaries of whatever transactions happened between the Associated Journals Limited and the Young Indian Company, which was essentially aimed at transferring all the assets of AJL to the company which was supposedly a charity and set up as a non-profit under Section 8C, I believe, of the Companies Act. If you can get Shawan over the phone, this is the National Herald's office, Herald House in Delhi, which has now been sealed. In the pictures, you can see the sleuths, I believe, carrying out the closure operations. And the Herald House near the ITO in Delhi is now being sealed. The status of all the occupants of the building, the tenants, as yet remains unclear. But obviously, the Enforcement Directorate would go ahead with its investigation. And if we can get Shawan over the phone, and there is police deployment also. Now we are being told outside the National Herald House, some of which can be seen in the pictures. There is a crowd of onlookers present there, and we'll see if Anuj, our correspondent, is there on the ground. Anuj, if you can tell us if you are there at the Herald House or nearby, that what is the scene like there? Is the sealing process complete? What happens to the tenants, the occupants of the building? And is it one step short of attachment?
Well, Abhishek, we are also just trying to get the information if we talk about the whole process, but the latest what we have been told that it has been sealed now. As we have broken it yesterday also, if you talk about the Enforcement Directorate investigation, then some of the documents were seized yesterday. Some digital evidences were recovered by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. If we talk about yesterday's raid, which happened at the 12 location, but if you talk about this particular building at the ITO, the Herald House, where National Herald office is, then we have been told that these were the documents, these were the digital evidences which was recovered yesterday by the Enforcement Directorate. On top of that, this was the statement which was recorded of the office bearer of the National Herald office. And this has happened after the questioning of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. We do remember 4 rounds of questioning with Rahul Gandhi was done by the Enforcement Directorate, and it was later Sonia Gandhi who was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate for the 2 days. And after these round of questioning, Enforcement Directorate taking the investigation ahead, we have seen has raided 12 locations yesterday, in which there were some important documents which has been recovered, some digital evidences which has been recovered, and on top of that, the statement of the office bearers was also recorded. Let me remind you, this was none other but Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawan Khera, who are the position holder in the Young Indian as well as in the other company. So both of them were there. They were also called in by the Enforcement Directorate. But the latest what we are breaking at this point in time is the latest what we have been told, the office has been sealed now. The office has been sealed, and now this is to wait and watch, Abhishek, what exactly the evidences are, where the investigation has reached to. But the dots have been connected because the Enforcement Directorate, since from the day one, was having that much evidences, was having that much proof, through which they move ahead with the investigation, and we have seen it.
How, as I was mentioning it earlier, also Rahul Gandhi was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. Later it was none other but Sonia Gandhi also. And finally connecting the dots, looking into the shell company's role. What exactly were the role of the shell companies, what we have been told as they were raided at the multiple location. All the dots has been connected by the Enforcement Directorate, and this is big. This is big at this point in time when we have been told that the National Herald office is sealed. And if it is sealed, then yes, this is a sign that investigation has gone ahead and the Enforcement Directorate is having enough of that evidences in their hand, and the investigation which have been done by the Enforcement Directorate office is proving the same by this action, that yes, they are having this much evidence in their hand and they have reached to this decision. So we are waiting for more update, Abhishek, that what exactly has happened. But we do know that Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, the duo are the shareholder, 34% shareholder in the Young Indian, and how the asset was bought by, if we talk about AGL, yes, Abhishek.
Anuj, hold on to your thoughts. I have to go to Shawan. He's joining us over the phone. Shawan, just for the benefit of viewers, which property exactly is this? Is this the entire Herald House? Is it the office of National Herald? Is it the office of Young Indian? Is the entire building sealed or some parts of it? And if the entire building, then what happens of the tenants and occupants of the building?
We're getting the exact information right now, Abhishek. Let's just put this into perspective because many channels have got it completely wrong. The confirmation that we have got is that this is the Young Indian office, which is basically on the 4th floor is what I'm being told. The procedure that has taken place so far is that the enforcement directed officials have basically reached there to execute a search warrant. What thereafter transpired was that not a single officer basically turned up. I'm being told by my source that the principal officer also did not turn up. And that is the reason why the enforcement director has basically sealed the premises because the searches could not have been carried out. This is basically a preventive measure that has been taken because the searches have not been carried out so that whenever the office is basically opened, that is the time that they can basically carry out the searches. So this is a preventive measure that has been taken. It is very different than a civil action that is taken generally when an attachment takes place. And there is no attachment. The property has not been attached. It has only been sealed right now, primarily because the enforcement director could not carry out the necessary searches in that particular office. And the principal officer did not turn up, and that is the reason why the office has now been sealed.
Also, all right, Shawan has to go and collect more information. Let me go to Aishwarya if he's there live with us from the newsroom. We only have Anuj as of now. Anuj, if you are moving in the direction of the National Herald House, please tell us what's the scene there and please tell us what's the scene there and are the occupants being evacuated? Let's go to M.R. Venkatesh who joins us over the phone. M.R. Venkatesh, finally, the Enforcement Directorate closing in the National Herald's case after the questioning of the Gandhis. Now, the Herald House, one of the properties under scanner, being sealed by the agency in Delhi. You think that this is a move in the direction of effectively, ultimately, attaching the properties as is the process in such cases?
Yes, the attachment under Section 5 has to go on. And before that, they probably require some more information. And if the information is not forthcoming or if the information is being stonewalled by the people who want to stonewall it, the Enforcement Directorate has a right to conduct searches. 17, 18 are two provisions under which they do the search and seizure. And if the seizure or search is not allowed to be completed or any premises is locked or is not opened up, then the next step is obviously to seal the premises so that the documents are not secreted away. So there are certain steps under 17 and 18 of the PMLA, which is what the ED has probably done. Importantly, Section 19 of PMLA deals with arrest. So probably you are talking about attachment of the property. That's given. That has to happen. The shares of Young India in AJL, 99.99% of shares or whatever is that, 90 crores worth of shares will be attached. That's a given. But the next important thing probably is the arrest of the persons involved in the laundering. That's the key thing.
All right, M.R. Venkatesh, just hold on to your thoughts. In fact, Mr. Subramaniam Swamy is joining us. He's the man who started this all. Mr. Swamy, ED moving in and sealing the Herald House in Delhi. They might follow it up with other properties as well. Remember, yesterday we had the agency carrying out searches in about 12 locations across the country connected with the National Herald case. You think the ED is finally catching up on the lost period of investigation and finally we could be closer to having a full account of the scale of the scam? All right, I think we lost both M.R. Venkatesh and Subramaniam Swamy there. We'll try to connect again. We'll try to again connect with Mr. Swamy even as Shawan gathers more information. That's a very important breaking news development coming in, and it is hoped Okay, fine. So we get Aishwarya with us from the newsroom. Aishwarya, any more details that you have about the sealing exercise that is on? Would it end just at the Herald House in Delhi, or the ED is going to go ahead and do this with other properties also across the country? Remember, yesterday we had the ED going to about 12 locations connected with the National Herald's case.
Well, at this point of time, we are being told that after this massive development, there has been 144 implicated right on Akbar Road and right also outside the residences of Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. So this is the latest development, because what we are being told that right after sealing of the National Herald office, we are being told that the Congress party might come out on the streets, or their supporters. So in that regard, this is just a developing situation right now, Abhishek. We are being told that the central zone, that is once again Akbar Road, right next to Khan Market. That is where Priyanka Gandhi resides, and right to the residence of Rahul Gandhi. That is very, very close to the Tughlaq Road police station. This is what has happened at this very point of time. That Delhi police is blocking the road to the AICC headquarters. That is what Jairam Ramesh is saying. But what is happening right now is that they are now after the sealing of the National Herald office, Abhishek, we are being told that the Congress supporters are planning for a massive protest on the streets of central Delhi. We are just getting certain developing situation. We have just accessed the sealing note. We have just accessed the sealing note, Abhishek. I'm going to be back with you in 20 seconds. 20 seconds, Abhishek.
Right, Aishwarya. In fact, even as you get the sealing note and read it to us, let me go to Anuj. He's joining us live from the ground. He has reached the Herald House. Anuj, please tell us what's happening there. What part of the Herald House has been sealed? What happens to the occupants? And are the ED sleuths still there? Are they talking to those people present? And what is happening there on the ground?
Abhishek, these are the first images of the Herald House. I'm reporting from the Herald House, and on the top floor, that's the 4th floor where this particular office of Young Indian is. And what we have been told, that is the particular office which has been sealed. So these are the first images on Republic. We are showing on Republic Media Network. These are the first images we are showing. So Herald House. Yes, Abhishek. I'm reporting from the Herald House at this point in time. I'm reporting from the ITO. Yes, Abhishek.
If you can go inside, Anuj, and reach the place where the sealing order has been put in place.
Yes.
I have a copy of the order, but if you can show us on the ground where exactly it is put up. Is it for the entire building, all the premises, or just one part where the office of the Young Indian is? If you can go inside and tell us, please.
No, Abhishek.
And of course, I'll continue to read from the order, Anuj, till the time that you go inside. It says that it is hereby ordered that the premises not be opened without prior permission from the Directorate of Enforcement, B Block, Pravartan Bhavan, APJ Abdul Kalam Road, New Delhi 11. It's signed by somebody called Kuldeep Singh, Assistant Director, Directorate of Enforcement, and it has other signatures. So it's signed on 3rd of August, which is today. And Anuj, now you are inside. Please tell us.
We are just trying to get inside, and
that's the Herald House at the
he's telling us that we are not allowed to go upstairs. Guard साहब, अगर आप थोड़ा सा हमें बता सकें, चौथा
मेरी एक बार मेरी बात सुन लीजिए, मेरे
एक जानकारी के लिए थोड़ा सा पूछ रहे थे क्या चौथा माला सिर्फ बंद करा. The guard is not able to answer. But this exactly is the building, Abhishek. This exactly is the premises from where I am reporting. We are just trying to go ahead. This is on the 4th floor. Guard साहब, बस इतना मुझे बता सकें कि क्या चौथा माला. So these are the images. This is the entry. Abhishek. This is the entry. I'm just trying to. Guide sir,
मेरे भी बच्चे नहीं सर, इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं.
आप अगर मुझे बता सकें,
हम नहीं बता सकते.
नोटिस लगाए मेरे को,
इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं बता सकते सर जी.
चौथे फ्लोर पे कहाँ नोटिस लगा?
सर जी ये सुनो, मेरे भी छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, मेरे को मना कर दिया कि आप क्या चाहते हैं कि मेरे बच्चे भूखे मरे? आप चाहते हो क्या?
यहाँ किसके
नहीं, ये
सर, मैं आपसे बस छोटी सी एक इन्फॉर्मेशन पूछूं।
सर जी, मेरे को
So guard, we were just trying to get inside. We were just trying to get inside, but as we understand, this is the duty. We do understand this is the duty. So this exactly is the entry. This is the entry, and right now I'm reporting from the ground floor. This is on the fourth floor. This is on the fourth floor. If we talk about this particular office, where yesterday also the raid was conducted by the Enforcement Directorate, and that is something what we have been told, that this is the Young Indian office at the fourth floor. We are just trying to get more detail that what exactly has happened. And yes, this exactly is the same premises where the Enforcement Directorate,
that clarification
till 1:45 in the midnight, the Enforcement Directorate team was here. So this exactly is the same premises. So this is the area, this is the entry of the Herald House from where I am reporting. ये हेराल्ड हाउस की वो एंट्री है, ये हेराल्ड हाउस की वो एंट्री है जहां कल एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट की रेड हुई थी। हमने देखा कि कितने घंटों तक, रात के 1:45 तक आपको बता दें कि यहां पे एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट की रेड हुई है। अभी जो बताया जा रहा है, मैं दर्शकों को दिखा देता हूं, ये एंट्री है। मैं ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे इस समय मौजूद हूं। फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे पासपोर्ट ऑफिस है, लेकिन चौथे माले पे वो यंग इंडियन का दफ्तर है जहां पे मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे और पवन खेड़ा को भी कल बुलाया गया था। तो यहां से आगे जाना हालांकि अभी परमिशन नहीं है, अलाउ गार्ड साहब से हमने बातचीत करी, नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बताया यही जा रहा है कि चौथे फ्लोर पे वो दफ्तर है, चौथे फ्लोर पे यंग इंडियन का वो दफ्तर है जहां पे।
All right, Anuj, hold on to your thoughts. In fact, Mr. Subramanian Swamy, the man who started it all, is joining us over the phone. Mr. Swamy, ED finally moving in to seal one property, that is of Young Indian in the Herald House in Delhi. You think, like the searches and seizures that were carried out yesterday, ED could be finally moving closer to having a proper estimate of the scale of the scam?
Not only the scale of the scam, the scale of the lies they have told in the interrogation. I think they may have to be taken to Tihar jail and given custodial interrogation treatment. And I think they should know that there is a law in the country, and those days are gone when anybody can be above the law. I mean, there are people who can manage to do that, but not for very long. I think what you must understand is that the Herald House is already property under seal in one sense of the Urban Development Ministry. There is a stay order which they have obtained at the level of the Supreme Court, and the matter has to be concluded. They lost in the High Court, and now it's in the Supreme Court. What they in the building, most of the floors are occupied by commercial companies like Tata's, these American companies, and so on. They're getting rent on that, and all that rent goes to Young Indians. And so there's enough. Now, on the fourth floor, they have an office, and their documents are there, and you can't, in any company, it's impossible to get rid of all the documents. So the area has taken...
Mr. Swamy, just for clarification...
Yes?
Mr. Swamy, just for clarification, you said the rents are going to Young Indian, which means they are going to the Gandhis, because the rents are not going to the Congress party, the rents are not going to AJL, because now that's anyway taken over by the Young Indian.
Yeah, it's ridiculous for them to say that it doesn't go to our pocket. They don't need to. They're spending it. What are they spending it on? Only when the chartered accountants produce the accounts, we'll know what they've been spending it on. And they say, no, AJL is not a part of Young Indian. Maybe the 100% of the shares, almost 100% of the shares of AJL is held by Young Indian. So it's a Young Indian company. That is only a subsidiary now. AJL is a subsidiary. But they go on playing on all these things. And how long are you going to run away from the truth? It's impossible in such a matter to run away from the truth. They should make a clean breast of it and pay the price for having cheated the country.
Sir, I have two quick questions. I'll ask them together. My first question is that, like the rents in this case are going to Young Indian, you think rents of all the commercial properties across the country, 12 of which were raided by the Enforcement Directorate, could be going to the Young Indian, hence the Gandhis?
Yes.
And also, sir, you say about 2,000 crore rupees, but are we closer are we closer to getting the full scale of the scam unfolding?
It's a long way to go. There are many more things which will have to come out. I think they will study the accounts book and they'll come to know. Now,
Dr. Swami, Harish Rawat of the Congress Party is joining us and he wants to respond to you. Mr. Rawat, finally ED moving in, sealing the property of young Indian in the Herald House. Would you respond to Dr. Swami's charge that the rents were going to the Gandhis through Young Indian?
Young Indian is a non-profiting company. And that money which was transferred to AGL, that was the Congress Party's money.
And that money remains with Young Indian.
No transaction has taken place. There कोई पैसा आदान प्रदान कुछ निकाला गया, कुछ लिया गया, कुछ है नहीं. प्रॉपर्टी जो एजीएल की थी वो एज इट इज है एजीएल के पास. और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है, स्वामी इज द चैंपियन ऑफ डेमोक्रेटिक राइट्स और फ्री प्रेस. डॉक्टर स्वामी से पूछेगा कि नेशनल हेराल्ड को सीज करना, उसकी फंक्शनिंग को सीज करना, वेदर इट इज ये बड़ा अजीब सा मामला है. मेरी समझ से स्वतंत्र भारत के इतिहास में पहली बार किसी पब्लिकेशन को इस तरीके से, किसी अखबार के दफ्तर को इस तरीके से पूरी तरीके से सीज किया जा रहा है. कोई कभी कोई कॉपी.
Mr. Rawat, actually अखबार के दफ्तर को नहीं किया है, but let Dr. Swami respond to this. Dr. Swami, if you are still there, Mr. Harish Rawat of the Congress Party. Mr. Rawat, in fact DK शिव कुमार आपकी पार्टी के ही हैं, वही हमारे साथ फोन लाइन पे हैं. Mr. Shiv Kumar, you have been investigated by the Enforcement Directorate, but now it seems that there is enough evidence available in the National Herald's case so that the ED can move in and seal the properties associated with this scam.
That is a different issue. Where is the money laundering which has been taken place? There is no money laundering which has been taken place. Already the Income Tax Act cleared it. It is a purely a non-profitable organization where ED can't enter it. It is a matter of income tax. Even in the latest Kandakal judgment also, which has given that ED can't intervene. So this is a big political vendetta which is going on. The entire episode is full of politically motivated. I don't know why they are so much hurrying. What transaction is there? What financial transaction is there? After a small paper has been running and the Congress Party is taking care of that interest. And all congressmen are looking at the paper and so many other people are there. It is ordinary newspaper with a small circulation. Why government should or ED should worry on that? If it is any personal property of anyone, they could have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shiv Kumar. In fact, let's go back to Anuj, who is reporting from the ground. Anuj, if you have been able to access the place where the ED notice sealing the premises has been put up, if you can read it for us and for the benefit of viewers.
Directorate of Enforcement, B Block, Parvartan Bhavan, APJ Abdul Kalam Road. That's the address. That's the address of the Enforcement Directorate. So this has been directed by none other. देखिए कुलदीप सिंह असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर ऑफ एनफोर्समेंट. सो एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट के द्वारा ये जो नोटिस है, ये चस्पा यहाँ करा गया है. ये तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं, तस्वीरों में हम दिखा रहे हैं. ये तस्वीरें हैं जहाँ पे दो नोटिस हैं. देखिए दो जगह ये पर्चा लगाया गया है. ये जो नोटिस है वो लगाया गया है एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट द्वारा. जिस तरीके से गार्ड भले ही यहाँ मना कर रहे हो या फिर कोई अभी जानकारी नहीं देने को तैयार हो, लेकिन ये अपने आप में साफ कर रहा है. ये जो पर्चे हैं, ये जो नोटिस है, ये अपने आप में साफ कर रहा है. आप देख सकते हैं, एक बार फिर से दर्शकों को एक बार फिर से मैं पढ़ के दिखाता हूँ. इट इज हेयर बाय ऑर्डर दैट दिस premises not be opened without prior permission from the Directorate of Enforcement. और उसके बाद पता लिखा हुआ है बी ब्लॉक, परिवर्तन भवन, APJ अब्दुल कलाम रोड, न्यू दिल्ली. ये एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट द्वारा देखिए साइन करके आज की तारीख डाल के आज की तारीख डाल के ये चिपकाया गया है। एक बार दर्शकों को हिंदी में बता देते हैं, अपने दर्शकों को बता देते हैं कि ये वो नोटिस है, ये वो पर्चा है जिसमें साफ साफ लिखा हुआ है कि ये डिक्लेयर करा जाता है कि अब इस प्रेमिसेस को जब तक कोई ऑर्डर नहीं आता है, इट इज हेयर बाय ऑर्डर, ये आदेश दिया जाता है दैट दिस प्रेमिसेस नॉट बी ओपन, ये प्रेमिसेस नहीं खोला जाएगा, ये जगह नहीं खोली जाएगी जब तक कोई आदेश नहीं आ जाता है, विदाउट प्रायर परमिशन, जब तक कोई परमिशन नहीं दे दी जाती है फ्रॉम द डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ इन्फोर्समेंट, जब तक इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट द्वारा कोई परमिशन नहीं दी जाती है, ये प्रेमिसेस, ये जो जगह है, ये नहीं खोला जाएगा। उसके बाद पता लिखा हुआ देखिए, बी ब्लॉक, परिवर्तन भवन, APJ अब्दुल कलाम रोड। तो ये वो नोटिस है जो चस्पा यहाँ करा गया है। तस्वीरों में हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, जैसा कि दर्शकों को बताया कि इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट की जो कार्रवाई है अब वो किस तरीके से आगे बढ़ गई है। इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट ने जो प्रेमिसेस है उसको बंद कर दिया है। साफ साफ यहाँ पे मैसेज पे लिख दिया गया है, साफ साफ मैसेज पे क्लियर कर दिया गया है कि अब किसी भी परमिशन के बिना, जब तक परमिशन नहीं दी जाती इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट द्वारा, तब तक ये प्रेमिसेस नहीं खोला जाएगा। तो देखिए, इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट की कल जिस तरीके से 12 जगह पे हमने देखा कि जिस तरीके से रेड करी गई थी, रेड से पहले पूछताछ सोनिया गांधी द्वारा, पूछताछ राहुल गांधी द्वारा करी गई थी, डॉट्स को जोड़ा गया, कड़ियों को जोड़ा गया, एविडेंसेस इकट्ठे करे गए। देखिए, कल हमने ये खबर ब्रेक करी थी कि इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट ने डिजिटल एविडेंसेस लिए हैं। इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट ने कई इंपॉर्टेंट कागजात जो हैं, जो बयानबाजी हुई थी, जो क्वेश्चनिंग हुई थी राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी की, उसके बाद कई कागज जो हैं कल रिकवर करे इसी दफ्तर के अंदर से, इसी यंग इंडियन के दफ्तर के अंदर से डिजिटल एविडेंसेस लिए गए। डिजिटल एविडेंसेस के अलावा जो रिकॉर्ड करे गए वो थे बयान ऑफिस बेरर्स के, जो यंग इंडियन के लोग यहाँ काम करते हैं, उनके बयान दर्ज करे गए। एक बार दिखाता हूँ, देखिए ये रास्ता है, ये वो रास्ता है इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट के जो चौथे माले पे जो कल रेड कर रहा था, ये वो रास्ता है, ये वो सीढ़ियां हैं। इस समय ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे मैं मौजूद हूँ, चौथे माले पे ये दफ्तर है, चौथे माले पे इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट ने कल रेड करी थी। कल 1:45 तक, करीबन रात के 1:45 तक ये रेड चली थी। देखिए, पूरी कड़ियों को अगर जोड़ें, पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की अगर बात करें, तो इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट ने जब पूछताछ करी, पूछताछ के बाद पहले राहुल गांधी से 4 दिन के लिए पूछताछ होती है, 4 दिन राहुल गांधी को बुलाया जाता है, उसके बाद सोनिया गांधी को बुलाया जाता है, सोनिया गांधी से 2 दिन तक पूछताछ होती है, उसके बाद जितने भी कड़ियां हैं वो सब जोड़ी जाती हैं। उन कड़ियों को जोड़ने के बाद दस्तावेज इकट्ठे करे जाते हैं। कल जो हमें बताया गया है कि बहुत अहम दस्तावेज जो हैं, कागजात जो हैं, वो यहाँ यंग इंडियन के दफ्तर से इस हेराल्ड हाउस के ऑफिस जो चौथे माले पे है, वहाँ से इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट ने लिए। उसके अलावा डिजिटल एविडेंसेस
hold on, Anuj. In fact, senior Congress leader and former Union Minister Prithviraj Chavan joins us over the phone. Mr. Chavan, ED moving in to seal one of the premises of a young Indian. How is the Congress party going to respond, given the fact that the party has been protesting the investigation despite the fact that courts have allowed it to happen?
Well, I don't know the details of the ED's action today, but what I've heard from you and from other sources that ED has taken action to seal the National Herald office, the Herald House in New Delhi. This is a continuing series of actions to harass the Congress party, to harass the Congress party leadership, and intimidate the Congress party leadership and opposition party leadership all around the country, to tell them that if you don't fall in line, similar fate will await you. And it is open and shut, intimidating tactics, threatening tactics. It's a coercive tactic to force opposition parties into submission, to stifle the opposition voice, and to get its own way. Mr. Modi is using all the agencies at his disposal, particularly the ED, and now empowered by the Supreme Court's seal of approval on the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. I think the government has become even bolder. I think very clearly the Indian democracy is under threat. And we'll have to see, I think all the people who want to save the liberal democracy in India will have to come together to take on the might of Mr. Modi's dictatorial march towards a one-party rule. This is no less than the fight that we fought against the British for getting our independence. I'm sure all people who want to save the liberal democracy in India, whether they believe in Congress party or any other party, we must have a multi-party plurality. This coercive action by the central agencies are clearly meant to silence the BJP's protest, whether in parliament or in the streets, and will not be intimidated.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chauhan, there, making it a freedom and democracy issue on the part of the agency. A short break on that note. We'll be right back.
भाई में कल 12 जगह पे इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट की रेड होती है। 12 जगह पे इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट की रेड होने के बाद डिजिटल एविडेंसेस इकट्ठे करे जाते हैं। डिजिटल एविडेंसेस के अलावा जो ऑफिस बेयरर्स हैं उनके स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड करे जाते हैं। स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड करने के अलावा कुछ
reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
We will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chain.
Speaking at a joint press conference, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke about how she viewed the relationship between the US and Taiwan as important one and how the solidarity of the people of the United States is with Taiwan at this point.
Put it in perspective, over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom.
The speaker went on to mention how China stood against Taiwan's participation in certain meetings and was harming relations of the country with the US.
Important to note that members of Congress, several of them had made trips just earlier this year. 5 senators, bipartisan, came, again including the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, Mr. Menendez, came. Not too much of a fuss was made. Individual senators have made trips or plan to make trips. And I just hope that it's really clear that while China has stood in the way of Taiwan participating and going to certain meetings, that they understand that they will not stand in the way of people coming to Taiwan.
Speaking about the
You're watching This Is Exclusive with me, Shravan Sen, as the massive development takes place in the national capital. A big blow to the Congress party. The Enforcement Directorate moves inside the Young Indian office. They've now sealed that office. We are getting in more details in this edition. We'll break it down for all our viewers who are tuning in right now. What does this essentially mean with this massive development taking place soon after the questioning of Sonia and Rahul Gandhi? This comes just a day after searches were basically carried out at 12 locations. Joining me on this broadcast is my colleague Anuj from the Young Indian office in the national capital. Anuj, what more are you picking up right now? Because I'm given to understand that there is expected more development, at least at the AICC headquarters, where Delhi police has now ramped up the security.
that is something what we have been told, that this is going to be a call for protest. A call for protest has been already made in by the Congress party. Let me give you the sense that exactly is the notice which has been pasted by none other but the Enforcement Directorate themselves. Enforcement Directorate office has pasted this office, that this particular office is sealed and without any prior permission, nobody is allowed. Young Indian, it's written over there. It is written over there. Look at that nameplate. Indian Bahadur Shah Zafar Marg Nai Delhi Panjikrit Karyalay Young Indian 5A Herald House Bahadur Shah Zafar. So that exactly is the address, and near to that, just next to that, it is the notice which has been pasted over there. It is making it clear that the action has been taken by the Enforcement Directorate. The action has been finally taken because they don't want anything to be tempered, any proof to be tempered by any of the officials. Because yesterday, if we talk about Chavan, yesterday we have seen the course of action which was taken by Enforcement Directorate. We have seen how the 12 premises, the 12 location of which belongs to National Herald or Young Indian was raided by the Enforcement Directorate. Right now, reporting from this entry, this is the entry of the Herald House, Shavan, and on the 4th floor this particular office is which has been sealed. So we have shown you the nameplate of that particular office where the address is mentioned. We have shown this to our viewers, the notice which has been pasted. What is going to be next is going to be the major question at this point in time, because what we have been told that the Congress party is now again planning to come back on the roads of the national capital. We have seen the same when Rahul Gandhi was called in the same case for the questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. We have seen the same when Sonia Gandhi was called in this particular case for the questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Yesterday also, when this particular place was raided by the Enforcement Directorate, which ended at around 1:45 in the midnight, then also we have seen how the Congress Karyakartas and the Congress workers were protesting over here only, and they were finally taken to the road and they blocked the road also. And now again, what I've been told, a tweet has been made in by Jairam Ramesh, which is making it clear what is going to be the next course of action. On the other hand, what I've been told is that Congress is now again planning to come back on the street of the national capital. We have seen how the Lutyens Delhi was blocked by the Congress Karyakartas, by the Congress workers. This exactly is the entry. I'll ask my video journalist to continuously give you the sense from this particular entry also, because this exactly is the entry of the Herald House from where I am reporting. The notice we are showing has been already pasted in. But if we talk about this, Shavan, then we need to understand that the Enforcement Directorate finally has taken the next step. Earlier it was the questioning. Now the dots has been connected. Now the role of the shell companies has been looked up by the Enforcement Directorate. Now if we talk about the next level, the digital evidences have important.
कहना है वो हम कहेंगे, हमारे स्पोक्स पर्सन कहेंगे, हमको आपस में चर्चा करनी होगी, हम कर लेंगे।
सलमान जी, जो आज कार्रवाई हुई है पुलिस की, जो दोनों रास्तों को बंद कर दिया है पुलिस ने, उस पर क्या कहेंगे? ये बात निकल कर आ रही है।
अरे आप रास्ते मत बंद करें, वो उनको बंद करने दीजिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है।
जो आज कार्रवाई हुई है पुलिस की, जो दोनों रास्तों को बंद कर दिया है पुलिस ने, उस पर क्या कहेंगे? ये बात निकल कर आ रही है।
अरे
यहाँ भी आ सकते हैं।
अरे आप रास्ते मत बंद करें, वो उनको बंद करने दीजिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है।
क्या वजह हो सकती है?
कोई वजह नहीं है, कोई वजह नहीं है। जो वजह होगी वो सामने आएगी, पता चलेगी। इसमें कोई छुप कर तो कोई बात नहीं कर सकता इस देश में ना। जो भी करना है उसके लिए आपको बताना पड़ता है। जिसके विरोध में आप कर रहे हैं, जिसके अगेंस्ट कर रहे हैं, आपको बताना पड़ता है। उसके पास जो भी फिर उसके बाद जो कार्रवाई करने की जो इच्छा होती है वो कार्रवाई करते हैं।
हेराल्ड हाउस के बाहर भी ऑर्डर लगा दिया ईडी ने कि तब तक नहीं खोल सकते जब तक कि परमिशन नहीं ली जाती है।
तो परमिशन ले लेंगे ना, इसमें क्या बात है?
क्या कांग्रेस सहयोग कर रही है? सर, सहयोग
नहीं, सहयोग का कोई सवाल नहीं है। देखिए, ऐसा है, जो कानून में जो कदम उठाए जाते हैं वो हमको, चाहे हमें पसंद हो या ना पसंद हो, हमको कानून के मुताबिक उनका जवाब भी देना होता है, तो हम कानून के मुताबिक जवाब दें।
तो आगे का क्या स्टेप रहेगा?
चर्चा तेज है
आप
कि
ये
यहाँ
कहना
ईडी
चाह रहे हैं
की
कि आप जो रूटीन जैसे अपने कांग्रेस ऑफिस आते हैं उसी इस तरह से कोई खबर आपको नहीं है?
और आप देखिए कुछ नहीं है, मैं तो अपने ऑफिस आया हूँ, मैं अपने ऑफिस में नहीं आ सकता हूँ। हमारा घर है, हमारा ऑफिस है, हमारी पार्टी का केंद्र है, इसलिए हम यहाँ आते हैं, इसलिए आए।
सर चर्चा इस बात की है कि ईडी की टीम यहाँ आ सकती है?
अरे अगर आएगी तो मैं भी रहूंगा यहाँ पर उनका स्वागत करने के लिए।
जानकारी
नहीं, मुझे कोई जानकारी नहीं, मैं तो सिर्फ अपने ऑफिस में आया हूँ। यहाँ पर अगर कोई जानकारी होगी तो वो हमको मिल जाएगी।
कार्यकर्ताओं को रोक दिया गया है, ऑफिस नहीं
अरे कार्यकर्ताओं को तो रोज रोका जा रहा है, जिस दिन देखो कार्यकर्ताओं को रोका जा रहा है, एमपीज को रोका जा रहा है। अब क्या करेंगे, कहाँ कहाँ तक रोकेंगे? आप लोगों को रोका जाता है। हम तो कह रहे हैं कि आप ना रुकें, आप सही बात कहते रहें, आप सब लोगों को अपनी बात पहुंचाते रहें, वो बहुत है।
आप पहुंचे, कोई मीटिंग है क्या?
मीटिंग है सर? नहीं, मीटिंग नहीं है जी। आप क्या पूछिए, हो गया आपका? चलिए, थैंक यू।
सलमान जी मैं लेट आई, मेरी आईडी नहीं थी। गुरुजी
बताइए गुरु कहाँ है?
आप यहाँ ऑफिस पहुंचे, क्या कहना चाहिए?
अरे यार,
क्या कहना चाहिए?
ऑफिस में क्यों आते हैं? ऑफिस अपने जीवन शैली का केंद्र होता है, राजनीतिक जीवन शैली का। और जो भी हम लोग अपने जीवन में करते हैं, जो भी आम जनता के लिए करते हैं, उसका जो केंद्र है वो हमारा ऑफिस है, तो यहाँ हम आए हैं।
जिस तरीके से ईडी की कार्रवाई हो रही है सर, तमाम पुलिस
कार्रवाई तो बहुत दिन से चल रही है, कार्रवाई तो बहुत दिन से चल रही है, तो कार्रवाई चलेगी। हमको जो करना है वो हम करेंगे।
अभी आज की कोई स्पेसिफिक खबर है?
Joining us on this special broadcast is Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, a man who's been at the forefront of this entire scam, exposed it, and not just that, he fought it all through. Dr. Swamy, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you your first thoughts on this action that has been taken. While one would say this is just one step, it is nowhere closer to an attachment, because one would have to look at the attachment, which is going to be the bigger, I would say, the bigger action from the enforcement director. This is more like a procedural action that has been taken only because I'm given to understand the office bearers did not turn up. That is the reason why it has been sealed, so that evidence cannot be tampered with. But the bigger thing that one needs to look at is the attachment of the properties.
Well, first of all, there's much water that has flown down the Ganga, as they say. I had in June of 2014 got a order from the magistrates court issuing a summons to Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Motilal Vora and Oscar Fernandez, and they were asked to come. And then they, of course, tried to block it through the High Court and Supreme Court and failed. And ultimately they had to come, they had to take bail. Since I did not insist that they should be subject to jail at this stage for custodial interrogation. So they are out on bail. They are not just some people whose house or office we have raided. And in the course of it, I gave a complaint to the ED that the young Indian had only 5 lakhs as his paid up capital. And but it was able to give a loan to or a payment to Congress party of 50 lakhs, saying that the 90 crores that you have been giving as loan to the the AJL, the Associated Journals Limited, for printing the newspaper, now will not be available to the Congress party because that company has folded up. It has, discontinued its operations, and it is in the process of being sold. So therefore, you are not going to get that 90 crores back. So we are giving you 50 lakhs. Now that 50 lakhs, how can a 5 lakh company of young Indian afford 50 lakhs? So when we went and saw that they had claimed that there was a loan from a company called Doltex in Calcutta, and that company said, "Oh no, we given a donation." Now it's almost a donation because there was no interest charge. There was no time factor put in as to when it has to be returned, how many installments, nothing. 1 crore was given, and that 1 crore naturally has They kept 50 lakhs and they gave 50 lakhs to the Congress party. Now, all this is part of both money laundering, both foreign money laundering and local India under money laundering, because Doltex company is already under investigation of the ED for using black money. So in those circumstances, we are in a situation where the Congress leaders who have been named as accused and prima facie accused, because they are now have to take bail and they have to give some surety and they have to take give a bond, and now we are into the next stage whether they should be convicted. So that process is getting completed and we are in the final stages, and this raid was necessary because they were saying that we have nothing to do with all these transactions. It was Motilal Vora who's dead and gone. So in order to establish whether that is a fact, they have to get documents, and those documents were in the this office of the young Indian, and that's why they went. And that, by the way, that building is already attached by the Urban Development Ministry, because that building was built fraudulently against the reason. They were supposed to print only newspapers there, but they were not. They were running an office. The newspaper had ceased about 10 years ago. So therefore, they should have returned that property back to the DDA, which they didn't. So the Urban Development Ministry has taken a separate proceedings. So these are the things. I mean, it's an open shut case, all based on documents. And I think the Congress party should not go on talking about their innocence. They should come and prove it in the court.
Dr. Swami, since you mentioned Congress party should not be talking about defending their leaders, I'll give you some of the reactions that have come in. So, for example, we had Harish Rawat of the Congress party saying that it's a freedom of press issue because the National Herald office is getting sealed. We had Prithviraj Chavan of the Congress party making it a freedom, liberty and democracy issue. And then we have had, of course, your best friend Mr. Karti Chidambaram saying Constitution of India will have to prevail. Sir.
But these are all vague and desperate remarks, you see. This is not a newspaper. There was no newspaper being published. The National Herald had ceased publication. After my case and after they being put on, on bail, it is then they decided that once a week they will publish National Herald. But they are not publishing it in the Herald House. They are publishing it in the Indian Express printing press by paying them money. So, therefore, the Herald House has been converted for commercial purposes. You go there, so many private companies are there. Tatas are there, some IBM is there, some foreign companies are there. There's a passport office of the government of India, which when Krishna was the External Affairs Ministry, he overruled everybody and gave them this, agreed to pay rent. It's a very handsome rent. I don't know the exact amount just now, whether it has been raised from the past, but it's a huge rent the government of India is paying for the passport office. So therefore, what is this talk of the newspaper freedom? There's nothing. You closed it down. We didn't. The ED did not close it down. The police did not close it down. It was closed down by the management of the Associated Journals Limited. And then after that, the young Indian purchased the shares at throwaway prices. That's how the whole operation has been taken. It's all fraud, 420 all the way.
Dr. Swami, my next question then is, yes, it's a big building, the National Herald House, and all the rents go to young Indian. This might be the case in rest of the properties across the country, 12 of which were raided yesterday, searched yesterday by the Enforcement Directorate. Obviously, the rents must be huge. Now, the notice, and Shawan can come in there. The notice is about tempering of evidence, and all these rents might be considered proceeds of crime, adding to the scale of the money laundered.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely correct. You haven't seen the end of charges being come out. I also started with 4 charges. Now we have gone to 7. And I'm sure that another 5 will happen within the next 6-7 months. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm in the final stage. It's been held up because of a document which the Congress party is not willing to give me. And so I've asked the courts to give it to me, and the lower court didn't agree with me. They said, no, first let the proceedings be over and then you can ask for documents. That's, in my opinion, against the law. So therefore, I have gone to the High Court, and I hope to get a good answer very soon. So I think, let me tell you that every day some new violation of some criminal act is taking place. And there's also a possibility that I may have to add to my original petition, which I filed, in which they had to take bail, section 409 of the IPC, which is actually so serious that it is life imprisonment. So I think they are in deep trouble, and they should be more forthcoming. They should bravely face it.
Dr. Swami, one last question that we would like to take from you is with regards to what really transpired yesterday when the searches were being carried out. I was told by my sources within the Enforcement Directorate that this time the searches were being carried out with a particular focus on the suspicious transactions. One, we already knew that there was a 1 crore amount that came in from a company which is largely considered to be a shell company, that Dotex. Can you tell us a little bit more when we say suspicious transaction? Does that also include that there is a possibility of cash transactions taking place?
Yes, not only cash transactions. We have still. I have given them 2 banks in which money has been deposited. One in called Pictet Bank in Zurich, and there was another bank which Ms. Sonia Gandhi's name in Geneva. Whose name I forget. It's a Swiss name. So there are, enough evidence that a good part of the money was then laundered out through the Hawala abroad, and that I think the Enforcement Directorate should look at. I probably is looking at it, but I have not, been curious enough to ask whether they are or not.
I believe the ED is picking up pace in its investigation, and that obviously would make you very happy.
Well, it's bringing closure to my efforts from 2012. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Swami.
Thank you. Bye.
Focusing in right now on what's really happening on ground zero. In fact, we are the only channel to have entered the Herald house. What you're seeing right now on your screens are those big developments that are taking place. Just about 45 minutes ago, news break coming in that the Enforcement Directorate has basically gone in for the jugular. They've essentially sealed the office of a young Indian, primarily because what we have been told that the principal officer, who happens to be Mallikarjun Kharge, did not turn up. And that is the reason why this particular property has now been sealed, which would essentially mean, and what the Enforcement Directorate is hinting at, that there could be tampering of evidence. Joining me right now is my colleague Anuj, who's been there, one of the first reporters to reach there, get you the live visuals. Anuj, what's really happening right now? Because the sense we are getting in that there's been increased police deployment, not just where you are standing right now, but few meters away, outside the AICC headquarters, also Rahul Gandhi's residence. What's really happening?
Oh, well, exactly, Shavan. That's something what we have been told, and that's something what we are understanding at this point in time. I'm reporting from the Herald House. I'll move and we'll give you the visuals also. I'm reporting from the Herald House, and this exactly is the Herald House, the top floor. The fourth floor is a building of Young Indian which has been sealed. So when we are talking about the security arrangement, let me tell you, Shavan, a call for the protest has been called by the Congress party, and there the MPs, what I have been told through my sources in the AICC and the Congress party, that the party now is planning to go out on the roads again, back on the street, and the Congress MPs, the Congress MPs will be again on the road, and they are planning to hit the road. They are rushing toward the AICC, what I have been told. There a meeting is going to happen, and Abhishek Manu Singhvi at 7 p.m. is going to do a press conference. At 7 p.m. at the AICC headquarters, Abhishek Manu Singhvi of the Congress party, the senior Congress leader and the lawyer also, is going to do a press conference from the Congress side, that what exactly is the stand of the Congress party now, what is going to be their course of action. But on the other hand, yes, at this point in time, reporting from the Herald House, more trouble for the Congress party, more trouble for Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. Enforcement Directorate Office finally sealed the premises of Young Indian. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned with the live coverage. Short break.
Is computing, science and engineering an essential part of industry growth?
The technology is fast changing, and all the products that we are providing to the society, they require knowledge from interdisciplinary area.
Can the study of two different domains make students adept with problem solving?
I would just say that apart from getting the educational degrees, focus on developing skills for yourself.
To know more, watch Amrita School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India this weekend only on Republic TV.
We will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chain.
Speaking at a joint press conference, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke about how she viewed the relationship between the US and Taiwan as important one, and how the solidarity of the people of the United States is with Taiwan at this point.
Put it in perspective, over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom.
The speaker went on to mention how China stood against Taiwan's participation in certain meetings and was harming relations of the country with the US. Meanwhile, protests erupted in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where people protested against rising prices and high inflation. And people even thought that they were made to pay hefty electricity bills. Protesters also raised concerns that they were made to pay more amount of service charges and taxes than was due.
इससे पहले भी बिलात आते रहे हैं, लेकिन इस दफ़ा जो बिल जारी किए महकमा बरक़ियात की जानिब से, उसके अंदर फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस के नाम पे एक बहुत बड़ी जो अमाउंट है वो हर बिल के अंदर ऐड की गई है। और जुल्म की इंतहा देखें कि एक तो पहले आप फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस डाल रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप उन चार्जेस के ऊपर टैक्स दोबारा डाल रहे हैं। वो इतने बड़े आपके अमाउंट बन गए कि अगर किसी का 10,000 बिल है तो उसके अंदर 4,500 से 5,000 रुपया जो है वो फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस की मद में एक नया जो है वो गुंडा टैक्स शामिल कर दिया गया है, जो एक आम आदमी की दस्तरस से बाहर है। और उस वजह से इस वक्त आपको पूरे आज़ाद कश्मीर के अंदर जो है लोग ऐसे।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah will arrive in Bengaluru today to take part in Sankalp Se Siddhi conference of the Confederation of the Indian Industries. During his visit, Shah will also hold a meet with BJP leader. Shah's trip to the city comes amid unrest among a section of the BJP cadres who are upset with the spate of murders of Hindutva activists. As the Amarnath Yatra began 2 years post the pandemic, an important announcement was made by the J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. He noted that due to several accidents in the Yatra due to inclement weather conditions, the Amarnath Yatra will have to be halted. The J&K Lieutenant Governor also asked all devotees to perform and complete all their rituals before 5th of August.
Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Sinha urged the devotees visiting the Amarnath Shrine to complete their trips before the 5th of August. While stating
Swift action now being taken by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald scam. As we speak, the Enforcement Directorate has now sealed the Young Indian office. Joining me on this broadcast is my colleague Anuj. Anuj, what's really happening? Also, just show our viewers the kind of police presence that's outside the Herald house. And have any of the Congress leaders reached there?
Well, Shavan, at this point in time, let me tell you the office has been already sealed. Let me first give you the visuals also of this particular building, which is called Herald House, and on the top floor, that's the 4th floor, is the office of Young Indian, which has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. If we talk about the movement of the Congress Party leadership or the Karyakartas, they are assembling at the AICC headquarters at this point in time, and a crucial meeting of the top brass of the Congress Party is currently on at the AICC headquarters. So at this point in time, this is the strategy meeting which is going on in the AICC, and this is going to be the press conference of the Congress Party. Going to be done by the top leader of the Congress Party, that's Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who himself is a lawyer also. So going to go into the deep into the technicalities also, what I've been told, and as this is expected again going to target the Enforcement Directorate and the Modi government. On the other hand, if we talk about the latest development in the story, then yes, this is the action now which has been taken by the Enforcement Directorate. The next action, the initiative which has been taken, because earlier we have seen the investigation was on when Rahul Gandhi was called in by the Enforcement Directorate in the same case, and this was the 4th round of the questioning for 4 days when Rahul Gandhi was there and he was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. Later this was none other but Sonia Gandhi herself who was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate for 2 days. And yesterday we have seen how the 12 premises, how the 12 location related to National Herald or Young Indian was raided by the Enforcement Directorate. If I talk about this particular location and this particular building, I'll ask my video journalist to once again give you the sense also. So then Enforcement Directorate building yesterday reaches here at 10:45 in the morning, and after that what I have been told and what we have seen, that they left from here at around 1:45 a.m. in the midnight. So this was the long investigation, the long raid which was conducted by the Enforcement Directorate, not only at the one place but at the 12 premises which is related to somewhat related to the National Herald or Young Indian. So that is the next course of action which has been taken by the Enforcement Directorate. And as we do know, finally today, so that no evidence can be tampered, this particular action has been taken by the Enforcement Directorate. They have sealed this particular office. The office bearer was not cooperating with the investigating agency. So that is something which is going to be the more trouble for Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. Keep watching Republic TV. Time for a short break. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Your question comes in the context of right now a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize if that has effectiveness, because it's a lot of money and it's promises that may or may not ever be kept.
Nancy Pelosi also reiterated how what mattered more was the success of Taiwan, and that the US wished to have a good economic exchange between the two countries. And a quick roundup of all the action in Taiwan. Talking about the Russian invasion on Ukraine, Taiwan's president spoke about the situation at the Taiwan Strait in wake of the invasion and the rising threats if faced as a result of the same.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine earlier this year has made security over the Taiwan Strait another focus of worldwide attention. Aggressions against democratic Taiwan would have a tremendous impact on the security of the entire Indo-Pacific.
Taiwan's president, speaking at the conference, stated that the country is committed to pursuing its defensive interests and that to work towards a stable Indo-Pacific region.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here, along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Rao Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Mainland China. We're here to talk about Taiwan. We have our Taiwan Relations Act. We support the communiques, this, that, and the other thing that had gone before. So we are supporters of the status quo and the rest. I don't want anything to happen to Taiwan by force. So strength, and one of the biggest sources of strength is democracy.
Look at the mountain of cash!
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
We will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chain.
Speaking at a joint press conference, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke about how she viewed the relationship between the US and Taiwan as important one and how the solidarity of the people of the United States is with Taiwan at this point.
Put it in perspective, over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom.
The speaker went on to mention how China stood against
Big setback for the Vadra Congress. Young Indian property sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. ED sources say senior officials of the Herald House did not cooperate, leaving no other option but to seal the young Indian property. Republic exposes the freedom struggle for profit scam. Now all proceeds of crime owned by the Vadra Congress to be probed. Mega show of patriotism on display in the national capital, but face-off erupts as opposition boycotts rally. Tricolour removed from the Hurriyat office in Srinagar shortly after it was put up. BJP hits back at the opposition, says don't politicize the tricolour. The Aam Aadmi Party has lent its support to opposition Vice President candidate Margaret Alva. "17 opposition parties question top court order on PMLA, expresses deep apprehensions over the implications." It's a super exclusive as Republic TV uncovers the joint Parthul Orpita link. The undeniable proof of the link is out now. China's posturing with drills, tanks and missiles fail. China pushed to corner against with just Pakistan and Russia support. It's a massive setback to the Vata Congress. The Enforcement Directorate has sealed the properties of Young Indian. Enforcement Directorate sources have confirmed to Republic TV that they had asked the office bearers of Young Indian to cooperate. But the senior officials, rather the principal officer of Herald, Young Indian, did not turn up. Enforcement Directorate was finally left with no other option but to seal the Young Indian office. So just to put this into perspective, what's really happening, we'll stay with the visuals right now. Anuj has been covering this story very closely right now. Anuj, just walk us through the details that you're picking up right now. I'm told that this is a temporary sealment of the Young Indian office. That's primarily because Mallikarjun Kharge, who's the principal officer, did not turn up.
Well, exactly, Shravan. That is something what we have been told through our sources in the Enforcement Directorate, that this is not the permanently, like if you talk about this is not sealed permanently, but this is the temporary action which has been taken by the Enforcement Directorate. And why this has happened, we need to understand it. Because Mallikarjun Kharge was asked to submit some papers, was asked to submit some of the individual proofs which were required by the Enforcement Directorate, but the Mallikarjun Kharge was not cooperating in the same. Yesterday we have given the visual. Yesterday I myself was present over here when Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawan Bansal reaches at this particular premises of National Herald House, and let me tell you, Shravan, what I've been told, when Kharge was asked for the papers, Kharge left from there. And what I've been told now, what I've been told is that Kharge is going to give an official of the Young Indian to the Enforcement Directorate, who is going to communicate for these papers which is required by the Enforcement Directorate. Let me tell it to you again, Shravan, what I have been told is that Kharge has been asked to communicate with the Enforcement Directorate for the papers which is required by the Enforcement Directorate to take the investigation ahead. As the dots has been already connected by the Enforcement Directorate, now Mallikarjun Kharge is going to assign an official of Young Indian. I'm repeating it again, that this has been asked by the Mallikarjun Kharge by the Enforcement Directorate. Then Mallikarjun Kharge is now going to assign an official of Young Indian who is going to communicate with the Enforcement Directorate for the papers, whichsoever paper is required by the Enforcement Directorate, that is going to be submitted to them, that is going to be provided to them by the Young Indian official, by the Young Indian office bearer. That is something what I have been told. And as this was not done earlier, as Mallikarjun Kharge and the office bearer of the Young Indian was not cooperating with the Enforcement Directorate team when it was the raid which was conducted yesterday by the Enforcement Directorate team at the same premises, that is why this is the after effect of the same. This particular premises, this particular office has been sealed now. Once, let me give you the sense, let me give you the visuals for more clarity. This exactly is the Herald House. This is the corporate building. If I talk about the first floor, Shravan, then let me tell you for no confusion, this is not the office of the National Herald House, but this is the passport office. And if we are talking about this particular premises or the office which has been sealed, that is on the top floor, which is the fourth floor. The fourth floor is the office of the Young Indian, which has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. And we were telling it to our viewers, why the Enforcement Directorate has taken this action. Enforcement Directorate has taken this action. Let me also give you the sense while I'm talking that this particular building has been logged. This is not by the Enforcement Directorate, to make it more clear for the viewers, but this is by the security of this particular corporate house, of this particular corporate building. They have logged it so that nobody can enter inside now. But let me tell you, the top floor, which is the Young Indian premises, is being sealed. This is for the more clarity of the viewers. And let me remind you, when we are talking about this particular action of Enforcement Directorate, Shravan, then Enforcement Directorate has taken this action because the office bearer of the Young Indian, when it was raided yesterday, was not cooperating with the investigating agency, was not cooperating with the team. Mallikarjun Kharge of the Congress Party, who is also a position holder in the Young Indian, was asked to submit some paper, was asked some question, and that is why we have seen it yesterday in the visuals when Pawan Bansal, who is also office bearer, and he is in AJL, what I have been told. So After that, when the papers were not submitted, when the official of the Young Indian was not cooperating with the Enforcement Directorate team, this exactly is the action which has been taken. This is on the temporary basis, what I have been told till now. But as now this is going to be the initiative, or no other option is left, we can say, with the office bearers of the Young Indian, because the premises had been already sealed while they were not cooperating. Now this is going to be the next course of action from their side, what they are going to do, what I have been told. Then Mallikarjun Kharge is going to appoint an official.
I'm sorry to interrupt you right now. Just we're getting in some more breaking news that's coming in. Section 144 has now been imposed, is what we are being told, outside Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi's residence. Joining us on this broadcast is our executive editor, Aishwarya. Aishwarya, what's really happening right now? It does appear that the Delhi police had actually got an intimation around between 2 and 3 is what I'm being told, that they were basically told to increase the police deployment.
Absolutely, Shaban. At this point of time, Delhi police has imposed 144 not only outside Sonia Gandhi's residence, but also outside the residences of Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. We've got visual confirmation of the same massive police presence outside Congress headquarters, that is AICC, right next to it, Sonia Gandhi's residence, and then Rahul Gandhi and then Priyanka Gandhi's residence. This is happening right outside Khan Market residence of Priyanka Gandhi, and also the Kushak Row, the Tughlaq Row residence of Rahul Gandhi, who is not in Delhi, but despite that massive presence, and 144 has been employed. You have the complete top brass of the Congress party, right from P. Chidambaram to Salman Khurshid, Mallikarjun Kharge, who's also the principal officer of the Young Indian, because of whose not being present, the Young Indian office had to be sealed, and that's the official statement coming in from the ED, that if Mallikarjun Kharge would have been present there, Shaban, then they would not have required to seal it. But because of his absence, they had to seal it, and hence Mallikarjun Kharge himself has also arrived at the AICC. There is a massive presence at AICC as we speak, Shaban. 144 imposed, and not one but 3 different locations, which is normally there if there is any kind of protest planned. But as we can see, as we have visuals from right outside, we have our sister channel Republic Bharat's frame and our reporter Lomas, who's right outside the AICC. If we can get just basically switch to that frame, we will get live visuals from outside AICC, and we can see the massive presence of leaders.
In fact,
the cadre, right.
In fact,
right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Aishwarya, I think so. I'll just request you to stay on. Let's just take that visuals that are basically coming in from outside the AICC headquarters right now. The visuals that we are showing are from the Herald House. Also, Aishwarya, important development. P. Chidambaram has now reached the Congress headquarters. Apart from that, top Congress brass, Jairam Ramesh, Mallikarjun Kharge, Salman Khurshid, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, they are all at Congress headquarters. Are they really fearing that perhaps the Enforcement Directorate is going to up the ante? We'll try and reconnect with Aishwarya in a short while from now. Let's just go with the latest images that are now coming in from the AICC headquarters right now. As you can see, these are the latest visuals coming in, where the top brass of the Congress party are currently in a huddle. What does this really indicate? Are they really fearful that some action could be taken? Because it turns out that the Enforcement Directorate hasn't really completed their searches as yet. 12 locations where the searches were carried out yesterday, in fact, which also includes the Herald House, the Young Indian office, is what we were being told. But important to point out here is that they have not completed the searches. Now, that's the latest image that you see right now outside the AICC headquarters. The police deployment, in fact, was increased around 3 o'clock this afternoon, and not just the AIC headquarters. I'm now given to understand that Section 144 has already been imposed. That's also outside Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi's residence. These are the latest images that are coming in right now. Let me go across to Anuj as we also get the live developments that are taking place. We'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll continue with our rolling coverage of this massive development that's taken place in the national capital. Enforcement Directorate now sealing Young Indian office.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
Meanwhile, protests erupted in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where people protested against rising prices and high inflation. And people even thought that they were made to pay hefty electricity bills. Protesters also raised concerns that they were made to pay more amount of service charges and taxes than was due.
इससे पहले भी बिलात आते रहे हैं, लेकिन इस दफ़ा जो बिल जारी किए महकमा बरक़ियात की जानिब से, उसके अंदर फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस के नाम पे एक बहुत बड़ी जो अमाउंट है वो हर बिल के अंदर ऐड की गई है। और जुल्म की इंतहा देखें कि एक तो पहले आप फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस डाल रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप उन चार्जेस के ऊपर टैक्स दोबारा डाल रहे हैं। वो इतने बड़े आपके अमाउंट बन गए कि अगर किसी का 10,000 बिल है तो उसके अंदर 4,500 से 5,000 रुपया जो है वो फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस की मद में एक नया जो है वो गुंडा टैक्स शामिल कर दिया गया है, जो एक आम आदमी की दस्तरस से बाहर है। और उस वजह से इस वक्त आपको पूरे आज़ाद कश्मीर के अंदर जो है लोग ऐसे।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah will arrive in Bengaluru today to take part in Sankalp Se Siddhi conference of the Confederation of the Indian Industries. During his visit, Shah will also hold a meet with state BJP leaders. Shah's trip to the city comes amid unrest among a section of the BJP cadres who are upset with the spate of murders of Hindutva activists. As the Amarnath Yatra began 2 years post the pandemic, an important announcement was made by the J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. He noted that due to several accidents in the Yatra due to inclement weather conditions, the Amarnath Yatra will have to be halted. The J&K Lieutenant Governor also asked all devotees to perform and complete all their rituals before 5th of August.
Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Sinha urged the devotees visiting the Amarnath Shrine to complete their trips before the 5th of August. While stating that the yatras to the shrine were planned till the 11th of August, he warned of the bad weather conditions in the state in the coming days.
देश भर के श्रद्धालुओं से मेरा निवेदन होगा कि जिस तरह से मौसम है, जिस तरह का अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है, मैं सबसे आग्रह करूंगा कि 5 अगस्त तक जो भी श्रद्धालु दर्शन करना चाहें वो दर्शन कर लें। वैसे तो हम लोगों ने 11 अगस्त तक
लेकिन वजह क्या है
मुझे नहीं मालूम सर। क्या सारे भारत जोड़ने के लिए तो आए हैं, भारत जोड़ने में तो लगे हैं, वो लोग भारत तोड़ने में लगे हैं, हम भारत जोड़ने में लगे।
अरे उसको रूल्स है, रेगुलेशंस है, ऐसा नहीं कि उनके घर पे मारो, इनके घर पे मारो, फिर नेशनल हेराल्ड पे फिर एक बार बुलाओ। ये कितनी जल्दी से वो काम कर रहे हैं, इससे ही अंदाजा लगता ना। 6 दिन पहले बुलाए, इमीडिएटली नेशनल हेराल्ड पे डाले, कल परसों नेशनल हेराल्ड में हुआ, आज उनके मकान पे गए हैं। इसका मतलब क्या है? राहुल गांधी जी भी यहाँ नहीं है, उन्होंने तो पब्लिक मीटिंग में गए हैं। तो ये लोगों को एक डर पैदा करने के लिए, और ऐसा तुम लोगों को डराते गए तो लोग डरेंगे नहीं और एक रिवोल्ट हो जाएगा।
Republic exposes the freedom struggle for profit scam. Now all proceeds of crime owned by the Vadra Congress to be probed. Undeniable proof of Partha and Arpita's link is now out. Republic first to expose.
We will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chain.
Speaking at a joint press conference, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke about how she viewed the relationship between the US and Taiwan as important one and how the solidarity of the people of the United States is with Taiwan at this point.
Put it in perspective, over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom.
The speaker went on to mention how China stood against Taiwan's participation in certain meetings and was harming relations of the country with the US.
Important to note that members of Congress, several of them had made trips just earlier this year. 5 senators, bipartisan, came, again including the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, Mr. Menendez, came. Not too much of a fuss was made. Individual senators have made trips or plan to make trips. And I just hope that it's really clear that while China has stood in the way of Taiwan participating and going to certain meetings, that they understand that they will not stand in the way of people coming to Taiwan.
Speaking about the manner in which China influenced Taiwan, Nancy Pelosi spoke about how the country used money to influence the workings of the state, saying that China uses soft power.
Your question comes in the context of right now a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize if that has effectiveness, because it's a lot of money and it's promises that may or may not ever be kept.
Nancy Pelosi also reiterated how what mattered more was the success of Taiwan and that the US wished to have a good economic exchange between the two countries. And a quick roundup of all the action in Taiwan.
This is dictatorship, nothing else. And they have not found anything except that newspapers, and they will not find anything in future also. But since Rahul ji is and Congress are voicing against inflation, unemployment, and this government feels threatened that why are they raising the issues? And those who are not raising the issues are those who are with the BJP, where they are corrupt, thoroughly corrupt, they would not touch them. Like 8 Sivasena MLAs who were served ED notice, as long as they were with the Uddhav Thackeray or with the UPA, they were victim or they were guilty, but now they are now no more guilty. So once anyone who raises the government failures, we are raising it not for ourselves but for the public. So much of inflation, unemployment, and curtailment of freedoms, and completely unsafe. There is huge, always witch hunt as far as minority is concerned. So That is what they want to suppress. Otherwise, I can say that there is nothing there. It's their time they are doing. Our time will come. We will see it. But there is nothing to hide. And they have seized just to send a message across the country, the message of terror, fear, that keep quiet. Yes.
For this, sir, this National Herald money laundering case is a long ongoing case which has been going since long. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi didn't even get the bail in this entire matter. So one thing is to be sure, if there is nothing to hide, if Congress party feels that nothing, no money laundering has happened, no Dotex company, shell company was involved, then why again and again the question is being raised by Congress leaders like you that misuse of agencies is being done?
See, Hemant Biswa Sharma was being instigated by